Hello to all survivors. Welcome to the channel. Before we start the audiobook, leave a comment telling me which city you're taking refuge in. We'd love to know where the safe zones are. Hit the like button and subscribe. Now, let's go to day 0. The morning I stopped counting days was the morning I realized Hank hadn't barked in 3 days, and I'd been having conversations with him anyway. That should have scared me. It didn't. Nothing scared me anymore except the quiet, and even that had become a kind of companion, the way Elena's voice had become a companion, the way the wind through the derricks sounded like her laugh sometimes when I wasn't paying attention to what was real and what was memory. I'm writing this down because Sarah told me to, back when Sarah was still here, back when I still believed other people existed outside my head. She said I needed to document what happened. She said someone would want to know. I told her nobody was left to want anything. She said write it anyway. So I'm writing it on the back of drilling reports and safety logs using a pencil I found in the control room of Rig 7. The same rig where I watched Tommy Hendricks foam at the mouth and try to bite through his own forearm. That was day 1, or day 0. I don't know anymore. My name is Roberto Gonzalez. I'm 39 years old. I worked the Bakken Formation for 11 years, came up from Texas when the boom started, when Williston went from 4,000 people to 40,000 in what felt like a weekend. I was a roughneck, then a driller, then a tool pusher, running crews on the night shift. I made good money. I sent half of it to Elena in Williston every week. She worked at the Sunset Grill on Main Street, said she was saving up for college, said she wanted to study environmental science, which I thought was funny because her old man was punching holes in the earth and pumping out crude for a living. She was 22 when she died. I know that because I was there. I know that because I held her while she convulsed and bled from her eyes and tried to bite my face. And I know that because I'm the one who put the pipe wrench through her skull when she stopped being Elena and started being something that wore her skin and made sounds like her voice, but wasn't her. Couldn't be her because Elena would never have looked at me like I was food. That was 37 days ago, or 60. Or 10. Time moves differently now. The rabies X. That's what the CDC called it in the last broadcast, before the satellites went down or the power failed or everyone at the emergency broadcast center turned into infected and ate each other. Rabies X. Like it was a special edition, a limited release. They said it came from an underground research facility, said it got into the fracking water, said it spread through the aquifer faster than they could track it. They said a lot of things in those final broadcasts, their voices getting higher and faster until the voice was screaming, and then there was just static, and then there was nothing. I was on the rig when it started. We were fracking a new well, pumping water and chemicals 2 miles down into the Bakken shale, cracking it open to let the oil flow. Tommy was monitoring the pressure when he started shaking. I thought it was a seizure. I called for the medic. By the time the medic got there, Tommy was foaming, his eyes rolling back, his body jerking like he was being electrocuted. The medic tried to hold him down. Tommy bit through the medic's cheek, took a chunk of flesh the size of a bottle cap, chewed it while the medic screamed. Then Tommy wasn't Tommy anymore. Then the medic wasn't the medic anymore. Then there were 6 of them and 4 of us, and we were running, climbing down from the platform while they followed, moving wrong, jerking and fast, making sounds that weren't human sounds. I made it to the truck. I drove to Williston. I drove to the Sunset Grill because Elena was working the lunch shift, because I needed to get her out, needed to take her somewhere safe. Somewhere the water wasn't poisoned, somewhere the infection hadn't spread. But I was already too late. The grill was chaos. People attacking each other, blood on the vinyl booths, bodies on the checkered floor. I found Elena in the kitchen. She was hiding in the walk-in freezer, shaking, crying, bleeding from a bite on her forearm where a customer had grabbed her. She said her head hurt. She said she felt hot. She said she was scared. I held her and told her it would be okay. I lied. I'm good at lying. She turned in my arms. Took maybe 20 minutes. I felt her body temperature spike, felt her muscles cease, felt her breathing change from scared and fast to something else, something rhythmic and wrong. Her eyes changed last, went from brown and terrified to brown and empty. Then she lunged for my throat, and I rolled away and grabbed the first thing I could reach. The pipe wrench was heavy, 3 feet long, solid steel, the kind you use to tighten connections on drill pipe. I'd used wrenches like that every day for 11 years. I knew exactly how hard I could swing it. I swung it hard enough. Her skull cracked like an eggshell. She dropped. She didn't make a sound, just drop wheat, and there was blood and other things on the freezer floor. And I knelt there in it for a long time, maybe minutes, maybe hours, holding the wrench and looking at what used to be my daughter. Eventually, I stood up. Eventually, I walked out of the freezer and out of the grill and got back in my truck. I drove back to the oil fields because I didn't know where else to go. The man camps were full of infected. The rigs were abandoned. The roads were clogged with wrecked vehicles and bodies and things that moved between the vehicles. I found Rig 7 empty. I climbed up to the control room and locked the door and sat there in the dark, listening to the infected below, listening to them try to climb the derrick and fall, and try again. I sat there for days, maybe weeks, drinking water from the emergency tanks, eating protein bars from the first aid kit, not thinking about Elena, thinking about nothing but Elena. That's when Hank found me. He was a rig dog, one of the strays that hung around the man camps looking for scraps. Big shepherd mix, tan and black, one ear torn from some fight before the world ended. He showed up at the base of the derrick on day 4 or day 7, barking at the infected, keeping them focused on him while I climbed down and ran for the supply shed. After that, he stuck around. After that, I fed him half my protein bars, and he slept by the door of the control room, and I talked to him like he understood, like he could answer. Maybe he did understand sand. Maybe that's all understanding is now. Being there, listening. Not trying to eat each other. The oil fields stretch forever in every direction. Pump jacks nodding like mechanical birds, derricks rising against the sky, pipelines running like veins through the earth. Before the infection, there were hundreds of rigs operating, thousands of workers in the man camps, trucks on every road hauling water and sand and equipment. Now there's just wind and dust and silence and sometimes the smell of crude oil where a line ruptured and nobody's left to fix it. I know every rig within 20 miles of Rig 7. I know which ones have supplies, which ones have infected trapped inside, which ones are empty and safe. I've been to all of them. I've mapped them in my head, drawn routes between them, established territories like I'm some kind of post-apocalyptic oil baron. It's stupid. It keeps me moving. Movement is important. Movement means I'm not sitting in the control room staring at Elena's picture and waiting to die. Her picture is in my wallet. Her and me at the Bakken County Fair 2 summers ago, eating funnel cake. Her laughing at something I said. I don't remember what I said. I remember the sound of her laugh. I remember thinking I was lucky to have her. Lucky she didn't hate me for being gone so much, for choosing the oil fields over being a real father. I talk to the picture sometimes. Tell her about my day. Tell her about the infected I avoided, the supplies I found, the weather. She doesn't answer. Hank doesn't either, but at least he looks at me when I talk. The infected are slower now. In the beginning, they were fast, jerky, aggressive. Now they're deteriorating. The virus is eating them from the inside, breaking down muscle tissue, neural pathways. They still attack if you get close, but they're easier to avoid, easier to outrun. Some of them just stand in place, swaying, their bodies shutting down, while the virus keeps their brain stems firing. I've seen infected collapse mid-step, their legs giving out, their systems finally failing after weeks of the virus burning through them. I've killed maybe 30 of them, maybe more. I stopped counting that too. Most of them with the pipe wrench, a few with my hands when I had to. One with a pneumatic drill that I fired straight through its chest because it cornered me in a tool shed, and I panicked. The drill made a sound I still hear when I close my eyes. The sound of air compressing and metal punching through bone, and the infected making this wet, gasping noise as it fell. I cleaned the drill afterward, wiped all the blood and tissue off, oiled the mechanism, stored it properly. I don't know why. Habit, maybe. Respect for the tools. Or maybe just a way to pretend I was still a worker, still had a job, still had a purpose beyond surviving another day. Hank doesn't judge me for the killing. That's one of the good things about dogs. They don't care what you've done as long as you feed them and don't hurt them and scratch behind their ears the way they like. I scratch behind Hank's ears every morning. It's part of the routine. Routine is important. Routine is the difference between being a survivor and being a crazy person talking to a dog in an abandoned oil field. The routine goes like this. Wake up at dawn. Check the perimeter from the control room windows. Make sure there are no infected near the rig. If it's clear, climb down and let Hank out to piss. While he's pissing, I check the water tanks, the food supplies, the fuel levels in the backup generator. Then breakfast. 1 protein bar for me, half a can of dog food for Hank. After breakfast, I choose a destination. Another rig, another man camp, another supply depot. We walk there. We scavenge. We walk back before dark. Dinner. 1 more protein bar, the other half of the dog food can. Then I sit in the control room and look at Elena's picture and talk to Hank until I fall asleep. Every day the same. Every day, a little more of me disappearing into the routine until I can't remember who I was before. Can't remember what it felt like to be a person instead of a survival machine. Today, I'm going to check Rig 14. It's 4 miles northeast, near the Missouri River. I haven't been there in a week, or maybe 2 weeks. Time is slippery. I used to mark the days on the wall of the control room with a pencil, but I stopped because the marks didn't mean anything, didn't change anything, just reminded me how long Elena had been dead. Hank follows me down from the derrick. His limp is worse today. He cut his paw on some scrap metal 3 days ago, and it's not healing right. I've been washing it with bottled water and wrapping it with strips of cloth from old coveralls. But I don't have antibiotics. Don't have anything that would actually help. If it gets infected, he'll die. If he dies, I'll be alone. I can't think about that. We walk northeast through the fields. The pump jacks are still nodding, still pulling oil from the ground even though nobody's there to collect it. Nobody's there to refine it. Nobody left who needs it. The oil just pumps into storage tanks that are probably full by now, probably overflowing, crude soaking into the dirt, and nobody cares because there's nobody left to care. The sky is gray. It's always gray now. Smoke from fires burning somewhere over the horizon? Or maybe just clouds? Or maybe I'm imagining it. I don't trust my eyes anymore. I saw Elena yesterday, standing by the access road, waving at me. I knew she wasn't real. I waved back anyway. Hank barks. I freeze. There's movement ahead, near the tree line by the river. Could be infected. Could be deer. Could be nothing. I squint, but my eyes are tired. My vision blurry from too many days in the sun and dust without proper eye protection. The movement resolves into 3 infected, standing in a cluster, swaying. They're wearing what used to be civilian clothes. Probably refugees who tried to escape into the Badlands and got turned. They don't notice us. We're downwind. I signal Hank to stay quiet. We detour west, giving them a wide berth. No point engaging, no point risking injury for infected who aren't threatening us. Save the pipe wrench for when I need it. We reach Rig 14 without incident. The control room door is still locked, the way I left it. I use my key. Inside it smells like old coffee and hydraulic fluid and dust. The emergency supplies are where I remember. 2 cases of water bottles, 1 case of MREs, a first aid kit with actual medical supplies instead of just Band-Aids and aspirin. I load everything into my backpack. It's heavy, but I can make it back to Rig 7 before dark if we don't run into trouble. I'm checking the first aid kit for antibiotics when Hank starts growling. I turn. There's someone standing in the doorway. Not infected. A person. A woman. Maybe 30, maybe 40. Hard to tell under the dirt and exhaustion. She's holding a tire iron in both hands, holding it like she knows how to use it. Her eyes locked on me with the kind of wariness that comes from surviving alone too long. We stare at each other. I realize I haven't seen another living person in 37 days or 60 days, or however long it's been since Elena died. I realize I don't know how to talk to people anymore. My mouth opens, but nothing comes out. She speaks first. Her voice is rough, dry, like she hasn't used it in a while either. Don't move. I don't move. Hank is growling steadily, his hackles up. I put my hand on his head, and he quiets but doesn't stop staring at the woman. I'm not going to hurt you, I say. My voice sounds wrong, too loud, too harsh. I try again, softer. I'm just scavenging, taking some supplies. There's plenty here. You can have whatever you need. She doesn't lower the tire iron. You're alone? Just me and the dog. Where did you come from? I gesture west. Rig 7, 4 miles. I've been there since the outbreak. The outbreak. She laughs, a sound like breaking glass. Is that what we're calling it? I don't know what else to call it. She looks at me for a long time, her eyes moving over my face, my clothes, my hands, reading me the way I'm reading her, trying to figure out if I'm dangerous, if I'm infected, if I'm real. Finally, she lowers the tire iron. Not all the way, just enough to show she's not going to attack immediately. I'm Sarah, she says. I was a geologist with Samson Petroleum. I was doing core samples when everything went to hell. Roberto? I say. I was a tool pusher. Night shift. Night shift. She laughs again, softer this time. Probably saved your life. Most of the day, crews got hit when the water got contaminated. I nod. I don't tell her about Elena. I don't tell her about the Sunset Grill or the walk-in freezer or the pipe wrench. I don't tell her anything except, I've been at Rig 7 for a while. It's secure, good supplies. You could come back with me if you want. The words surprise me. I didn't plan to say them. But now that they're out, I realize I mean them. I realize how much I want her to say yes, how much I need to hear another human voice that isn't my own echo. She looks at Hank, then at me. "What's wrong with your dog's paw?" "Cut it on scrap metal. It's not healing." "You got antibiotics?" "No." She sets the tire iron down, moves to the first aid kit I'm holding, takes it from my hands. Her fingers brush mine. The touch is electric, overwhelming. The first human contact in weeks or months. She doesn't seem to notice. She's digging through the kit, pulling out packages. "Amoxicillin," she says. "Crush half a tablet, mix it with his food. Twice a day for a week." "How do you know that?" "Had a dog once, before." She closes the kit, hands it back to me. "I'll come to your rig, but just for tonight. I need to keep moving." "Moving where?" "Anywhere that isn't here." We walk back to Rig 7 together, Sarah and me and Hank. We don't talk. The silence is comfortable in a way I don't expect, like we both understand that words are expensive now, that talking requires energy we might need for surviving. The sun is setting when we reach the rig. I climb up first, then help Sarah up the ladder. Hank waits at the base, whining. I know he can't climb with his injured paw. I climb back down, pick him up, carry him up one-handed, while he squirms and tries to lick my face. In the control room, Sarah looks around, takes in the sleeping bag in the corner, the water bottles lined up by the window, the pencil marks on the wall that I stopped making weeks ago. She doesn't comment on any of it. "You've been here alone this whole time?" she asks. "Yeah. That's a long time to be alone. You've been alone too. Not this alone." She sits on the floor, her back against the wall. "I was with a group for a while. 8 of us. We had a plan. We were going to head north, try to reach Canada, try to find somewhere the water wasn't contaminated. But the infected found us. Most of the group got bitten, the rest scattered. I've been on my own for maybe 2 weeks. 2 weeks, that's nothing. That's a blink. I've been alone for longer than that. So much longer that I can't remember what it felt like to be around people. Can't remember how to be a person instead of a collection of survival instincts and routines. I give her half my protein bar. She eats it slowly, making it last. Hank gets his dog food with crushed amoxicillin mixed in. He eats it suspiciously, looking at me like I'm trying to poison him, but he eats it. After dinner, Sarah asks, "You have family?" "Had a daughter." "Had?" I don't answer. I don't need to. She nods, understanding in a way that makes me think she lost people too. Makes me think everyone who's still alive has lost everyone who made life worth living. We sit in the dark and listen to the wind through the derrick. Hank sleeps between us, his breathing steady and even. Sarah falls asleep sitting up, her head against the wall. I watch her for a while. This stranger who appeared out of nowhere. This person who might be real or might be another hallucination, like Elena waving by the access road. I reach out and touch her shoulder. She's solid, warm, real. I lean back and close my eyes, and for the first time in weeks or months, I don't dream about the walk-in freezer and the pipe wrench and Elena's eyes going empty. I dream about nothing, which is the best kind of dream. Sarah is still there when I wake up. That's the first surprise. The second surprise is Hank's paw looks better, less swollen, less red. The antibiotics are working. I make breakfast. 1 protein bar split between me and Sarah. Dog food for Hank. Sarah eats her half of the bar in 3 bites, then looks at the wrapper like she's considering eating that too. "There's more food at Rig 14, I say. "We could go back. Stock up." She shakes her head. "Too risky. The infected are drawn to repeated movement patterns. If you've been making regular trips to the same rigs, eventually they'll figure it out. Start waiting for you. I haven't seen any sign of that. You haven't seen it because you're alone. You notice things differently when there's someone else to talk to. Trust me, we need to expand your range, find new supply sources. It makes sense. It also makes me uneasy. My routine is my anchor. Changing it feels dangerous, feels like inviting chaos. But she's right. I have been going to the same rigs over and over, following the same paths, creating patterns that anything with even degraded intelligence could learn to predict. Okay, I say. Where do you want to go? She pulls a folded map from her pocket. It's a geological survey map, covered in notations and highlighting. She spreads it on the floor between us. There's a Samson Petroleum Supply Depot here, she says, pointing to a spot 10 miles east. They kept emergency provisions for field teams: food, water, medical supplies, fuel. If it hasn't been looted, it's worth checking out. 10 miles. That's a full day there and back. We'd have to camp overnight. But look, she traces a route with her finger. We can follow the pipeline access roads. Less exposure than open country. And there's a pump station here halfway. We could rest there, wait out the hottest part of the day. I study the map. The route makes sense. But something about it bothers me. Something I can't quite identify. What? Sarah asks, reading my hesitation. Nothing. It's just I haven't been that far east. I don't know what's out there. That's why we should go. Expand your knowledge. Map new territory. She's right again. But I'm realizing that being right doesn't make something feel safe. I've spent weeks or months building a world I understand, a territory I can navigate, and now she wants me to leave it, venture into unknown areas where anything could be waiting. But the alternative is saying no. The alternative is Sarah leaving, going back to being alone, and I can't do that. I can't go back to just me and Hank and Elena's picture and the endless quiet. Okay, I say again. We'll go. We spend the morning preparing. Sarah inventories our supplies while I check our weapons. The pipe wrench, still stained with old blood that I never managed to completely clean off. A pry bar I found at Rigbaitan, a hand axe from the emergency kit. Sarah has the tire iron and a hunting knife she wears on her belt. Hank watches us prepare with his ears up, his tail wagging slightly. He knows something is happening. Dogs always know. We leave at noon, when the sun is highest and the infected are most lethargic. Sarah leads, following her map, taking us along pipeline access roads that cut through the fields like scars. The roads are cracked and overgrown, but still passable. We walk single file, Sarah first, me second, Hank limping behind. 3 hours in, we reach the pump station. It's a concrete building with no windows, just vents and a heavy steel door. Sarah tries the door, locked. I can get it, I say. I use the pry bar, wedging it into the frame, putting my weight on it. The lock gives with a crack that echoes across the empty fields. Inside the pump station is dark and cool. Emergency lights cast weak yellow pools on the floor. The pumping equipment is still running, powered by some automatic system that doesn't know the world ended. The sound of machinery is loud after so much silence, almost overwhelming. Sarah finds a storage room with bottled water and energy bars. We eat lunch sitting on the concrete floor, listening to the pumps, not talking. It's strange being inside, being enclosed. I've spent so many days in open air that walls feel oppressive now, claustrophobic. Tell me about your daughter, Sarah says suddenly. I freeze with a water bottle halfway to my mouth. Why? Because you mentioned her once and then never again. Because you have this look when you think nobody's watching, like you're seeing something that isn't there. Because I need to know you're stable if we're going to be traveling together. I'm stable. Then tell me about her. So I tell her. About Elena. About the Sunset Grill. About the walk-in freezer. About the pipe wrench and the sound it made and the way her eyes changed from terrified to empty. I tell her all of it in a flat, monotone voice that doesn't sound like mine, doesn't sound like anyone's, just sounds like facts being recited for a report. When I'm done, Sarah is quiet for a long time. Then she says, I had a husband, Michael. He was an engineer with Samson. When the outbreak started, we were together. We were going to survive together. But he got bitten on the third day. Bit on the hand trying to help someone who was already turned. He didn't tell me. He hid it. Wrapped it up, said he'd cut himself on equipment. By the time I figured it out, he was already turning. He asked me to lock him in the equipment shed. He asked me to leave before he fully turned. So I did. Did you hear him after? For 3 days, screaming, throwing himself against the walls. On the 4th day, it stopped. I don't know if he died or just went quiet. I didn't go back to check. We sit with that, both of us carrying our dead. Both of us trying to figure out how to keep walking when the people we were walking for are gone. I still talk to her, I say. Elena, I know she's dead. I know she's not really there. But I talk to her anyway. I tell her about my day. I talk to Michael too, Sarah says. Sometimes I argue with him. Tell him he was stupid for getting bitten, stupid for hiding it. Other times I apologize for leaving him in that shed. It doesn't matter. He doesn't answer either way. Does it help? Talking to them? I don't know. Does it help you? I think about that. About the conversations I have with Elena's picture, with Hank, with the empty air. About the way talking fills the silence, gives structure to my thoughts, keeps me from disappearing completely into the quiet. Maybe, I say. Or maybe it just makes the crazy more manageable. Sarah laughs, that breaking glass sound again. Manageable crazy. That's all we can hope for. Now. We rest at the pump station for 2 hours, then continue east. The landscape changes as we get farther from the oil fields. More trees, more undergrowth, less industrial infrastructure. We're getting closer to the Missouri River, to the edge of the Badlands. The supply depot is where Sarah's map says it should be. A cluster of prefab buildings surrounded by chain-link fence, the gate hanging open, no signs of infected. We approach carefully, weapons ready, but there's nothing. Just empty buildings and the wind and the sound of our footsteps on gravel. The main supply building is unlocked. Inside, we find what Sarah promised. Pallets of bottled water, cases of MREs, medical supplies, fuel drums, portable generators. Enough to last months, maybe years if rationed properly. This is good, I say. We should move some of this back to Rig 7. Or we could stay here, Sarah suggests. It's more secure than your rig. Better supplies. We could make it work. Something about the suggestion makes me uncomfortable. Rig 7 is mine. I know every inch of it, every sound, every shadow. This place is foreign, unknown, but I can see Sarah's point. Better supplies, better infrastructure, easier to defend. Let me think about it, I say. We spend the rest of the day inventorying the supplies, making piles of what we'd need versus what we could leave. Sarah finds a portable radio in one of the storage rooms. She fiddles with it, scanning channels. But there's nothing. Just static, and the occasional burst of automated emergency broadcast that cuts off mid-sentence, looping endlessly because nobody's left to turn it off. Night falls. We make camp in the main building, blocking the door with a desk, setting up our sleeping bags on the floor. Hank curls between us. His paw is definitely better. He's putting weight on it now, barely limping. "Thank you," I tell Sarah, "for the antibiotics, for knowing what to do. You would have figured it out. Maybe. Or maybe he would have died and I would have been alone again." She turns to look at me in the darkness. I can barely see her face, but I can feel her eyes on me. "You were going to die out there," she says quietly. "At Rig 7, alone with your routines and your dead daughter's picture. You were going to survive, but you were going to die. You know that, right?" I do know that. I've known it since the day I stopped marking time on the wall. Since the day I started having conversations with Hank like he could have worked. Since the day I waved at Elena's hallucination by the access road. "I know," I say. "So what do we do about it?" "I don't know." "We could stay here," she says again. "Build something. Not just survive, but actually live. Figure out how to be people again instead of just survivors." It's tempting. The idea of staying, of building, of having something more than just routines and scavenging and waiting to die. But there's something wrong with it too. Something I can't articulate. A feeling in my gut that says this place isn't safe. That nothing is safe. That trying to build anything permanent is asking to have it destroyed. "Let me sleep on it," I say. But I don't sleep. I lie awake listening to Sarah breathe and Hank snore and the wind against the prefab walls. I think about Elena, about the last words she said before she turned. "I'm scared." That's what she said. "I'm scared, Daddy." And I told her not to be, told her everything would be okay. And then I killed her with a pipe wrench. I think about that a lot, about whether she knew in those last seconds before I swung, about whether she understood that I had to do it, that there was no other choice, that I loved her even as I ended her. I think about Sarah's husband locked in the equipment shed, throwing himself against the walls for 3 days. I think about the sound that must have made. I think about Sarah walking away while he screamed. We're all carrying dead people. We're all trying to figure out how to keep walking with that weight. Sometime before dawn, I fall asleep. I dream about the supply depot, except in the dream, it's full of infected. Thousands of them, filling every building, and they're all wearing Elena's face. They see me, and they smile, with her smile, and they reach for me with her hands, and I wake up gasping, my heart racing. Sarah is already awake, sitting by the window, watching the sun rise. "Bad dreams?" she asks. "Always." "Yeah, me too." We eat breakfast in silence. MREs this time, actual hot food heated with chemical warmers. It tastes like cardboard, but it's hot cardboard, which is better than cold protein bars. After breakfast, we load backpacks with supplies. Water, food, medical supplies, batteries, anything useful and portable. We're planning to head back to Rig 7, maybe make several trips to transfer the most valuable supplies. That's when we hear the truck. It's distant at first, just an engine sound on the wind, but it's getting closer. Sarah and I lock eyes. Nobody should be driving. Nobody has fuel to waste on driving. Nobody living, anyway. We move to the window. A white pickup truck is approaching from the north, kicking up dust, moving fast. Too fast for the condition of the roads. Whoever's driving either doesn't care about the vehicle or has somewhere urgent to be. The truck stops at the gate. A man gets out. Tall, maybe 55, wearing clean clothes, expensive boots, a tactical vest with multiple pockets. He's carrying an AR-15, not stumbling around with it, but carrying it like he knows exactly how to use it. Behind him, 3 more people climb out of the truck bed. 2 men, 1 woman, all armed, all looking too clean, too well-fed, too organized to be random survivors. "We need to go," Sarah whispers. "Right now." Who are they? I don't know, but nobody shows up this well-equipped unless they've got resources, unless they've got a base, supplies, some kind of organization. And if they're here, they're looking for the same thing we are. So we share. Tell them we're just passing through. Roberto, look at them. Look at their guns, their equipment. They're not here to share. They're here to take. She's right. I can see it in the way they're moving. The way they're spreading out. Covering angles. Approaching the supply depot like a tactical team clearing a building. These aren't desperate survivors. These are hunters. We grab our packs and head for the back door. Hank follows, sensing our urgency. We're halfway across the storage room when we hear voices outside the front entrance. "Building's been opened recently," a man's voice says. "Lock's broken. Someone's been here?" "Search it," another voice answers. This one is cultured, educated, used to giving orders and having them followed. "If there are survivors, we need to find them. Offer them the opportunity to join us. And if they decline..." A pause. Then, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Sarah and I move faster. Out the back door, across an open stretch of gravel to the fence line. There's a gap in the chain link where someone cut through before, probably during the initial outbreak. We slip through, Hank squeezing after us. Behind us, I hear shouts. They've found evidence we were there. Footsteps running. I risk a glance back and see 2 of them at the back door, scanning the area. We run. Into the scrub brush, down into a ravine following a dry creek bed that offers cover. Behind us, the shouts continue, but they're not getting closer. They're not following, not yet. We run for maybe a mile before Sarah signals to stop. We crouch behind a cluster of rocks, breathing hard, listening. No pursuit sounds, just wind and our own heartbeats. "Who were they?" I ask when I can talk again. "Samson Petroleum," Sarah says. "Or what's left of it. I recognize the vest the leader was wearing, executive level. That was probably one of the regional managers. They're organizing survivors, consolidating resources." "That's good, isn't it? Organization, working together." She laughs bitterly. "You don't understand. Samson caused this. They're the ones who had the underground lab. They're the ones who were experimenting with modified rabies virus as a bioweapon. They're the ones who contaminated the fracking water. And now they're trying to control what's left, trying to position themselves as saviors when they're the ones who destroyed everything." I think about that, about corporations and accountability, and how the people responsible for ending the world are probably the same people who will control what comes after. It makes a sick kind of sense. So what do? We stay away from them. We don't let them find us. We don't trust anyone who's too organized, too well supplied, too clean. We wait in the ravine for an hour, making sure they're not tracking us. Then we move west, circling around the supply depot, heading back toward Rig 7 by a different route than we came. The walk takes longer. We're moving carefully now, watching for any sign of the Samson people, avoiding open areas. By the time we reach Rig 7, it's nearly dark. The rig looks the same as we left it. Derrick reaching into the sky, control room, locked and secure. But something feels wrong. I can't identify what, just a feeling. An instinct honed by weeks of surviving alone. Sarah feels it too. She puts her hand on my arm, stopping me. We crouch behind a storage tank, watching. There. Movement in the shadows below the derrick. Someone waiting. Someone who knows we're coming back. I signal Hank to stay quiet. We circle around, approaching from a different angle. The person is still there, standing near the base of the ladder, their face hidden in shadow. Then they step into the moonlight, and I see him clearly. Gerald Sterling. I recognize him from before, from when I was still working, from company meetings and safety briefings. Regional Director for Samson Petroleum, architect of the Bakken expansion, profiteer who got rich off federal land leases while workers like me broke our backs extracting oil. And apparently, one of the people responsible for ending the world. He's alone. No backup that I can see. He's holding a pistol, but it's pointed at the ground, not threatening. Yet. "Roberto Gonzalez," he calls out. Not shouting, just projecting his voice into the darkness, confident that I'm out there, that I can hear him. "I know you're here. I know you've been living on this rig. I want to talk." I don't answer. Neither does Sarah. We stay frozen behind the storage tank. Sterling continues. "We found evidence of your presence at the supply depot. We tracked you here. We know you're traveling with a woman and a dog. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to offer you a choice." Still silence. "The world is ending, Roberto. You know that. What you don't know is that there's still a chance to save it. Samson has a facility 50 miles north. Clean water, food, medical supplies, shelter. 147 survivors. We're rebuilding. We're creating something new. And we need people like you. People who know how to work, how to survive, how to get things done." He pauses, waiting for a response. When none comes, he says, "Or you can stay here, alone, scavenging, surviving. For how long? Another month? Another year? And then what? The supplies run out. The infected don't die, they just get slower. You get older, weaker. Eventually something gets you. Everyone dies alone out here, Roberto, everyone." He's right about that. He's right about all of it. But he's also the person responsible for Elena's death, for the deaths of thousands, for contaminating the water and releasing the virus and destroying everything. I step out from behind the storage tank. Sarah hisses my name, but I ignore her. I walk toward Sterling with the pipe wrench in my hand. He sees me coming. He doesn't raise the pistol, just watches me approach with something like pity in his eyes. "There he is," Sterling says. "The last roughneck in the Bakken. How are you holding up, Roberto?" "You killed my daughter." The words come out flat, empty. Sterling doesn't deny it, just nods. "The virus killed your daughter. The outbreak killed thousands of daughters, thousands of sons. We made mistakes. We're trying to make them right." "Make them right!" I laugh, or maybe it's a sound like laughing. "You released a bioweapon into the water supply. You turned millions of people into infected. And now you want to rebuild? You want to be in charge of what comes next? Someone has to be in charge. Nature abhors a vacuum. If not Samson, then someone worse. Raiders, warlords, whoever's most violent and least ethical. At least we're offering structure, civilization, hope. Hope. I'm 10 feet away from him now. I can see his face clearly in the moonlight. Clean-shaven, well-fed, eyes calm and calculating. A man who's never missed a meal, never had to kill someone he loved, never had to question whether he should keep living. "We have children at the facility," Sterling says. "Infants who need protection, families who need leadership. We have engineers working on water purification, doctors working on a cure. We have a future, Roberto. What do you have?" I think about that. About Rig 7 and the endless scavenging and the protein bars and the conversations with Hank and Elena's picture in my wallet. About Sarah hiding behind the storage tank with her tire iron. About everything Sterling said being true and hating him for it. I have my pipe wrench, I say. Then I swing it. Sterling is fast for a man his age. He gets the pistol up, but not aimed, not fired, and the wrench catches him in the shoulder. I hear bone crack. He stumbles back, the pistol falling from his hand. I hit him again, and again. Not calculated strikes like when I killed Elena. Not careful and quick. This is rage and grief and weeks of surviving for no reason except I'm too stubborn to die. This is for everyone who died, because men like Sterling made decisions in boardrooms and didn't think about the consequences. Sterling goes down. I keep hitting him. He's trying to talk, trying to say something, but I can't hear it over the sound of the wrench connecting with his body. Sarah is suddenly there, grabbing my arm. "Roberto, stop! Stop, he's dead." I look down. Sterling isn't moving. His face is destroyed. There's blood everywhere. The wrench is slippery in my hands. "We need to go," Sarah says. "Right now, if he found us, the others will too. They'll be looking for him." She's right. I drop the wrench. We run for the derrick, climb up to the control room, grab our essential supplies. Sarah's map, my backpack, Elena's picture, the antibiotics for Hank. We're moving on instinct now, on autopilot. We climb down the other side of the derrick, away from Sterling's body. Hank follows, his paw completely healed now. We head south, into the Badlands, into terrain I don't know. Behind us, Rig 7 disappears into the darkness. My home for weeks or months. My territory, my anchor. Gone. We walk all night. No conversation, just movement. Sarah navigates by the stars, by instinct, by whatever internal map geologists carry. I follow because I don't know where else to go. By dawn, we've put maybe 10 miles between us and the rig. We're deep in the Badlands now, all rock formations and scrub brush and canyons. Sarah finds a cave, checks it for infected, declares it's safe enough. We collapse inside. Hank immediately falls asleep. Sarah and I sit against the cave wall, too exhausted to talk. Finally, Sarah says, "You killed him." "Yeah. They'll come after you. After us." "I know." Was it worth it? I think about Sterling's face, about the sound of the wrench hitting him, about the way he fell. I think about Elena and the Sunset Grill and every person who died because corporations played with bioweapons and didn't care about consequences. "I don't know," I say, honestly. Sarah nods like she understands. Maybe she does. Maybe we're both so far beyond questions of worth and value that all we can do is keep moving and hope something makes sense eventually. We sleep in shifts. Sarah first, then me. When I wake up, it's late afternoon and Sarah is sitting at the cave mouth, looking out at the Badlands. "I've been thinking," she says when she notices I'm awake. "About Sterling, about what he said. About the facility. About being alone. About how everyone dies alone out here. He wasn't wrong, Roberto. We can't keep running forever. Eventually we'll run out of supplies, out of places to hide. We need a plan. I had a plan. Live at Rig 7. Scavenge. Survive. That wasn't a plan. That was waiting to die." She's right. I know she's right. But plans require hope, and I don't have much of that left. "What do you suggest?" I ask. "North. There are rumors about Canada, about uncontaminated zones, about military safe zones. It's a long shot, but it's better than hiding in caves until Samson finds us, or we starve. How far north? 100 miles, maybe more. Through infected territory, through badlands, through winter. It's almost October now. We'd have to move fast. I look at Hank, sleeping peacefully in a patch of sunlight. I think about asking him to walk 100 miles through infected territory. I think about whether I have 100 miles left in me. Okay, I say. North. We spend 3 more days in the cave, resting, planning, rationing our supplies. Sarah draws routes on her geological map, marking water sources, possible shelter points, areas to avoid. I maintain our weapons, such as they are. The pipe wrench is gone, left bloody next to Sterling's body. I have the pry bar, the hand axe. Sarah has her tire iron and hunting knife. On the 4th day, we see helicopters, military flying patterns over the oil fields, dropping something, bombs maybe, or fire retardant, or something worse. They're sanitizing, Sarah says. Burning out the infected, probably contaminating the whole area to make sure nothing survives. Will it work? I don't know, but it means we can't go back, even if we wanted to. That night, we leave the cave and head north. We travel at night when the infected are slower, when the heat is less brutal. We sleep during the day in whatever shelter we can find. The first week is uneventful. We see infected but avoid them. We find water in a creek, food in an abandoned hunting cabin. Hank catches a rabbit, the first fresh meat we've had since the outbreak. We cook it over a small fire, and it tastes like life, like hope, like maybe we're actually going to make it. The second week is harder. The terrain gets rougher. Water sources dry up. We're rationing everything now, counting calories, counting miles, counting days, until we reach something that might be safety. That's when we find the bodies. They're in a roadside rest area, arranged in a circle like they were holding hands. 20 of them, maybe more. Civilians, not infected. They're wearing the remnants of nice clothes, business casual, like they dressed up for something important. Sarah examines them while I keep watch. Suicide pact, she says. Pills, probably. They chose this over the infection. Can't blame them. No, can't blame them. We bury them. I don't know why. They're past caring. But we spend an afternoon digging a mass grave with our hand tools and rolling the bodies in and covering them with rocks because the ground is too hard for dirt. After we're done, Sarah sits on the ground and cries. Not loud, just quiet tears running down her face while she stares at the grave. My husband asked me to kill him, she says. Before he turned, he asked me to shoot him. I couldn't do it. I locked him in the shed instead. I made him turn, made him go through that, because I was too much of a coward to give him what he asked for. I sit next to her. I don't touch her. I just sit there while she cries. I never told anyone that, she continues. I told you I locked him in because he asked me to. That was a lie. He asked me to kill him, and I refused. You're not a coward, I say. How would you know? Because you're still here. Because you could have joined those people, could have taken pills and given up. But you didn't. You're here. You're fighting. That's not cowardice. She looks at me. Her eyes are red, her face streaked with tears and dirt. You killed your daughter, she says. When she turned, you gave her what she needed. That's braver than anything I've done. I didn't give her what she needed. I smashed her skull with a pipe wrench. That's not mercy. That's just violence. It's both. It can be both. We sit there until the sun sets. Then we get up and keep walking north because that's all we can do. Keep walking, keep surviving, keep carrying our dead and hoping eventually the weight will feel less heavy. On day 19, we reach a town. Small place, maybe 2,000 people before the outbreak. Now it's empty except for the infected. We can see them moving between buildings, slow and aimless. Their bodies deteriorating, the virus eating them from inside. We should go around, Sarah says. But there's a pharmacy in the town center. I can see it from our position on a hill overlooking the main street. A pharmacy means supplies, medicine, things we need. I'm going in, I say. Roberto, no. We're low on everything. We need supplies if we're going to make it to Canada. It's too dangerous. Everything's dangerous. I'll be fast, in and out. Sarah argues, but I'm already moving, already committed. Hank follows me. Sarah swears and follows too, because the alternative is staying on the hill alone. We move through the town carefully, quietly. The infected are scattered, maybe 20 of them visible, more probably hiding in buildings. They're slow enough that we can avoid them if we're smart. The pharmacy door is locked. I use the pry bar, quick and quiet. Inside, it's dark and musty. The shelves are mostly empty, looted in the early days. But the pharmacy counter still has medication behind it. Antibiotics, painkillers, insulin, other supplies. We fill our packs quickly. Sarah is watching the door, her tire iron ready. Hank is tense, his ears flat. That's when I hear it. A sound from the back of the pharmacy, not the shuffling of infected. Something else. Something rhythmic and wrong. I move toward the sound. Sarah hisses at me to stop, but I keep going. There's a door at the back marked Staff Only. It's partially open. Inside, I find what used to be a person. They're chained to a radiator, their arms and legs secured with padlocks. They're infected, clearly. But they're wearing a collar, a dog collar with a tag that reads Sample 7, and sitting next to them, writing in a notebook, is a person. Living, uninfected, wearing a hazmat suit. The person looks up and sees me. We stare at each other. You need to leave, the person says. Woman's voice, muffled by the suit. This is a quarantine zone. For what? Research. We're studying the infection progression, trying to understand the virus. I look at the infected person chained to the radiator. They're making low moaning sounds, pulling against the chains. Their eyes are empty. They're suffering. This is wrong, I say. This is science. This is how we find a cure. By torturing infected? They're not people anymore. They're hosts, vectors. We need to understand them if we're going to survive. Sarah appears behind me. She sees the chained infected, the woman in the hazmat suit, the notebook. Samson, she says. It's not a question. The woman nods. We have facilities across the region. We're cataloging the infection, documenting progression rates, testing potential treatments. Where's the rest of your team? I ask. Dead. Infected. I don't know. I've been alone here for a week. I sent my last report 3 days ago. Nobody responded. She sounds tired, defeated, like she's gone through the same dissolution I went through at Rig 7. The same loss of purpose and hope. Come with us, Sarah says suddenly. I turn to look at her, surprised. The woman laughs. Come with you where? To die in the Badlands? To starve in some cave? We're heading north, to Canada, to try to find uncontaminated zones. There are no uncontaminated zones. The virus is in the water table. It'll spread everywhere eventually. You're running toward nothing. Maybe, but we're running toward it together. The woman looks at us, at me with my pry bar, at Sarah with her tire iron, at Hank sitting patiently by the door. She looks at all of us and I can see her calculating, trying to decide if we're real or another hallucination. If hope is possible, or if she should just stay here with her infected test subject until supplies run out or the infected break free and kill her. "What about them?" she asks, gesturing at the chained infected. I look at the infected person. They're still moaning, still pulling at the chains, still suffering in whatever way infected can suffer. I raise the pry bar. "Don't," the woman says. "We need them for research." "No," I say. "We don't." I bring the pry bar down hard. The infected person stops moving, stops moaning, just stops. The woman in the hazmat suit doesn't say anything. She just stands there, looking at her dead test subject, her entire purpose invalidated in one swing. "My name is Dr. Lisa Chen," she says finally. "Virologist, Samson Petroleum Bioweapons Division. I helped create the Rabies X virus. I helped destroy the world. And now?" Sarah asks. "Now I'm trying to fix it, or I was, before you killed my last test subject. You can't fix this by torturing infected people." "Then how do I fix it?" Nobody has an answer for that. Dr. Chen removes her hazmat suit. Underneath, she's thin, pale, exhausted. She has the same look we all have, the look of people who've survived too long without good reason. "I'll come with you," she says. "North, to Canada, to nothing. Because staying here alone is worse than dying in the Badlands with company." So now, there are 4 of us. Me, Sarah, Dr. Chen, and Hank. We leave the pharmacy, leave the town, head north into increasingly rough terrain. Dr. Chen talks while we walk, tells us about the lab, about the virus research, about how Samson was developing bioweapons for potential military contracts, about how the safety protocols failed, how the virus got into the fracking water, how they tried to contain it, but it was already too late. "Sterling knew," she says. "The regional director. He knew the risks. He approved the research anyway. Profit over safety. Always profit over safety." "Sterling's dead," I tell her. "I killed him." She doesn't seem surprised. Good. He deserved worse. We camp that night in the ruins of an old farmhouse. No furniture left, just empty rooms and broken windows. But it's shelter from the wind. We build a small fire, cook some of the canned food from the pharmacy. Dr. Chen examines Hank's paw, now completely healed. "You used the antibiotics I assume you found in my pharmacy," she says. "Sarah found them," I correct. Smart. The infection vector was waterborne, but secondary infections from bites killed almost as many people as the virus itself. "Can you stop talking like a scientist?" Sarah snaps. "We get it. You helped destroy the world. You feel guilty. Join the club." Dr. Chen goes quiet. We eat in silence. After dinner, she asks, "What did you do before?" "Oil fields," I say. "Tool pusher." "Geologist," Sarah says. "Also Samson." "We all worked for them," Dr. Chen says. "We all helped extract and poison and profit. We're all responsible." "My daughter didn't work for them," I say. "She was 22. She worked at a diner. She wanted to study environmental science. She died anyway." Dr. Chen nods. "My son was 16. He was in Denver, visiting his grandmother. I don't know if he made it. I haven't heard anything since the networks went down." We sit with that. 3 people who've lost everyone. 1 dog who doesn't understand loss. All of us heading north toward a hope we don't really believe in. "Tell me about the cure," Sarah says. The one you were working on? There is no cure, Dr. Chen says flatly. The virus is too aggressive, too thoroughly integrated into the host's nervous system. By the time symptoms appear, it's too late. We were working on vaccines, on preventative measures, but they all failed. The virus mutates too quickly. So, we're all just waiting to get infected. Unless the water sources recover, unless the virus dies out naturally, unless someone smarter than me figures out what I couldn't. Great, inspiring stuff, Doc. But despite Sarah's sarcasm, having Dr. Chen with us changes things. She knows things about the virus, about infection patterns, about how to avoid contaminated water. She has scientific knowledge that makes survival slightly less impossible. We travel together for 2 weeks. The terrain gets harsher. We see fewer infected, but that's because we're in areas so remote nobody lived there even before the outbreak. We see more wildlife, deer, antelope, even a small herd of bison in the distance. Nature's recovering, Chen observes. Without humans to interfere, the ecosystem is balancing itself. Except for the virus in the water, Sarah points out. The virus won't affect most animals. It's specifically designed to target human neurology. Everything else is probably fine. How comforting. On day 34 since leaving Rig 7, we reach the border. Or what we think is the border. There's no clear marker anymore, no guards, no checkpoint. Just a landscape that looks exactly like the landscape behind us. Now what? I ask. Now we find people, Sarah says. If there are safe zones, they'll be organized. Military checkpoints, refugee camps, something. We search for 3 more days. Nothing. Just empty land and abandoned vehicles and silence. That's when we see the smoke. It's coming from the west, a thin column rising into the sky. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's fire, there's probably people. We approach carefully. The smoke is coming from a compound, maybe 24 buildings surrounded by a high fence, guard towers at the corners. There are people visible on the towers. Armed people. Organized people. Could be military, Dr. Chen says. Could be raiders, Sarah counters. Only one way to find out. We approach with our hands up, weapons visible but not threatening. A voice calls out from one of the towers. Identify yourselves! Survivors, Sarah calls back. We're looking for safe zones, uncontaminated areas. There are no uncontaminated areas, the voice responds. The virus is everywhere. If you're not infected, you're lucky. If you're armed, you're a threat. Lay down your weapons and approach slowly. We look at each other. Sarah, Chen, me, Hank. We're all thinking the same thing. Laying down weapons means being vulnerable. Being vulnerable means being at their mercy. But the alternative is staying out here, alone, until supplies run out or winter kills us. Do it, I say. We set down our weapons. Pry bar, tire iron, knife, hand axe, everything that's kept us alive. We walk toward the gate with our hands up, Hank at my heels. The gate opens. 6 people come out, all armed with rifles, all wearing military-style gear but with no identifying patches or insignia. They search us roughly, efficiently, confiscate our weapons. Inside, their leader says. Older man, maybe 60, with scars on his face and the bearing of someone who's been in command for a long time. They march us into the compound. Inside, it's organized, almost civilized. People working, children playing, a sense of structure and routine that I haven't seen since before the outbreak. They take us to a building marked quarantine. Inside, there are cots, basic medical equipment, a doctor who examines us one by one, checks our pupils, our reflexes, looks for bite marks, asks about symptoms. They're clean, the doctor declares. No signs of infection. The leader nods. Welcome to Fort McMurray Survivor Zone. I'm Colonel Patterson. You're safe here. We have clean water, food, shelter. We're rebuilding. But there are rules. Everyone works. Everyone contributes, and nobody causes problems. Understood? We understand. We're taken to separate quarters, given clean clothes, actual beds. It's overwhelming. Too much, too fast. I find myself missing Rig 7, missing the simplicity of survival without rules or structure or other people's expectations. But we're safe. We made it. Against everything, we actually made it north to something that resembles hope. That night, I lie in an actual bed with actual sheets and I can't sleep. It's too soft, too quiet, too civilized. I get up and walk outside. The compound is lit with electric lights powered by generators. People are still moving around, working night shifts, maintaining the generators, standing guard. I find Sarah outside the quartermaster building. She's sitting on a bench, looking at the sky. Can't sleep either? She asks. Too weird, too different. Yeah. We sit together in silence. After a while, I ask, you think this is real? You think they've actually built something sustainable? I don't know. Maybe, or maybe it's just another temporary thing that'll fall apart when supplies run out or the infected find us, or something else goes wrong. Optimistic as always. Realistic. Hank finds us. He's been exploring the compound, sniffing everything, making friends with the other survivors' dogs. He flops down at our feet, content. He's happy here, Sarah observes. He's a dog. He's happy anywhere with food and attention. Must be nice. Dr. Chen joins us. She's carrying a stack of papers, research notes from the compound's medical facility. They're working on it, she says, sitting next to Sarah. The cure, or at least water purification methods. They've got engineers, chemists, doctors, real resources. It might actually be possible. But you don't think so? She shakes her head. I want to. But I've seen what this virus can do. I helped design it to be unstoppable. I'm not sure human ingenuity can fix what human hubris created. We sit with that. 3 survivors and a dog, safe for the first time in months. And none of us can fully believe it. What do we do now? I ask. We work, Sarah says. We contribute. We try to build something that lasts. And if it doesn't last, then at least we tried. It's not much of a plan, but it's better than waiting to die in a cave or scavenging abandoned oil rigs or running endlessly north toward nothing. The next day they assign us jobs. Sarah to the water purification team, using her geology background to help find clean sources. Dr. Chen to the medical research team, working on viral studies and potential vaccines. Me to construction and defense, helping reinforce the compound's walls and train people in basic survival skills. It's strange having purpose again, having schedules and tasks and people depending on me. I find myself teaching a group of younger survivors how to defend themselves, how to use makeshift weapons, how to stay calm when infected attack. I'm passing on skills I learned in the worst moments of my life, turning trauma into curriculum. One of my students is a kid named Marcus, maybe 17. His parents died in the outbreak. He survived alone for weeks before finding the compound. He reminds me of Elena in some ways. Same determination, same intelligence, same desperate need to feel useful. Why do you teach us all this fighting stuff? He asks one day during a break. We're safe here. We've got walls, guards, weapons. Safe is temporary, I tell him. Today you're safe. Tomorrow something could change. Someone could attack. Supplies could run out. The infected could breach the walls. You need to know how to protect yourself. That's dark. That's realistic. He thinks about that, then asks, "Did you have kids before?" The question catches me off guard. I look at him, this kid who reminds me of my daughter, who's asking me questions Elena would have asked. "I had a daughter," I say. "She died at the beginning of the outbreak. I'm sorry." "Me too." We train the rest of the afternoon in silence. When we're done, Marcus says, "Thanks for teaching us. My dad would have wanted someone to teach me this stuff, to keep me safe." "Your dad would be proud of you." "You think?" "Well, I know." He smiles, small and uncertain, and walks away. I watch him go and feel something I haven't felt in months. Not happiness, exactly, but something close to purpose. That night, Sarah finds me at dinner. The compound has a communal dining hall, people eating together, sharing stories, pretending this is normal. She sits across from me with her tray. "How's water purification?" I ask. "Frustrating. The virus has saturated most accessible water sources. We can filter it, boil it, chemically treat it, but there's always a risk. One contaminated drop and you're infected. Dr. Chen making progress on the cure?" She says no, says she's just documenting what she already knows. But I see her working late every night. I think she's trying to atone, trying to fix what she broke. Can't fix dead people. No, but maybe she can prevent more dead people. We eat in silence. Around us, other survivors are talking, laughing even. It feels obscene. All these people acting like life is normal when the world ended, when millions died, when we're all just waiting for the next disaster. "You okay?" Sarah asks, reading my expression. I don't know how to do this, how to pretend things are fine. Nobody's pretending. We're all just surviving differently. Some people survive by building. Some people survive by teaching. Some people survive by researching. You don't have to be happy about it. You just have to participate. What if I don't want to participate? Then you go back out there, back to the oil fields, back to living alone in rigs and talking to your dead daughter's picture. But I don't think that's what you want anymore. She's right, I don't want that. But I also don't want this. I don't want structure and schedules and people depending on me. I want Elena back. I want the world before. I want things that don't exist anymore. It gets easier, Sarah says quietly. The feeling lost, the not knowing how to be a person. It gets easier. Does it? I don't know, but I hope so. Weeks pass. I teach defense classes. Sarah works on water purification. Dr. Chen researches the virus. Hank becomes the compound mascot, beloved by everyone, especially the kids. The routine is different from Rig 7, but it's still routine. Wake up, work, eat, sleep, repeat. The difference is I'm not alone. The difference is Gora and Doctor, Chen and Marcus and all the other survivors who are trying to build something from the wreckage. It's almost enough. Then Colonel Patterson calls a meeting. Everyone in the compound gathers in the main hall. He stands at the front, his expression grave. "I'm not going to sugarcoat this," he says. "We have a problem, a big one. Our long-range scouts report that infected populations are migrating north. Not individual infected, but hordes. Thousands of them, moving slowly but steadily toward our position." The hall erupts in panicked conversation. Patterson holds up his hand for silence. We have two options. We can fortify here, reinforce our defenses, and prepare for a siege. Or we can evacuate north, head deeper into Canada, try to stay ahead of the horde. How long until they reach us? Someone asks. Best estimate, 3 weeks. More panic. Patterson lets it run its course, then continues. I need everyone's input. This is your compound as much as mine. What do we do? The debate lasts hours. Some people want to stay, fight, defend what we've built. Others want to run, keep moving, stay ahead of the threat. Dr. Chen argues for evacuation, says the compound can't survive a sustained assault by thousands of infected. Sarah argues for fortification, says we'll never stop running if we don't make a stand somewhere. I don't argue for anything. I sit in the back and listen and think about how I've been here before. How I've had to make choices about when to fight and when to run. About what's worth defending and what's worth abandoning. Finally, Patterson calls for a vote. It's close, but evacuation wins. We have 2 weeks to pack, to prepare, to organize a convoy north to wherever might be safer. The compound transforms. People pack frantically, arguing about what to take, what to leave, who rides in which vehicle. It's chaos barely contained by military organization. Sarah finds me helping load supplies. This is familiar, she says. What is? Running. Always running. Never staying anywhere long enough to build something real. That's what survival is. Keep moving. Stay ahead of the threat. Is it? Or is it just another way to avoid dealing with what we've lost? I don't have an answer for that. The day before evacuation, Marcus comes to me. I want you to have this, he says, handing me a knife. Not a hunting knife like Sarah's. A combat knife, serious and well-made. I can't take your weapon, I say. It was my dad's. He carried it in the military. I want you to have it. You taught me how to defend myself. You should have the best weapon. I try to refuse, but he insists. Eventually I accept it, feeling the weight of the blade, the responsibility of carrying something that meant so much to someone else. Your dad would be proud, I tell Marcus again. I hope so, he says. I hope somewhere he knows I'm trying. The convoy leaves at dawn. 20 vehicles, 147 survivors, all heading north into the unknown. I ride in a truck with Sarah, Dr. Chen, and Hank. We watch the compound disappear behind us, this place that almost felt like home, now abandoned to the approaching horde. Think we'll find another place? Sarah asks. Eventually, Dr. Chen says. If we keep moving, we'll find something. And if we don't? Then we keep moving anyway. The convoy makes good time for the first 3 days. We follow old highways, staying ahead of the infected migration. Patterson has scouts ranging ahead, reporting back on road conditions, infected concentrations, potential shelter. On day 4, we reach a bridge. It's the only crossing over a major river for 50 miles in either direction. The scouts report it's structurally sound, but there are infected on the far side. Not a horde, but maybe 30 or 40, enough to be a problem. Patterson calls the convoy leaders together. Sarah, Dr. Chen, and I are included because we've become unofficial advisors, people with survival experience. We need to clear the bridge, Patterson says. Fast and quiet. If we alert the main horde, we're finished. Let me do it, I volunteer. Everyone looks at me. I've done this before, I continue. Cleared infected from oil rigs, man camps, supply depots. I know how to do it quietly. You'll need backup, Patterson says. I'll take Sarah and Chen. Small team, quieter than a large force. Sarah protests, but I silence her with a look. She knows I'm right. She knows I need this. Need to do something that matters. Something that protects these people who've become something like community. We prepare quickly. Marcus insists on coming too. I try to refuse, but he pulls the same move I pulled on Patterson. Says he's learned from me. Says he can help. Says he won't take no for an answer. 4 of us cross the bridge on foot while the convoy waits. The infected are clustered near the far side, standing in the middle of the road, swaying. They're severely deteriorated, barely mobile. This should be easy. We move quietly, weapons ready. Marcus has a tire iron taken from one of the vehicles. Sarah has her hunting knife back, recovered from our weapons cache. Dr. Chen has a metal pipe. I have the combat knife Marcus gave me. The first infected doesn't hear us coming. I take it down with a single strike, quiet and clean. The second one turns, but Sarah gets it before it can make a sound. We move through them systematically, efficiently, the way I've done dozens of times before. Then Marcus makes a mistake. He swings at an infected, misses, the tire iron clanging against the bridge railing. The sound echoes. The infected notice us. All of them, turning in unison, starting toward us. "Run!" I shout. We run back toward our side of the bridge. Behind us, the infected follow, slow but numerous. We're going to make it. We're almost across when Marcus trips, goes down hard on the concrete. I turn back. Sarah is screaming at me to keep going, but I'm already moving back toward Marcus. He's trying to get up, but his ankle is twisted, maybe broken. Infected are closing in. I reach him, haul him up, half carry him toward safety. The infected are close now, too close. I can smell them, hear them, feel their hands reaching. Sarah and Dr. Chen are at the bridge entrance trying to hold the infected back, buying us time. I get Marcus to them, push him through, turn to help them fight. That's when I see it. The main horde. Drawn by the noise, drawn by the commotion. Thousands of infected emerging from the tree line, moving toward the bridge. "Everyone back!" Patterson is shouting. "Get to the vehicles, now!" We run, all of us, running for the trucks while the infected flood onto the bridge. The convoy engines roar to life. People are climbing into truck beds, hanging off the sides, desperate to get moving before the horde reaches us. I boost Marcus into a truck bed, then Sarah, then Dr. Chen. I'm about to climb in when I hear barking. Hank. He's still on the far side of the bridge. He went after an infected that got too close to Marcus. Now he's trapped, surrounded, barking furiously at the horde. "Roberto, no!" Sarah screams. But I'm already running back toward the bridge, toward Hank, toward the thousands of infected converging on this point. I reach him, scoop him up, turn to run back. The infected are everywhere now, on the bridge, on both sides, cutting off escape routes. I'm not going to make it. Then gunfire. Patterson and his people are shooting from the trucks, trying to clear a path. I run through it, Hank heavy in my arms, infected grabbing at me, pulling at my clothes. One of them gets hold of my jacket. I tear free, keep running. Another one lunges. I kick it away. The path is closing. The gunfire is continuous now, but there are too many infected, too many targets. I'm not going to make it. Then Sarah is there, off the truck, running toward me with a rifle. She's shooting, creating a corridor, screaming at me to move faster. I reach her. We run together, back to the trucks, Hank between us. We're almost there when I feel it. Pain in my leg, sharp and sudden. I look down. There's an infected hanging onto my calf. Its teeth are sunk into my flesh, tearing through fabric and skin. I can feel its jaw working, feel it trying to bite deeper. Sarah shoots it in the head. It drops. We keep running. We make it to the truck. Hands pull us up. The convoy is moving, accelerating away from the bridge, away from the horde. Behind us, infected flood across, pursuing. But we're faster now, pulling away, leaving them behind. I collapse in the truck bed. Sarah is there, Dr. Chen, Marcus, others. They're all looking at me, looking at my leg, looking at the bite. "Oh no," Dr. Chen says quietly. "Oh no." I look down at the wound. It's deep. It's bad. It's bleeding steadily, soaking my jeans, pooling on the truck bed. But that's not the problem. The problem is what happens next. The problem is I've been bitten. The problem is the virus is in my blood now, working its way to my brain, starting the transformation. "How long?" I ask Dr. Chen. She's examining the bite, her hands shaking. "Hours, maybe less if the viral load was high, if it hit a blood vessel." "What do we do?" Marcus asks. His voice is breaking. He's crying. "There's nothing we can do," Dr. Chen says. "The virus is unstoppable once infection begins. We can make him comfortable, that's all." Sarah is holding my hand. Her face is wet with tears. "You stupid son of a bitch," she says. "You stupid, brave, idiotic son of a bitch." "I had to get Hank," I say. My voice sounds far away. "I couldn't leave him." I know. The convoy stops. We're miles from the bridge now, in an open field, relatively safe. They lift me out of the truck bed, carry me to one of the larger vehicles, lay me on blankets. Patterson comes to see me. "That was brave," he says. "What you did. Clearing the bridge. Saving the kid. Saving your dog. That was brave." "Wasn't brave," I say. "Just necessary. Same thing sometimes. People come to say goodbye. People I've taught. People I've worked with. People I barely know. They all want to thank me, to tell me I mattered, to make my death mean something." Marcus sits with me for a long time. "I'm sorry," he keeps saying. "I'm sorry I tripped. I'm sorry you had to come back for me." "Don't be sorry," I tell him. "You're alive. That's what matters. You're alive, and you're going to keep being alive. You're going to survive this. You're going to build something better. Promise me?" I promise. Sarah and Dr. Chen stay with me. They don't leave. Even when everyone else goes back to the convoy, back to preparing to move on, they stay. "Do you want me to do it?" Sarah asks quietly. "Before you turn?" "I can. I have my knife." I think about that, about Alana asking me to stop her suffering, about Sarah's husband asking her to shoot him, about all the ways we ask people we love to kill us when the alternative is becoming monsters. "No," I say. "Let me turn. Let me see what happens. Maybe Dr. Chen can learn something. Maybe my death can help somehow." "Roberto," Dr. Chen says, her voice thick with tears. "There's nothing to learn. I know everything about this virus. I created it. Your death won't help anyone." "Then let me die my way. Let me see it through." They don't argue. They just sit with me while my body temperature rises, while my thoughts start to fragment, while the virus works its way through my nervous system. I talk while I can still talk. I tell them about Elena, about the whole story. Not just the end, but the beginning, too. About teaching her to fish when she was 6. About her high school graduation. About the funnel cake at the county fair. I tell them everything so someone will remember her, so she won't just be a picture in a dead man's wallet. I tell them about Rig 7, about the months alone, about the routines that kept me sane, about talking to Hank like he could understand. about seeing Elena's hallucination by the access road and waving anyway. I tell them about Sterling, about the satisfaction of killing him, about how it didn't actually make anything better, but at least it felt like justice. I tell them about all of it, while my vision starts to blur, while my muscles start to seize, while my thoughts become harder to hold on to. The last thing I see clearly is Sarah's face. She's crying, her hand holding mine, squeezing tight like she can keep me here through pure force of will. Thank you, I try to say, for making the last part not lonely. I don't know if the words come out. I don't know if she understands. I don't know anything except the virus is taking me now, pulling me down into darkness, transforming me into something that isn't Roberto Gonzalez anymore. The last thought I have before the virus takes me completely is about Elena, about how I'm coming to find her now, about how maybe wherever she is, I'll be there too. It's a stupid thought, childish. Something only someone whose brain is being destroyed by a virus would think. But it's comforting anyway. I let go. Sarah watches Roberto's eyes change, watches the brown that she'd come to know so well go empty and flat. Watches him stop being a person and become something else. Dr. Chen checks his vitals, even though they both know he's gone. Transformation complete, she says clinically, falling back on science because emotion is too much right now. Approximately 4 hours from infection to full conversion. Roberto's body jerks, starts making sounds, low moaning, teeth clicking together. His hands reach for them with the same mechanical hunger every infected has. We should go, Dr. Chen says. Sarah nods but doesn't move. She's looking at the thing that used to be Roberto, this man who saved her life, who became her friend, who died saving a dog and a kid and a bunch of people he barely knew. Goodbye, Roberto, she says quietly. Then she raises her knife and ends him. Quick and clean, the way he would have wanted it. They bury him in the field, dig a grave with help from Marcus and others, mark it with rocks in the shape of a cross. It's not much, but it's more than most people get now. After the burial, the convoy moves on. North, always north, looking for the next safe place, the next temporary home. Sarah rides in silence, Hank on her lap. The dog is whining, looking around for Roberto, not understanding why his person is gone. He saved my life, Marcus says from across the truck bed. When I fell, he came back for me. He didn't have to, but he did. That's who he was, Sarah says. He saved people, even when it cost him everything. Dr. Chen is writing in her notebook, documenting Roberto's infection timeline, his symptoms, his conversion rate, turning his death into data because that's all she knows how to do, the only way she knows to process loss. We should find another compound, Sarah says eventually. Patterson mentioned radio signals from further north, coordinates, other survivors. You think we'll make it? Marcus asks. Sarah looks at him, this kid who reminds her of Roberto's daughter, who represents the future if there is one, who survived because a brave idiot oil field worker decided one more life was worth dying for. I think we try, she says. That's all Roberto would want, for us to keep trying. The convoy travels for 3 more days. They find the coordinates Patterson mentioned. Another compound, this one bigger, more established. 500 survivors, real infrastructure. Scientists working on actual solutions. They're welcomed, processed, integrated. Sarah joins their water purification team. Dr. Chen joins their research division. Marcus continues his training, becomes one of their best fighters. Hank adapts, the way dogs do. finds new people to love, new routines to follow. But sometimes, Sarah catches him looking around, searching for Roberto, still waiting for his person to come back. Sarah keeps Roberto's combat knife, the one Marcus gave him. She carries it always, a reminder of the man who taught her that surviving alone isn't really surviving at all. 6 months later, she's working at the water purification facility when Dr. Chen finds her. "I have something," Dr. Chen says, "from Roberto's blood sample. I've been studying it, comparing it to other infection progressions. And there was something unusual. The virus converted him, yes, but there were antibodies forming. His immune system was fighting back. Not winning, but fighting. If we can isolate what his body was producing, we might be able to develop a treatment, not a cure, but something that could slow the progression, buy people time." Sarah stares at her. "You're saying his death might actually help?" "I'm saying it might. It's a long shot, but it's more than we had before." Sarah thinks about that, about Roberto's last words, about wanting his death to mean something, about how maybe in some small way it does. That night she sits outside the compound, looking at the stars, talking to people who aren't there anymore. She tells Roberto about the research, about Dr. Chen's discovery, about how he might have given humanity a chance after all. She tells Michael about finally forgiving herself for the equipment shed, for letting him turn, for not being brave enough to give him what he asked for. She tells them both about the new compound, about the people working to rebuild, about how maybe the world isn't completely destroyed after all. She doesn't expect answers. She doesn't get them. But talking helps anyway. Makes the night less empty. Makes survival feel like more than just waiting to die. Marcus finds her there. He sits down without asking permission, the way Roberto used to. "Colonel Patterson wants volunteers for a supply run tomorrow," he says. "I'm going. Thought you might want to come. Bring Hank." "Yeah," Sarah says. "Yeah, I'll come." Because that's what you do. You keep moving. You keep contributing. You keep trying to build something from the wreckage. You survive, not alone, not anymore. Together. The way Roberto taught them. The way forward, if there is one. The end. Character count, 198,847. Now, let's move on to the next story, which is even better. I hear the screams before I see them. Row C7 of the warehouse, where we stock the quantum processors. My name is Raj Patel, and I've worked at TechFlow Logistics for 11 years, moving boxes of components that cost more than my annual salary. The screaming doesn't sound human anymore. I'm thinking maybe someone got crushed by a forklift, except the sound is wrong. Wet and gurgling and filled with this animal rage that makes my skin crawl. I drop the scanner and I'm running toward the sound because that's what you do. You help people, except when I round the corner of the server. Rack storage, I see Jimmy Ortiz on top of Marcus from receiving, and Jimmy's face is buried in Marcus's neck and there's blood everywhere. So much blood it's pooling on the concrete floor and reflecting the fluorescent lights. I'm frozen. My brain won't process what I'm seeing. Marcus isn't moving anymore, but Jimmy is. He's making these horrible chewing sounds, and then he lifts his head and his eyes are completely black. Not the iris, but the whole eye, and there's meat hanging from his teeth. He sees me. He stands up and he's moving wrong, jerky and too fast, and he's running at me with his mouth open and his hands reaching. I grab the first thing I can find, a length of Ethernet cable still wrapped around a spool, and I swing it like a bat. The metal spool catches him in the temple, and he goes down, but he's already trying to get back up. I'm screaming for help. I can hear more screaming from all over the warehouse now. Dozens of voices, hundreds maybe. And I know with absolute certainty that something is terribly, impossibly wrong. I run for the fire alarm and I'm pulling it when I see them pouring out of the break room. Maybe 20 people, all moving with that same wrong, jerky speed, all with those black eyes. Teresa from inventory, she's got coffee all down her shirt, and her arm is bent at an angle that arms don't bend. Big Steve, the forklift operator, half his face is torn off, but he's still coming. They see me, and they turn as one, and I'm running for the loading dock doors, my legs pumping, my heart threatening to explode. The alarm is blaring, but nobody's coming to help because everyone is either running or eating or being eaten. I make it outside into the late afternoon sun, and the parking lot is chaos. Cars are crashed into each other. People are fighting. No, not fighting, attacking, tearing at each other like animals. I see someone get pulled down by 3 of those things, right next to my Honda Civic. I need to get to Priya. My wife works at the Google campus 15 minutes away. I need to know she's safe. I pull my phone, and my hands are shaking so bad I can barely unlock it. No signal. I try again. Nothing. The screams are getting closer. I start running for my car, weaving between crashed vehicles and bodies and things that used to be people. My name is Priya Patel, and I'm in Building 43's 3rd floor conference room when the emergency alert comes through. We're in the middle of a sprint planning meeting, 12 engineers arguing about API architecture, when every phone in the room starts buzzing at once. The sound is surreal, this simultaneous vibration and chirping. I look at my screen, and there's a message from the CDC that doesn't make sense. Biological instinct. Shelter in place. Avoid contact with symptomatic individuals. Symptoms include aggression, hemorrhaging, rapid onset. I'm reading it twice, 3 times, because this has to be some kind of test or drill. Then we hear the crash from downstairs. Glass breaking, lots of it, and screaming. David from my team goes to the window, and he makes this sound like all the air just left his body. I join him, and I'm looking down at the courtyard where we have lunch, where there's a volleyball court and those colorful Google bikes, and there are people attacking other people. Not attacking, feeding. I watch a woman in a sundress get pulled down by 2 men in business casual, and I can see from 3 floors up that they're biting her, really biting her, tearing into her. The woman stops moving. Then she starts moving again, differently, and she stands up, and her dress is soaked red, and she turns and joins the 2 men in chasing someone else. This isn't real. This can't be real. I'm a software engineer. I deal in logic and systems and problems that have solutions. This doesn't compute. David is pulling me away from the window. He's saying, we need to barricade the door. Someone else, I think it's Melissa. She's crying and trying to call 911. But she can't get through. I try calling Raj. Nothing. No signal at all. The screaming from downstairs is getting louder. I hear running footsteps in the hallway, lots of them, and someone is pounding on the door to our conference room, begging to be let in. We're 12 people, and we make a decision by not making a decision. We're standing there looking at each other and looking at the door, and the pounding gets more frantic, and then it changes. Becomes something else. Becomes that inhuman, rage-filled sound. And then the door handle is rattling violently, and whoever was asking for help isn't asking anymore. David and 2 other guys push the conference table against the door. Someone finds the remote for the smart glass and makes the walls opaque so we can't see into the hallway, and whatever's in the hallway can't see us. We're sitting in the dark listening to things throw themselves against the door over and over. And I'm thinking about Raj, and I'm praying to gods I stopped believing in when I was 12 that he's somewhere safe. My name is Marcus Chen, and I've been out of the Marines for 8 years. But right now, it's like I never left Fallujah. I'm on the Stanford campus working security for one of the tech conferences, some biotech startup showcase, and I'm watching people turn into monsters in real time. One second they're mingling with champagne and hors d'oeuvres. The next they're tearing each other apart. I saw it start with the catering staff. They were the first ones to change, maybe a dozen of them. And they went after the attendees before anyone understood what was happening. I got my sister Sophie out first thing. She teaches at a school a few miles from here, and she'd stopped by to bring me lunch. I shoved her in my security truck and told her to drive to the checkpoint we set up near the parking structure, told her to wait for me there. She was arguing, she always argues, but I'm her big brother and I'm not watching her die. I pushed her into the driver's seat and I slammed the door, and she's looking at me through the glass with tears running down her face, and I'm already turning back to the chaos because there are people here who need help. The Stanford Conference Center is a killing floor. The startup CEO, this German guy, Dr. Mueller, he's the one who was presenting when it started. He had these vials on stage, these samples, and I'm thinking maybe they broke, maybe something leaked because the caterers who were near the stage changed first, and then it spread outward like a wave. Mueller ran. I saw him and 3 of his people, including this big blonde guy who looks like someone's Nazi nightmare. They disappeared backstage while everyone else started dying. I've got my service weapon, and I'm putting down infected left and right, but there are too many. Each person who falls gets back up within minutes and joins the horde. The math doesn't work in our favor. I'm falling back toward the parking structure, gathering survivors as I go. There's an Indian guy, warehouse worker by his uniform. He's got a length of cable he's using like a flail. There's a young Latina girl, can't be more than 16. She's got blood on her face, but it's not hers. There's this older black guy in a pastor's collar who's praying while he swings a chair leg. We're moving together without planning it. Just instinct, survival, the way soldiers move in combat. We make it to the parking structure, and Sophie's there waiting like I told her. Except she's not alone. She found maybe 30 people who had the same idea, get to high ground, get somewhere defensible. There's a doctor still in her scrubs covered in blood. There's a couple holding hands like if they let go, they'll die. There's a guy in a janitor's uniform who's got this look in his eyes like he's seen worse than this, which I didn't think was possible. We're all looking at each other, and we're all thinking the same thing. What the hell do we do now? My name is Dr. Sarah Kim, and I know exactly what's happening because I helped create it. Not intentionally, never intentionally, but the research I did at Biodyne 3 years ago, the viral vector work on neurotransmitter manipulation, that's what Dr. Mueller took and weaponized. I quit when I realized what he was doing. I tried to blow the whistle. I went to the FDA and the FBI, and anyone who would listen. But Mueller has money and connections, and I had nothing but a smoking gun I couldn't prove. Now the gun has gone off, and I'm watching my worst nightmare spread through Silicon Valley in real time. I'm in my apartment in San Jose when the alerts start. I was fired from my last 3 positions because Mueller's people made sure everyone knew I was difficult, unstable, a conspiracy theorist. I'm living on savings and adjunct teaching income and spending my days trying to rebuild my reputation. I see the news coverage of Stanford, the shaky cell phone footage of people attacking each other, and I recognize the symptoms immediately. Hemorrhagic fever presentation, extreme aggression, Rapid transmission. This is Mueller's T-virus. This is the bioweapon he's been developing under the cover of neurological research. I need to get to the Biodyne facility. Mueller will have run there. I know him. He'll want to protect his research and probably try to escape with the samples. If I can get there first, if I can destroy the lab, maybe I can prevent this from spreading further. Maybe. The news is saying to shelter in place, but I can't do that. I have a responsibility. I caused this, indirectly, by doing the foundational work that made Mueller's virus possible. I need to fix it. The streets are already chaos. I'm driving my 10-year-old Corolla through San Jose, and it's like watching society collapse in fast forward. There are fires burning in 3 different directions. Cars are abandoned in the middle of intersections. I see a group of those things, the infected, pulling someone out of a crashed truck. I don't stop. I can't stop. I keep driving, and I'm checking my rearview mirror, and I'm thinking about all the people I tried to warn who didn't listen. I'm thinking about Mueller laughing when I confronted him at a conference last year, telling me I was paranoid, telling me I'd never work in biotech again. He was right about that. But I was right about the virus. My name is Jackson Rivera, but everyone calls me Jax. And I've been cleaning rich people's toilets for 15 years, so I know opportunity when I see it. I'm in the Google campus when the shit goes down, literally mopping a bathroom on the executive floor, when the alerts start coming through and people start running and screaming. I look out the window, and I see people eating each other. And my first thought isn't horror, it's calculation. Society's collapsing. Rules don't matter anymore. The people who survive this aren't going to be the ones following orders or waiting for help. They're going to be the ones who adapt fast and take what they need. I've got keys to half the buildings on this campus. I know where they keep the emergency supplies, the first aid kits, the food storage for the cafeterias. While everyone else is panicking, I'm filling a maintenance cart with everything useful I can grab. Water bottles, protein bars, first aid supplies, tools. I take a fire axe off the wall because I saw what those things can do, and I want something with reach. I'm moving through the building methodically, hitting every supply closet, every vending machine, every executive office that might have something valuable. I find a group of engineers barricaded in a conference room, 12 of them, paralyzed by fear, waiting for someone to save them. There's this Indian woman, pretty. She's clearly the smart one in the room. She's trying to organize them, but they're not listening. I knock on the door and tell them I can get them out. They don't want to open the door at first. They're scared I'm infected. But the hallway is getting noisier, and they're running out of options. The Indian woman, her name's Priya. She makes the call. They let me in. I tell them the truth, mostly. The building isn't safe. We need to move. I know a way to the parking structure that avoids the main corridors. I don't tell them I'm planning to take whatever supplies they have. I don't tell them I'm not interested in being a hero. But right now, our interests align. We all want to live. So we move together. Me in front with my axe. Priya right behind me, helping me navigate because she knows the building layout. The others following in a scared little line. We make it to the parking structure, and there are already people there, maybe 40 or 50, gathering like survivors always do. There's this military-looking guy who's clearly in charge. Asian, built like a tank. He's organizing people into groups. There's a young girl who looks terrified. There's an older guy in a pastor's collar who's trying to calm people down. There's a couple holding on to each other. And there's this warehouse worker covered in blood who's asking everyone if they've seen his wife. The warehouse worker's name is Raj, and when he sees Priya coming up the ramp with my group, He makes this sound like his heart is breaking and healing at the same time. They run to each other, and they're holding each other and crying, and for a second I feel something like envy before I push it down. Love makes you weak. Love makes you vulnerable. I learned that a long time ago. But I watch them anyway, because there's something in their reunion that feels like proof that some things still matter, even when the world is ending. My name is Raj Patel, and I'm holding my wife, and I can breathe again. She's alive. She's here. Everything else can be dealt with as long as she's here. The security guy, Marcus, he's getting everyone's attention. He's doing a head count. 63 people in the parking structure. More might be coming. We need to secure the entrances. We need to figure out food and water. We need to establish a perimeter. He's talking like a soldier, and people are listening because he sounds like he knows what he's doing. And right now, we all need someone who knows what they're doing. Marcus asks for volunteers to help barricade the entrances. I let go of Priya, and I step forward. The janitor, Jax, he volunteers too, and I can tell immediately he's not doing it out of altruism. He's got this cart full of supplies, and he's watching everyone with these calculating eyes. But we need bodies, and he's got an axe and practical skills, so Marcus accepts him. There's a big guy, friendly face, says his name is Carlos, and he's a facilities engineer. He volunteers. There are others. We split into teams. We spend the next 3 hours barricading the parking structure. We use cars to block the vehicle entrance. We pile furniture and debris at the stairwell doors. We find the maintenance room, and Carlos figures out how to keep the lights on. The doctor, her name is Aisha, she sets up a triage area with the medical supplies Jack somehow acquired. The pastor, Michael, he's moving through the crowd offering comfort. The young girl, Maya, she's helping organize the food and water we've gathered. We're becoming something. Not quite a community yet, but the shape of one. Priya finds me around midnight. I'm on watch at the north entrance with Marcus and 2 other guys. She brings me a bottle of water and a protein bar, and she sits next to me, and we don't talk. We just exist together in the darkness, listening to the moans of the infected outside. They've gathered around the parking structure, maybe hundreds of them, attracted by our lights and sounds. They can't get in yet, but they're trying. They throw themselves at the barricades over and over. It's like they can't feel pain or exhaustion. They just want to get to us. Marcus tells us about his military service, Iraq, Afghanistan. 2 tours each. He says he's seen combat, but nothing like this. The enemy in Iraq was human. They had tactics and limits. These things don't stop. They don't retreat. They don't feel. We're quiet after that, each of us processing what this means for our survival. Then Marcus asks about Sophie, his sister, and I realize I haven't seen her in hours. Marcus stands up fast, and he's calling her name and moving through the parking structure, and the fear in his voice makes my chest tight. We find Sophie on the 3rd level. She's with a group of people, including that couple I noticed earlier, Tom and Jennifer, and this guy Derek, who's Tom's brother. They're trying to comfort her, but she's crying, really sobbing. And when Marcus gets to her, she tells him about the kids. She teaches 4th grade, and she had 18 students, and when the alerts came, she tried to get them to safety, but the school was overrun so fast, and she had to leave them. She had to save herself, and she can still hear them screaming. Marcus holds her, and his face is stone, but I can see the muscles in his jaw working. No one knows what to say. There's nothing to say. The world ended today, and we all left people behind. My name is Priya Patel, and I can't code my way out of this. That's what keeps running through my head. I'm a senior engineer. I solve complex problems. I optimize systems. I find elegant solutions to impossible challenges. But there's no algorithm for this. There's no debugging this nightmare. The only thing my skills are good for right now is understanding the systems in this building. The power grid, the water supply, the ventilation. Carlos the engineer and I, we spend the next day mapping out what we have and what we need. The parking structure has backup generators with about a week of fuel. We have water from the bathrooms and a few vending machines we raided. We have maybe 3 days of food if we ration carefully. We have 63 people, soon to be 60 because we lost 3 overnight. 2 to infection from bites they were hiding, 1 to a heart attack. We burned the bodies in the parking structure's incinerator after the doctor confirmed they were dead. It felt wrong, but we couldn't risk them turning. I'm working on the water problem when I meet Sarah Kim. She arrives at the parking structure around noon on day 2, driving a Corolla through our barricade like a maniac, infected, chasing her car. Marcus and his team almost shoot her before she starts screaming that she's not infected. She's a scientist. She knows about the virus. We let her in, and she immediately starts telling us things that sound crazy. Bioweapons Research, a company called Biodyne, a CEO named Dr. Werner Mueller, who deliberately released this virus. People are skeptical. I can see it in their faces. But something about her desperation reads as authentic to me. Sarah has evidence on her laptop, research papers, internal emails she managed to save before she was fired, documentation of the T-virus development. I read through it with my engineering brain and it checks out. The science is sound, horrifyingly so. Mueller developed a virus that rewrites neurotransmitter function, causing extreme aggression and pain insensitivity, while preserving basic motor function. The infection spreads through blood and saliva. The incubation period is minutes. There's no cure that Sarah knows of. Mueller would have one, she thinks, but he escaped with his research team and his samples. Marcus organizes a meeting that evening. All 60 survivors gather on the ground floor and Sarah explains everything. The room gets hostile fast. People are scared and angry and they need someone to blame. And Sarah is right there admitting she helped create the foundation for this virus. A guy named Ryan, tech worker, he's shouting that we should throw her out. She's a traitor. She caused this. Others join in. It's turning into a mob, and I'm watching Sarah's face, and I can see she expected this, maybe even thinks she deserves it. I stand up, and I'm not a public speaker, but I make my voice heard. I tell them that Sarah is the only person in this building who understands the virus. She's the only one who knows Mueller. She's the only one who might be able to help us survive this. Blaming her doesn't change what happened. It doesn't bring back the people we lost. We need to be smarter than that. Raj backs me up. The pastor, Michael, he quotes something about forgiveness. Marcus, surprisingly, says we can't afford to waste anyone who has useful knowledge. The crowd settles. Sarah gets to stay, but I can see the way people look at her now. She's the outsider, the untrusted one. My name is Marcus Chen, and I know about command decisions. I know about the kind of choices that keep you awake at night. On day 3, I make one of those choices. We're running out of food faster than projected because people are scared, and scared people eat more than they should. Carlos and I calculate that we have maybe 36 hours of food left at current consumption. We need to send out a foraging team. We need to hit nearby buildings for the supplies. And I need to lead it because I'm the only one with real combat experience. I pick 5 people for the team. Raj, because he's proven himself capable and level-headed. Jax, because he knows where supplies are hidden, and he's not afraid of hard choice. Derek Walsh, Tom's brother, because he's an engineer and we need someone who can assess building structures and systems. Ryan Cooper, the tech worker who wanted Sarah thrown out, because he's been getting restless and I'd rather have him doing something useful than stirring up trouble. And Carlos, because we need his facilities knowledge. Priya pulls me aside before we leave. She hands me a radio she rigged up from parts she scavenged, tells me it's got maybe a 5-block range, but it's something. She makes me promise to bring Raj back. I promise, even though we both know I can't guarantee that. Sophie finds me at the entrance and she's scared, and I tell her I'll be back. I always come back. She doesn't look convinced. The young girl, Maya, she gives each of us a protein bar for the road. The pastor says a prayer. We're armed with fire axes and crowbars and 2 handguns with limited ammunition. We open the barricade and we step out into hell. The streets are worse than I expected. The infected are everywhere, wandering aimlessly until they detect movement or sound. We move carefully, staying quiet, using hand signals. The closest target is a Whole Foods 3 blocks away. We make it 2 blocks before we encounter our first horde. Maybe 20 infected, gathered around a crashed ambulance. We try to go around, but Ryan steps on broken glass, and the sound brings their heads up as one, and they're running at us. I put down 3 with headshots before my gun runs dry. Raj is swinging his crowbar like he was born to it. Jax is efficient and brutal with his axe. Carlos uses a length of pipe. Derek freezes, and one of them gets on him before I can react. Raj pulls it off and kills it, but Derek's bit, deep. His forearm is shredded. He knows what it means. We all know what it means. He's looking at us with these terrified eyes, and he's begging us not to leave him. Ryan says we should put him down now, before he turns. Carlos says we should take him back, let him say goodbye. I'm the one who has to decide. I tell Derek I'm sorry and I shoot him in the head. It's the kindest thing I can do. Ryan vomits. Carlos looks away. Raj puts a hand on my shoulder and doesn't say anything because there's nothing to say. Jax just nods, like he expected nothing less. We leave Derek's body in the street and we keep moving because staying still means dying. We hit the Whole Foods and it's been ransacked, but there's still food in the back storage areas. We load up backpacks with canned goods and dried food and bottled water. We're heading back when we hear engines. 3 black SUVs roll down the street and they're moving with purpose, formation, military precision. They've got people hanging out the windows with rifles. I signal my team to get down and we're hiding behind a delivery truck watching these vehicles pass. I see faces in the windows. One of them is Dr. Mueller. He's alive. He's organized. He's got resources and weapons and a plan. Sarah was right about him. The SUVs disappear around a corner heading toward the Biodyne facility on the east side of the valley. I commit the location to memory. We need to know what Mueller is planning. We make it back to the parking structure and my team is exhausted and traumatized, but we're alive and we've got food. The crowd wants to celebrate, but then they notice Derek is missing and Tom is asking where his brother is, and I have to tell him. Tom's face crumbles. Jennifer, his wife, she starts crying. They loved Derek. He was family. And I took him out there, and I brought him back dead. Tom asks if Derek suffered. I lie and say it was quick and painless. Tom nods and thanks me and walks away. And I know I just made an enemy, even if he doesn't know it yet. My name is Dr. Sarah Kim, and I spend days 4 and 5 trying to make sense of what's left of the internet. Power is still on in most of Silicon Valley. The grid is automated enough to run without human intervention for a while, and that means we still have network access. I set up a laptop in the maintenance office, and I'm monitoring news feeds and social media and emergency broadcasts trying to understand the scope of the outbreak. It's global. That's the first thing I learn. The virus didn't start at Stanford. That was just one of multiple release points. Mueller's company Biodyne had distribution centers in 12 major cities around the world: London, Tokyo, New York, Moscow, Sao Paulo. They all got hit within a 6-hour window. This was coordinated. This was planned. Mueller didn't just create a bioweapon. He deployed it worldwide. The death toll is already in the hundreds of millions. Governments are falling. Military forces are scattered. Most of China is dark. Europe is burning. The U.S. is fragmented with isolated pockets of survivors. I find reports from the CDC before they went offline. They were trying to develop a countermeasure, but they needed samples of the original virus and access to Mueller's research. They were offering immunity and protection to anyone who could provide information. That offer is moot now, because the CDC facility in Atlanta was overrun 4 days ago. I keep digging, and I find chatter on dark web forums about Mueller. He's establishing a stronghold at the Biodyne facility. He's got private security, supplies, and what people are calling the cure. I don't believe in a cure. Mueller designed this virus specifically to be irreversible, but he might have a vaccine. He might be able to protect people from infection. I bring this to Marcus and Priya and Raj and the others who have become the unofficial leadership council. We're meeting in a maintenance closet so we can talk without the full group overhearing. I tell them what I've found. Marcus confirms seeing Mueller's convoy. Raj asks if we should try to make contact. Jax, who somehow inserted himself into the leadership group through sheer force of presence, says Mueller will kill us on sight. I agree. Mueller knows I tried to expose him. He'll see me as a threat. But the information he has, the research, the possible vaccine, that could save humanity. We're debating options when the lights go out. The whole building goes dark, and for a moment there's just silence, and then everyone starts panicking. Flashlights come on. Emergency lights activate. Carlos and I run to the generator room and we find the problem. We're out of fuel. The backup generators just burned through their last tank. We've got maybe 12 hours of emergency lighting, and then we're in total darkness. The crowd is scared. People are demanding solutions. Marcus tries to keep order, but you can feel the panic spreading. We need fuel, and we need it fast. The nearest gas station is 8 blocks away. It's dangerous, but it's necessary. Marcus organizes another supply run. Bigger team this time. 10 people, including him, Raj, Jax, Carlos, and 6 others, including Ryan and a couple of Stanford students who want to prove themselves. Priya wants to go, but I convince her to stay. We need her engineering knowledge here in case something else fails. Sophie wants her brother to stay, but Marcus refuses. Pastor Michael prays over the team. They arm themselves with every weapon we have. They leave at dawn. I'm on the roof when they go, watching through binoculars. They make it 3 blocks before the infected notice them. A horde, maybe 50 strong, converges from a side street. The team is fighting. I can see Marcus directing them. They're holding formation, but they're taking casualties. One of the Stanford kids goes down, then another. Ryan is fighting with this wild desperation. Jax is cold and efficient. Raj is protecting Carlos, while the Carlos tries to carry the fuel cans. They're falling back, leaving people behind. And I'm watching people die in real time, and there's nothing I can do. The team makes it back with 3 casualties and enough fuel for maybe another week. We lost the 2 Stanford kids and one of the other volunteers, a guy named Mike, who worked in facilities with Carlos. Carlos is devastated. Mike was his friend. The mood in the parking structure is dark. People are realizing that every supply run costs lives. We're bleeding out slowly. At this rate, we'll all be dead in a month. We need a better plan. We need a permanent solution. My name is Priya Patel, and I come up with an idea that might save us or kill us all. I'm looking at maps of the area, and I'm thinking about infrastructure and defensibility. The Google campus has multiple buildings, too spread out to defend. Same with Stanford. But there's a data center 6 miles from here, one of those massive Facebook server farms. It's built like a fortress with concrete walls, backup power systems, its own water treatment. It's designed to run autonomously. If we could get there, if we could secure it, we'd have a real chance at long-term survival. I bring it to the Leadership Council. Marcus likes the idea tactically. A data center would be defensible. Carlos confirms the infrastructure would support us. Sarah points out we'd need to clear the facility, and that could be dangerous. Jax asks what's in it for everyone, trying to calculate the personal benefit. Raj just looks at me and nods, trusting my judgment. We decide to scout it first before committing the whole group. The scouting team is small. Marcus, Raj, me, Sarah, and Jax. We leave at night when the infected are less active. We move through the streets like ghosts, avoiding the hordes that patrol the main roads. It takes 3 hours to cover 6 miles. The data center rises up out of the darkness like a fortress. It's surrounded by a fence topped with razor wire. There are guards towers, though no guards. The main gate is locked. Marcus and Jax work together to cut through the fence, while the rest of us watch for infected. Inside the perimeter, it's eerily quiet. We find bodies, people who worked here when the outbreak hit. Some of them have turned, and we have to put them down. We move through the building systematically, clearing rooms, checking systems. Carlos was right. This place is perfect. Redundant power systems with solar panels and generators, water purification, security doors, and reinforced walls. A cafeteria with a massive storage area. There's even a dormitory section where employees could sleep during long shifts. It's everything we need. We're in the main server room when we find evidence we're not the first ones to have this idea. There are supply caches hidden in the cable trenches. Food, water, ammunition. Someone prepared this place as a fallback position. We find a manifest, and it's got Mueller's company logo on it. This was one of Biodyne's backup sites. Mueller knew this outbreak was coming, and he prepared safe houses. The question is whether he's planning to come back here. Sarah says probably not. He'd want to stay at his main facility where his research is, but we can't be certain. We make it back to the parking structure by dawn and we present our findings. The council debates for hours. Some people don't want to move. They've gotten comfortable here. Others are eager for better security. Tom and Jennifer are against it. They're scared of the journey. Pastor Michael says wherever we go, God will protect us. Maya, the young girl. She's excited about a new start. Sophie is worried about leaving the known for the unknown. In the end, Marcus makes the call. We move in 3 days. People can come with us or stay behind, their choice. Most choose to come. The preparation is intense. We organize into teams. Carlos leads the infrastructure group. They'll get the data center systems running. Dr. Aisha leads medical. She's gathering every supply she can find. Jax leads scavenging. He's got people hitting every nearby building for food and weapons. Raj leads security, working with Marcus to plan the route and the defensive positions. I'm coordinating everything, making sure the groups communicate, making sure nothing gets missed. Sarah is documenting everything. She says if we survive, we'll need a record of what happened. On day 12, we lose someone important. Pastor Michael goes out with a scavenging team, and they get ambushed by a large horde. The team makes it back, but Michael doesn't. They say he stayed behind to give them time to escape. He fought off maybe 10 infected while they ran. His sacrifice saves 6 lives, but the loss hits hard. Michael was the community's moral center, the one who kept people hopeful. Without him, the mood darkens. People start fighting over supplies. There's talk of splitting up. Marcus has to crack down, establish rules, threaten consequences. It's ugly, but necessary. My name is Raj Patel, and I used to be a simple man with simple needs. Work my shift, come home to my wife, watch cricket on weekends, call my mother in Mumbai every Sunday. Now I'm a soldier in a war I never trained for. Day 15, we move. All 57 remaining survivors in a convoy of vehicles we've gathered and reinforced. Marcus has us organized into 5 groups. Each vehicle has a driver, a navigator, and shooters. Priya and I are in the lead van with Marcus and Carlos. Jax is in the second vehicle with Dr. Aisha and medical supplies. Sarah is in the third with the food and water. Tom and Jennifer are in the fourth with Sophie and Maya. The 5th vehicle is carrying the elderly and injured. The journey is 6 miles, and it takes 8 hours. The streets are clogged with abandoned cars and wandering infected. We have to stop 3 times to clear the road. Each time we stop, infected are drawn to the noise, and we have to fight them off. We lose 2 people in the second stop, an older couple who were bitten during the fighting. We lose another in the third stop, a young guy named Chris who took a risk to save someone else and paid for it. Each loss makes the remaining people more desperate and more scared. We make it to the data center in the late afternoon. The fence is still intact, the gate still locked. We get everyone inside the perimeter and we close the gate, and for the first time in 2 weeks, people feel something like safe. Marcus organizes teams to clear the building completely. We spend the next 12 hours going room by room, killing every infected we find. There are fewer than expected, maybe 30 total. The building was mostly empty when the outbreak hit. By midnight, we've secured the facility, and people are collapsing from exhaustion. Carlos and his team get the power systems online. Priya helps him navigate the control systems. The lights come on, and people cheer. Running water flows from the taps, and people cry with relief. We've got security and resources, and for the first time since this nightmare started, we might actually survive long term. The cafeteria storage has enough food for maybe 2 months if we ration carefully. The solar panels provide steady power. The fence keeps the infected at bay. We're building something real here, but I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched. It's day 17, and I'm on the roof doing a perimeter check when I see movement in the distance. Vehicles, 3 of them, driving slowly down the highway about a mile out. They're not infected. Infected don't drive. They're people. They're organized. I call down to Marcus, and he comes up with binoculars. He watches for 10 minutes, and then he says what I'm already thinking. It's Mueller's people. They're scouting the area. They know we're here. My name is Marcus Chen, and I know what it means when the enemy knows your position. It means you're either about to be attacked or you're being assessed for value. Either way, we need to prepare. I call an emergency meeting of the Leadership Council. Raj, Priya, Sarah, Jax, Carlos, Dr. Isha, Tom, and a few others. I tell them what we saw. Sarah confirms that Mueller would have known about this data center. It was one of his company's assets. He's probably wondering who took it over and whether we're a threat or a resource. We debate our options. We could try to make contact, negotiate. Sarah says that's suicide. Mueller doesn't negotiate. He dominates. We could fortify and wait to see what happens. Jack says that's passive and gets us killed. We could relocate again, but people are exhausted, and we've just settled in. Tom suggests we try to hide our presence, make it look like the building is abandoned. Priya points out our vehicles are visible, and we've got lights on at night. We can't hide 54 people. I make the tactical call. We fortify. We prepare for a siege. Carlos identifies weak points in the building's security, and we reinforce them. We move supplies to central locations so we can't be starved out. We establish sniper positions on the roof. We create escape routes in case we need to evacuate. We're working around the clock, and people are scared, but they're also determined. This is our home now. We're not giving it up without a fight. Day 22, they come. Not Mueller's people, someone else. A convoy of civilian vehicles pulls up to our gate, and a woman gets out waving a white flag. She's tall, Asian, maybe 40, and she's got maybe 30 people with her, all of them looking desperate and hungry. She says her name is Diana Zhao, and she's looking for a place to stay. She's heard radio chatter about our facility. She's willing to trade work for food and shelter. Marcus and I are at the gate talking to her while Jax watches from the roof with a rifle. Diana seems genuine, but we're cautious. We've got limited resources, and taking in more people means everyone gets less. Plus, we don't know if this is some kind of trick. Sarah is insistent that we can't trust strangers. Mueller might be using them as a front. Priya argues that we can't turn away people who need help. That's not who we are. The council is split. Tom and Jennifer vote to turn them away. Dr. Aisha votes to let them in. She's a doctor. She can't turn away the sick and injured. Carlos is neutral. Jax votes to turn them away, but offers to trade supplies instead. The deciding vote is mine, and I remember Sophie talking about the kids she had to leave behind, and I vote to let them in. Diana's people integrate slowly. They're put to work immediately, helping with fortifications and supply runs. Diana herself is sharp and organized. She's got leadership skills, and she's not shy about offering suggestions. Some of our people like her. She's bringing new ideas and fresh energy. Others are suspicious. They think she's positioning herself to take over. I watch her carefully. She's got this guy with her, Kurt Brennan, who's built like a linebacker and carries himself like military or security. He makes me nervous. He's too observant, too calculating. I mention it to Sarah, and she says she recognizes him from somewhere but can't place it. By day 25, we've got 84 people in the data center, and tensions are rising. There's not enough food to maintain current rations. People are hungry and scared and looking for someone to blame. Ryan Cooper, the tech worker who's been a problem since day one, he starts agitating against Diana's people. He says they're taking more than they contribute. He says they're a security risk. He gets a following, maybe 15 people, who agree with him. They start calling themselves originals, and they want Diana's group, the newcomers, expelled. Priya tries to mediate. She organizes a community meeting where everyone can voice concerns. It goes badly. Ryan stands up and starts shouting. He calls Diana a leech. He calls her people parasites. Kurt Brennan stands up and tells Ryan to sit down, and there's this moment where I think they're going to fight right there. Marcus steps between them. Pastor Michael is dead, so there's no calming religious voice. The meeting dissolves into shouting matches. Tom and Jennifer side with Ryan. Maya sides with Diana. Sophie is trying to be neutral. Dr. Aisha is disgusted with everyone. We're fracturing. My name is Priya Patel, and I'm watching our community tear itself apart, and I don't know how to stop it. The original group and Diana's group are self-segregating, eating separately, working separately. There's talk of dividing the building into territories. It's insane and stupid and exactly the kind of thing that gets everyone killed. But fear makes people irrational. I try talking to Diana, building a bridge, finding common ground. She's willing, but her people are scared of being expelled. They're clinging to her for protection. I'm in the server room, working on network connectivity, trying to get our radio systems functional over longer distances, when Sarah finds me. She's figured out where she knows Kurt Brennan from. He's Biodyne Security. He was part of Mueller's protection detail. Sarah has photos of him from company events, standing next to Mueller. Kurt Brennan is a plant. Diana's whole group might be a plant. They're here to gather intelligence and report back to Mueller. We bring this to Marcus immediately. He calls an emergency leadership meeting. Just our core group without Diana or any of her people. We debate what to do. Jax wants to kill Brennan immediately. Sarah wants to interrogate him. Raj suggests we confront Diana and demand answers. Carlos thinks we should exile all of them. Dr. Aisha says we need proof before we act. Tom says he knew we shouldn't have let them in. I'm trying to think tactically, trying to figure out how to handle this without triggering a civil war inside our walls. Marcus makes the call. We confront Diana privately. We bring her into the maintenance office and we show her Sarah's evidence. We ask her directly if she knows Kurt Brennan works for Mueller. Diana's face goes white. She says she didn't know. She picked up Kurt and several others from a refugee camp a week before coming here. She didn't vet anyone carefully. She was just trying to save lives. She's either a phenomenal liar or telling the truth. I'm watching her eyes, and I believe her. But that doesn't change the fact that we've got a Mueller spy inside our walls. We decide to play dumb. We let Diana go back to her people without revealing that we know about Brennan. We put surveillance on him, quiet observation. We need to know what he's reporting and how. Jax volunteers for this. He's good at being invisible. For 3 days, Jax shadows Brennan, and on the third day, he catches him using a radio hidden in his sleeping area. Brennan is reporting our numbers, our resources, our defenses. He's telling Mueller that the data center is lightly held and vulnerable. He's setting us up for an attack. We grab Brennan that night. Marcus and Raj and Jax. They pull him from his bed and drag him to the server room and zip-tie him to a chair. The rest of Diana's people wake up, and they're shouting, but Marcus has people with guns keeping everyone calm. We interrogate Brennan. At first he plays dumb, but then Sarah steps forward and identifies herself and tells him she knows he works for Mueller. And Brennan's face shifts. He smiles. He says Mueller is coming, and we're all dead. He says Mueller has 200 people and military weapons, and there's nothing we can do. I ask him why Mueller wants the data center. Brennan says it's not about the data center, it's about eliminating competition. Museller is establishing a new order, and he can't have independent survivor groups threatening his power. He's going to wipe us out and take our supplies and move on to the next group. Brennan says we have maybe 3 days before Mueller's forces arrive. He says our only chance is surrender. And even then, Mueller will probably kill the leadership as an example. He's still smiling when Marcus knocks him unconscious. The council meets, and the situation is clear. We can't defend against 200 armed attackers. We don't have the weapons or the training. Our choices are run or fight or surrender. Running means abandoning everything we've built. Surrendering means probable death. Fighting means probable death, but taking some of them with us. Tom argues for surrender. He says maybe Mueller will be merciful. Jax argues for fighting. He says he'd rather die on his feet. Dr. Aisha argues for evacuation, saving as many as we can. Sarah says she's not running anymore. She's tired of running from Mueller. Raj asks the question that changes everything. He says, what if we don't wait for Mueller to come to us? What if we go to him first? Not to attack. We couldn't win. but to destroy his research. Sarah said Mueller is probably working on refining the virus, maybe creating controlled variants. If we destroy his lab, we destroy his leverage. We might die doing it, but we'd take away his ability to threaten other survivor groups. It's a suicide mission, but it's also the only mission that matters. Marcus looks around the room, and every one of us knows it's the right call, even though it's probably the wrong call for our survival. My name is Marcus Chen, and I'm planning an assault on a fortified biotech facility with 10 people and limited weapons against a force of 200. The Marine Corps taught me a lot, but they didn't teach me how to run a suicide mission with civilians. Still, this is what we have to do. We select our team carefully. Me, because I've got combat experience. Raj, because he's proven himself and I trust him. Sarah, because she knows the facility layout and the research. Jax, because he's ruthless and capable. Carlos, because we'll need his engineering skills. And 5 others who volunteer. 3 from Diana's group who want to prove their loyalty. And 2 from the originals, including Ryan Cooper, who surprises everyone by stepping up. We plan for 2 days. Sarah draws detailed maps of the Biodyne facility from memory. Carlos identifies vulnerable points in the building structure. We gather every weapon we have: 2 handguns, 3 rifles, fire axes, crowbars, and improvised explosives that Carlos builds from fertilizer and fuel. The plan is simple, because complicated plans fail. We hit them at dawn, fast and brutal, get to the lab and the research wing, destroy everything, and get out. We probably won't make it out, but we might buy the data center enough time to evacuate while Mueller's forces regroup. Sophie doesn't want me to go. We argue for hours. She says she already lost her students. She can't lose her brother. I tell her this is exactly why I have to go, so Maya and the other kids here have a chance to survive. She's crying and angry, and I hold her and I tell her I love her, and if I don't come back, she needs to be strong. She hits me in the chest and tells me I'm an idiot, and I am. But I'm also a Marine, and this is what Marines do. Priya and Raj have their goodbye in private. I see them through a window, holding each other, Raj's hand on her cheek, her eyes closed. They're whispering things I can't hear, and I look away because some moments aren't meant to be witnessed. When Raj joins the team, he's got this calm determination on his face, and I know he's made his peace with dying. That's good. Fear gets you killed. Acceptance keeps you sharp. Day 31. We leave before dawn. The team moves in 2 vehicles packed with weapons and explosives. Diana's people at the data center line up to see us off. Diana herself shakes my hand and tells me to come back. Tom and Jennifer won't look at us. They think we're throwing our lives away for nothing. Dr. Aisha checks everyone's first aid kits one more time. Maya gives Raj a drawing she made, a picture of him and Priya holding hands with the sun rising behind them. He folds it carefully and puts it in his pocket. The drive to Biodyne takes 90 minutes. The facility is on the east side of the valley, a modern glass and steel complex surrounded by high fences. We park a quarter-mile away and approach on foot through an industrial park. The sun is coming up, and we can see guards on the perimeter, maybe 10 of them, armed with automatic rifles. Mueller's people are professional, military or mercenary. This isn't going to be easy. We split into 2 groups. My team hits the front gate as a distraction, while the Sarah's team goes for a service entrance she remembers from when she worked here. The shooting starts immediately. The guards open fire, and we're diving for cover behind cars and dumpsters. Raj is next to me, putting rounds downrange with one of the rifles. Ryan is screaming and shooting wildly. One of Diana's people, a guy named Frank, takes a round to the chest and goes down. I return fire, and I drop 2 guards, but more are coming from inside the building. Sarah's team makes it to the service entrance, and Carlos is working on the lock while bullets ricochet off the metal door. Jax is covering them with an axe because they're out of ammunition. One of the other volunteers, a woman named Lisa, gets shot in the leg, and she's screaming. Carlos gets the door open, and they're pulling Lisa inside, and Jax is the last one through, an axe in one hand and a dead guard's rifle in the other. My team is pinned down. There are too many guards, and we're outgunned. Raj looks at me, and I know what he's thinking. Someone needs to give Sarah's team time. Someone needs to keep the guards focused on the front gate. I'm about to volunteer when Ryan does something I never expected. He stands up and starts running toward the guards, firing his rifle, screaming at the top of his lungs. He takes down 3 of them before they concentrate fire on him, and he's hit multiple times and he goes down. But he bought us 30 seconds. The other volunteer from the originals, a guy named Pete, he follows Ryan's lead and charges and dies the same way. But it's enough. I tell Raj to go, help Sarah's team. I'll keep the guards busy. Raj argues, but I pull rank. He runs for the service entrance, and I'm alone with 1 dead magazine and maybe 2 minutes before the guards flank me. I start shooting, conserving ammunition, making every shot count. I'm thinking about Sophie and the kids at the data center and everyone counting on us. I'm thinking about Iraq and all the friends I lost there, and how at least this time I'm dying for something that matters. I'm thinking about Derek Walsh and how I shot him to save him from turning, and how this is my penance. My name is Raj Patel, and I make it inside the Biodyne facility with Sarah's team. We're running through corridors following Sarah's directions. The building is chaos. Guards are mobilizing. Alarms are blaring. We're not subtle anymore. We're just fast. Carlos has the explosives, and Sarah has the map, and Jax has the rifle, and I've got my crowbar. And we're a mismatched group of desperate people trying to save the world. We hit the research wing, and Sarah is overriding door locks with codes she remembers from years ago, and miraculously, they still work. We're in the main lab, and it's exactly what Sarah described. Refrigeration units full of virus samples, computer servers with research data, centrifuges and incubators, and all the infrastructure of a bioweapons program. Sarah is moving fast, smashing sample vials, destroying equipment. Carlos is planting explosives on the servers and the support columns. Jax is covering the door. We hear footsteps, and then gunfire. Guards have found us. Jax is shooting back, but we're outgunned. Lisa, already wounded from outside, she takes another round and goes down for good. One of Diana's volunteers, a guy named Marcus, not our Marcus, he gets hit in the head and dies instantly. Jax is hit in the shoulder, but keeps firing. Carlos finishes placing the last explosive, and he's setting the timer. 30 seconds. We need to run. Sarah is at a computer terminal, and she's downloading something. I'm screaming at her to leave it. We're out of time. But she says this is Muller's complete research. If we can get it out, we can prove what he did. We can show the world. Jax is yelling that the world is dead. Who cares about proof? Sarah is still downloading, and the timer is at 15 seconds, and I make a choice I'll regret forever. I grab Sarah, and I pull her away from the terminal, and the download stops at 70%, and we're running. The corridor is full of guards, and we're fighting our way through, and Carlos goes down with bullets in his back and legs, and he's screaming for us to keep going. Jax stops to help him, and I'm pulling Sarah, and then the explosives detonate. The blast wave throws us forward. The building shakes, windows shatter, Fire and smoke pour out of the research wing. We're on the ground, ears ringing, and when I look back, the corridor is collapsed, and Carlos and Jax are on the other side of the rubble. Through the smoke, I can see Jax's silhouette. He's standing over Carlos's body. He looks at me and Sarah, and he nods once. Just once. And then he picks up his rifle and turns toward the guards coming from the other direction. He's buying us time. Sarah is crying and trying to go back, but I'm dragging her toward the exit. We hear shooting behind us, and then it stops, and I know Jax is dead, and Carlos is dead, and we killed them by bringing them here. We make it to the service entrance, and we're running across the parking lot, and I'm looking for Marcus, but he's not at the rendezvous point. I see bodies by the front gate, Ryan and Pete and others. I see guards everywhere. Sarah and I are the only ones left, and we're running for the vehicles we parked a quarter-mile away, and bullets are hitting the pavement around us, and I don't know how we're still alive. But we are. We make it to the car, and Sarah is driving because I'm hit. I didn't notice, but there's blood soaking my shirt. A bullet grazed my side. She's driving too fast and crashing through roadblocks, and infected are everywhere attracted by the noise, and the guards are pursuing us. But she's not stopping. We lose them in the maze of streets and abandoned cars. We're miles away when the second explosion happens. Something in the Biodyne facility, maybe a secondary detonation, maybe the fire reaching something volatile. A mushroom cloud rises over the East Valley, and Sarah is crying and laughing, and I'm bleeding and in shock, and we did it. We destroyed Mueller's research. We struck back, and it cost us 8 lives out of 10. My name is Priya Patel, and when Raj and Sarah make it back to the data center, I'm crying and screaming and holding Raj and checking his wound and thanking every god I stopped believing in. They're alive. 2 out of 10, but they're alive. Marcus didn't make it. Carlos didn't make it. Jax didn't make it. Ryan and the others didn't make it. Sophie hears about Marcus and she collapses, and Maya is holding her while she sobs, and I'm thinking about how many people have lost family and friends, and how the cost of survival keeps getting higher. Sarah has the partial download on a USB drive. She shows it to our leadership group, and it's incomplete, but it's enough. Mueller's communications, research notes, evidence of the planned global release. Sarah says we need to broadcast this, let other survivor groups know what they're dealing with. But our radio systems are short range, and we don't have the infrastructure for long-distance transmission. We need to find a radio station or a cell tower or something with more power. Diana speaks up. She says she knows a place, an emergency broadcast station in the hills about 20 miles from here. It was designed for disaster communication. It's got its own power and satellite uplink. If it's still functional, we could broadcast globally. The question is whether we can get there and whether Mueller's people will try to stop us. Sarah says Mueller's main facility is destroyed, his research is gone, he's probably regrouping. We have a window, maybe a few days. The community meets, and we're down to 78 people after the losses from the raid and a few deaths from natural causes and infection. The mood is somber. Tom stands up, and he apologizes to Sarah. He says she was right about Mueller, right about the threat, and they shouldn't have doubted her. He says his brother Derek died for nothing, but maybe Carlos and the others died for something, and that matters. It's a healing moment. We organize a funeral service for everyone we've lost. Dr. Aisha leads it, since Pastor Michael is gone. We don't have bodies for most of them, but we say their names. The innocent, the young teacher who died early. The capable, Derek Walsh. The promising, Natasha Kumar, the coder. The faithful, Pastor Michael. The elder, Professor Goldstein. The doctor, Dr. Aisha's mentor who died in the parking structure. the warrior, Marcus Chen, the builder, Carlos Martinez, the survivor who wasn't, Jax Rivera, who died fighting, and the others, Ryan and Pete and Frank and Lisa, and all the names we remember. Sophie speaks about Marcus, and she can barely get the words out, but she does. She says he died a Marine and a hero and a brother, and she'll miss him forever. Day 38. We prepare to move again. We're leaving a large group behind to hold the data center. About 50 people who are too young or too old or too injured to make the journey. Diana volunteers to lead them. She's proven herself, and people trust her now. The broadcast team is smaller, maybe 30 people, including everyone essential. Sarah and the USB drive. Me for technical support. Raj for security, Tom and Jennifer. Sophie, because she refuses to stay behind without her brother to protect her. Maya, because she's attached to Sophie. Dr. Aisha, because we need medical. And 24 others, including several of Diana's people who want to contribute. The journey to the broadcast station is supposed to take 1 day, but it takes 3. The roads are impassable in places, and we have to detour. We encounter infected hordes, and we lose 4 people fighting through them. We find survivors along the way, small groups hiding in buildings and houses, and we pick them up, because that's what you do. By the time we reach the hills, we've got 43 people, and we're exhausted and nearly out of ammunition. The broadcast station is an old concrete building on a hilltop with a massive radio tower. It's abandoned, but intact. Sarah and I get the power running, and the systems online, and the equipment is old but functional. We've got global reach, satellite uplink, the ability to broadcast on multiple frequencies. Sarah loads the USB drive, and she's preparing the message when we see them coming up the hill. Vehicles, lots of them. Mueller's people. They found us. My name is Dr. Sarah Kim, and I'm finally going to finish what I started. Mueller is here. I can see him in the lead vehicle. That bastard is alive, and he's coming for me. We don't have the numbers to fight him. Raj counts maybe 50 people in Mueller's group, armed and organized. We've got 43, mostly civilians. Almost no ammunition. Tom is panicking. Jennifer is praying. Sophie is loading a rifle she barely knows how to use. But we have the high ground, and we have the broadcast equipment, and we have the truth. I tell Priya to buy me 10 minutes. She nods, and she's organizing everyone into defensive positions. Raj is directing fire. They're going to die buying me time, and they know it, and they're doing it anyway, because the information matters more than any individual life. I'm in the broadcast room setting up the transmission, recording my message, uploading the files. I'm explaining who Mueller is, what he did, why he did it. I'm providing evidence. I'm giving survivors the knowledge they need to protect themselves and to resist. The shooting starts outside. I can hear it through the walls, gunfire and screaming. I'm working as fast as I can, but the upload is slow. The satellite link is degraded. I need 5 more minutes. 3 minutes. The door bursts open and it's Kurt Brennan, Mueller's lieutenant, the man who infiltrated our group. He's got a gun pointed at me, and he's telling me to step away from the computer. I'm looking at the upload progress. 87%, 91%. Brennan is walking toward me. Priya comes through the door behind Brennan, and she's got a fire axe, and she buries it in his back. Brennan screams and turns and shoots her. The bullet hits her in the stomach, and she goes down. Raj appears, and he's shooting Brennan, emptying a pistol into him, and Brennan falls. Raj is crying and going to Priya, and she's bleeding so much blood, and she's telling him the upload is at 98%. She's telling him to make sure it finishes. She's telling him she loves him. Raj is trying to stop the bleeding, but there's too much damage. The upload hits 100%, the broadcast starts transmitting. My voice is going out over the airwaves, repeating on loop, spreading the truth about Werner Mueller and Biodyne and the T-virus. Survivors around the world will hear it. They'll know. They'll understand. Mueller's power is broken. His secrets are exposed. Justice might be impossible in this ruined world, but accountability isn't. Priya dies in Raj's arms. He's holding her and rocking her and making this sound like his soul is being torn apart. I'm watching and I can't move because I caused this. My research, my work, my failure to stop Mueller sooner, it all led to this moment. To Priya bleeding out on a concrete floor. To Raj destroyed. To humanity on the brink of extinction. Sophie comes in and she sees Priya, and she's crying too, and we're all broken. Tom runs in, shouting that Mueller's people are pulling back. Something's happening outside. Helicopters, maybe. Or more infected drawn by the gunfire. We have a window to escape. Raj won't leave Priya's body. Sophie is trying to pull him away and he's fighting her until I tell him that Priya would want him to live, would want him to carry on her work. That gets through to him. He stands up and he's covered in her blood and his eyes are empty, but he's moving. We run outside and the scene is chaos. Mueller's vehicles are being overwhelmed by a massive horde of infected, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, drawn from the valley by the sounds of battle. We can see Mueller in the lead vehicle trying to escape, but the infected are swarming it. His people are fighting desperately, but they're being pulled down one by one. It's poetic justice or random chance, but either way, Mueller is dying the way he killed millions. Our group is running for our vehicles, and the infected are between us and escape. Tom gets grabbed and pulled down. Jennifer screams and tries to save him, but Sophie pulls her away. We're fighting through. Dr. Aisha swinging a pipe, Raj shooting his last bullets, Maya crying and running. We make it to the vehicles and we're driving down the hill with infected chasing us. And I'm looking back at the broadcast station, and the tower is still transmitting my message, still sending the truth out into the world. My name is Raj Patel, and Priya is dead. That's the only thought in my head for days. We make it back to the data center, and Diana's people have held it successfully. Mueller's forces never came. They were too busy dying at the broadcast station. The world knows the truth now. We're picking up responses to Sarah's broadcast from survivor groups across the country, across the world. People are grateful. They're angry. They're organizing resistance against other Mueller-type strongmen. We accomplished something important, but Priya is dead. Marcus is dead. Carlos, Jax, Ryan, Tom, and so many others. The cost was everything. Sophie lost her brother. Jennifer lost her husband. Maya lost her innocence. I lost the only person who made life worth living. We survived, but I'm not sure survival is the same as living. Days 40 through 50 blur together. Diana takes over formal leadership of the data center. Sarah continues broadcasting, providing updates and coordinating with other survivor groups. Dr. Aisha treats the injured and the sick. I go through the motions. I stand watch. I do supply runs. I kill infected. I don't feel anything. Sophie tries to talk to me, but there's nothing to say. Jennifer has gone quiet. She barely speaks. The community is functioning, but there's a hollowness to it. Day 55. We get a radio message from a military unit operating out of Nevada. They've got a secure zone. They're gathering survivors. They're trying to rebuild government infrastructure. They're offering safe passage to anyone who can make it. Diana calls a meeting, and the community debates. Some people want to go. They want the security and structure of military protection. Others want to stay. They've built something here, and they don't trust the military. The vote splits us down the middle. Sarah argues for staying. She says the military enabled Mueller. They knew about bioweapons development and looked the other way. She doesn't trust them. But she also says anyone who wants to go should go. People need to make their own choices. Diana agrees to lead the group that leaves. Dr. Aisha decides to go with them. She can do more good with military resources. Jennifer joins them. She needs a fresh start. Maya is torn, but Sophie convinces her to stay. They've become like sisters. Day 62, the exodus happens. 35 people leave with Diana in a convoy of vehicles. We share our supplies evenly. We exchange radio frequencies. We promise to stay in touch. It's emotional and difficult and necessary. The data center feels empty with only 40 people left. But it also feels more manageable, more like a real community instead of a refugee camp. Sarah sets up a council system with rotating leadership. We establish rules and responsibilities. We're building a society. I'm in the server room one night when Sarah finds me. She sits down, and we're quiet for a long time, and then she says something that changes everything. She says Priya's download, the one she died to protect, it contains more than just evidence against Mueller. It contains Mueller's research notes on the T-virus, including notes on a potential treatment. Not a cure, the virus is too advanced for that, but a treatment that might slow the infection, might give the infected some of their humanity back. She's been working on it, trying to understand the science, and she thinks she might be able to synthesize something. I'm looking at her, and I'm thinking about Priya, and how she always believed in solutions, in fixing broken things. This is her legacy, this possibility of treatment, of hope. I ask Sarah what she needs. She says time and resources, and help understanding the medical applications. I tell her I'll get her whatever she needs. It's the first thing I've cared about since Priya died. It's a reason to keep going. My name is Sophie Chen, and Marcus would want me to be strong. That's what I tell myself every day. Day 70, we get hit by a massive horde. Thousands of infected somehow coordinate and attack the data center fence. Our defensive positions hold, but it's close. We lose 3 people, and the fence is damaged. We spend a week repairing it and reinforcing it with materials we scavenge from nearby buildings. The attacks are getting worse. Sarah thinks the infected are evolving, developing pack behavior, basic communication. Maya and I are on watch together one night, and we're talking about the world before. She tells me about school, and her family, and how normal everything was. I tell her about teaching, about the kids I loved and lost. We're crying and holding each other, and it helps. Sharing the grief, acknowledging that it's okay to miss what we lost. She asks if it will ever get better. I lie and say yes. Day 78, Sarah announces a breakthrough. She's synthesized a compound based on Mueller's notes that might suppress the aggressive behavior in infected subjects. It's untested. It might not work. It might kill whatever subject we try it on. But it's a chance. We need to test it. We need a volunteer. An infected volunteer. The community debates the ethics. Is it right to experiment on infected people who can't consent? Are they people anymore, or just monsters wearing human faces? Jennifer came back. She made it to the military zone in Nevada, and it was worse than staying independent. Forced labor, strict hierarchies, women treated as resources for repopulation. She escaped with 10 others and made it back to us on day 80. She tells us about other survivor groups, some good, some bad, most just trying to get by. She says the world is stabilizing into territories and factions. We're going to need allies. Sarah and Jennifer and I, we form a scouting team. We go out looking for other survivor groups, and we find a community of about 30 people living in a shopping mall 20 miles away. They're well organized. They've got gardens growing on the roof. They've got defensible positions. Their leader is a woman named Patricia, who was a high school principal before. She's tough, but fair. We establish diplomatic relations, agree to trade and mutual defense. It's the first step towards something bigger. Day 85, everything changes. We capture an infected woman during a supply run. She's relatively fresh, maybe infected for a few hours. She still has some mobility and her body isn't too deteriorated. Sarah wants to try the treatment. Raj is against it. He thinks it's too risky. I'm the deciding vote, and I think about the kids I lost, and I vote yes. We secure the infected woman in a reinforced room, and Sarah administers the injection. The infected woman screams. She convulses. For 3 hours we think she's dying, and we've just tortured someone for no reason. Then the screaming stops. Her black eyes clear slightly. She stops throwing herself at the walls. She sits down. She's still infected. She still has the physical symptoms, but the rage is gone. She's looking at us with something like awareness. Sarah is crying. We did it. The treatment works. My name is Dr. Sarah Kim, and I'm on day 90 trying to scale up production of the treatment. We need massive quantities to make a real difference. We need infrastructure we don't have. But word is spreading through the radio network. Other survivor groups are hearing about the treatment. They're sending representatives. On day 93, we have a summit at the data center with leaders from 7 different survivor groups, including Patricia from the mall community. We form an alliance. 7 communities agreeing to share resources, defend each other, and work together to produce and distribute the treatment. It's not government, it's not civilization as it was, but it's organization and cooperation and hope. We call it the Valley Alliance. Patricia suggests I should be the overall coordinator since I developed the treatment. I decline. I've done enough leading. I recommend Raj and Sophie as co-leaders. They're reluctant, but they accept. The infected woman, her name was Amy before she turned. She's deteriorating, but she's stable. The treatment slows the virus, but doesn't stop it. She has maybe weeks or months before her body completely breaks down. But in that time, she can communicate. She can tell us about the infection experience. She says it's like being trapped in your own body, feeling the rage, but unable to control it. She says the treatment is mercy. She asks us to help others like her. We start administering treatment to infected we capture. Not all of them survive the process. Maybe half do. Those who survive regain enough humanity to communicate, but they're dying. The vector virus has damaged them too much. We're not saving them. We're just giving them peaceful deaths instead of violent ones. It's something. Jennifer works with the recovering infected, recording their stories, documenting their experiences. She says it's important that their voices be heard. Day 98, we detect a large force moving through the valley. Military vehicles, organized and disciplined. They're heading toward us. The Valley Alliance mobilizes. 7 communities, maybe 200 fighters preparing for war. But when the military arrives, they're not hostile. They're representatives from the Nevada zone, sent to investigate the reports of a working treatment. They want to negotiate an alliance. They want Sarah's research. They want to integrate our communities into their structure. Raj, Sophie, and I meet with the military commander, a Colonel Morrison who's professional and respectful. He admits the Nevada zone has problems. They're working on reform. They need good people to help build something better. He offers resources, protection, and access to military supplies in exchange for the treatment formula and cooperation. We say we'll discuss it with our communities. We're not making unilateral decisions anymore. The Valley Alliance debates for 2 days. Some people want to accept. They want the security and resources. Others don't trust the military. Jennifer is firmly against. She tells everyone about what she experienced in Nevada. Sarah says we should share the treatment freely, but maintain our independence. Patricia suggests a middle ground, trade relationship, but not integration. The vote is close, but we decide on Patricia's approach. Partnership, not submission. Day 100, 3 months since the outbreak, and we're signing a treaty. The Valley Alliance and the Nevada Military Zone agreeing to mutual cooperation, free trade, shared defense, and independent governance. It's historic. It's fragile. It might fall apart tomorrow, but it's a step toward rebuilding. Colonel Morrison provides us with weapons, medical supplies, fuel, and communications equipment. We provide them with the treatment formula and training on how to produce it. Maya asks me if we won. I tell her no, winning isn't possible. But we survived. We fought back. We made a difference. The world is still broken, still dangerous, still full of infected and dangerous people. But there are also communities working together, people helping each other, hope struggling against despair. Mueller is dead. His virus is exposed. His evil is known. That's not victory, but it's not defeat either. It's survival with purpose. My name is Raj Patel, and I'm standing on the roof of the data center, looking at the valley. It's been 103 days since this nightmare started. Sophie is next to me. She's become my closest friend, the sister I never had. We're watching the sun set over Silicon Valley, over the ruins of the tech capital of the world. Somewhere out there are millions of infected. Somewhere out there are survivor groups struggling to live. Somewhere out there is a future that might be worth fighting for. I think about Priya every day. I think about Marcus and Carlos and Jax and everyone we lost. I think about the cost of survival and whether we paid too much. Sophie says Marcus used to quote something from the Marines, that the only easy day was yesterday. Every day forward is harder, but we keep going because the alternative is surrender. I ask her if she thinks we're doing the right thing, building instead of just surviving. She says Marcus would have wanted us to build. Priya would have wanted us to solve problems. The people we lost would have wanted us to live. Maya joins us on the roof with Jennifer. Maya is 16 now. She's growing up in hell. But she's strong and brave and kind. Jennifer has found purpose in documenting everything. She's become our historian. She says future generations need to know what happened, need to understand the cost, need to remember the names. She's started a memorial wall in the data center, every person we've lost, their name and something they contributed. It's growing longer every week, but it matters. Memory matters. Sarah comes up with news. Another survivor group made radio contact. They're in Sacramento, about 150 people. They want to join the Alliance. That brings us to 8 communities, over 500 people coordinating together. We're becoming something real, something that might last. Sarah looks exhausted, but satisfied. She's achieved redemption of a sort. She helped create the virus, but she also created the treatment. The scales might never balance, but she's trying. The radio crackles, and it's Diana's voice from the Nevada zone. She's reporting that the treatment is being mass-produced. They're distributing it to other military installations. They're training people to administer it. The infection rate is slowing. The death rate is slowing. Humanity is adapting. We're not winning, but we're not losing. We're holding the line. Diana says she misses us, misses the data center, misses the early days when we were just trying to survive hour to hour. I tell her those days aren't over. They've just changed shape. Day 106. We get a message that shakes everything. It's from Europe, relayed through multiple ham radio operators. They're reporting that, in some places, infected individuals who receive the treatment early enough, within the first hour of infection, can sometimes fully recover. The virus can be stopped if caught immediately. It's not a cure for the millions already infected, but it's hope for prevention. Sarah immediately starts working on a faster-acting version of the treatment, something that could be administered in the field. The community celebrates. For the first time since this began, people are laughing and dancing and singing. Someone finds a working sound system and plays music. Maya dances with Sophie. Jennifer dances with one of the guys from Patricia's community. First romance I've seen in months. Sarah sits alone in her lab, working. Always working. I bring her food, and she barely acknowledges me. I tell her to take a break, enjoy the moment. She says she can't. There's too much work to do. I understand. Purpose is what keeps us going. Purpose is all we have. I'm writing this account by hand in a notebook Jennifer gave me. She says everyone should document their experience, their perspective, so future historians have multiple sources. I'm not a writer, but I'm trying. I'm writing about Priya and our life before. I'm writing about the warehouse and the outbreak. I'm writing about the parking structure and the data center and the battles and the losses. I'm writing about the people who died so we could live. I'm writing about the treatment and the alliance and the fragile hope we're building. Future generations need to know how close we came to extinction. They need to understand the cost of survival. Sophie reads over my shoulder and she's crying. She says I captured Marcus perfectly, the way he was protective and brave and sometimes too hard on himself. She says I should add something about the good moments, the times we laughed despite everything, the small victories and quiet joys. She's right. It can't all be tragedy and loss. So I write about the time Jax found a working coffee maker and we all had real coffee for the first time in weeks. I write about the time Maya drew portraits of everyone and they were actually good. I write about the time we celebrated Dr. Aisha's birthday with a cake Carlos somehow baked in a portable oven. I write about Priya's laugh, the way it could light up a room even in the darkest times. Day 112, the infected hordes are thinning. Maybe because we've been treating and killing them, maybe because the virus is burning through its available hosts, maybe because they're deteriorating naturally. The streets are safer, relatively speaking. We're able to do longer supply runs with fewer casualties. We're expanding our territory, clearing buildings, establishing outposts. The Valley Alliance is growing stronger. Patricia's community hits 50 people. A new group in Sunnyvale joins us. 30 more survivors. We're becoming a real society. But new problems emerge. Resources are finite. Territory disputes arise between communities. Some people want stricter rules. Others want more freedom. Political factions form. Sarah's scientific faction wants to focus on research and treatment. Jennifer's memorial faction wants to focus on remembering and documenting. Sophie and I are trying to hold the center, balance the competing interests, keep everyone moving in the same direction. Leadership is harder than fighting infected. At least with infected, you know they're the enemy. Day 120. We lose someone important. Dr. Aisha dies. She was treating an infected patient and something went wrong. The treatment failed. The patient turned violent and bit her before anyone could intervene. The treatment slows infection, but doesn't prevent it. Aisha lasts 6 hours before she changes. We administer the treatment and it gives her 10 minutes of clarity. She uses that time to say goodbye, to tell us she's proud of what we've built, to make us promise to keep going. Then the treatment fails, and Raj has to shoot her. It's the hardest thing I've watched him do since Priya died. The community mourns. Aisha was beloved. She saved dozens of lives. She was our medical backbone. We have other doctors now, people from other communities who've joined us, but none of them have Aisha's experience or skill. Sarah takes it particularly hard. She and Aisha had become close. The two of them would stay up late talking about the intersection of virology and medicine, theorizing about long-term treatment strategies. Now Sarah is alone again, the only person who truly understands the virus. Jennifer adds Aisha's name to the memorial wall. Doctor, healer, friend. We hold a funeral and 200 people attend. Representatives from all the Alliance communities. Colonel Morrison sends a military honor guard. Patricia gives a eulogy about how Aisha represented the best of humanity, selfless service and compassion, even in the apocalypse. Sophie speaks about how Aisha never gave up hope. I can't speak. I'm too broken. Raj speaks for both of us. He talks about how Aisha saved his life after the Biodyne raid, how she stitched him up and told him Priya would be proud of him. Everyone is crying. Day 135, we established the first school. Maya is teaching, despite being only 16. She's one of the few people with educational experience thanks to watching Sophie teach back in the early days. We have 23 children in the Alliance communities, kids who survived with their parents or were orphaned and adopted. They need education, normalcy, hope. The school is basic, reading and math and science, but it's something. It's a statement that we believe in a future. Jennifer documents the first day of class, photographs the children learning, writes down their stories. This is what survival looks like. Not just staying alive, but living with purpose. Sarah announces another breakthrough. She's developed a vaccine. It's crude, it has side effects, it's not 100% effective, but it provides some immunity to the T virus. People who receive it can be bitten without immediately turning. They might still get infected, but they have hours instead of minutes to seek treatment. It's revolutionary. Combined with the treatment, we now have a path to actual containment. The Alliance votes to mandate vaccination for everyone who can safely receive it. Some people refuse. There's always resistance to medical intervention, but most comply. We're adapting. We're fighting back. Day 140. Sophie and I are leading a delegation to a new survivor community in Oakland. They've got maybe 80 people, and they've heard about the Alliance and they want to join. The trip is dangerous. Oakland is still heavily infested, but we need allies and we need numbers. Our delegation is 12 people, including Sarah, who wants to bring vaccination and treatment supplies. The journey takes 2 days, and we lose one person to infected attacks, but we make it. The Oakland community is impressive. They've fortified a section of the old naval base, multiple buildings with good sightlines and strong defenses. Their leader is a man named Admiral Retired James Harrison who knows about organization and discipline. He's established a functioning society with jobs and responsibilities and a legal system. Sophie and I are impressed and a little intimidated. Harrison wants to join the Alliance, but he also wants significant autonomy. He's not interested in being controlled. We negotiate for 3 days and reach a compromise. Oakland joins, but retains internal governance. They contribute to mutual defense, but make their own local decisions. The alliance is becoming a federation. Sarah vaccinates the entire Oakland community. Harrison's people are skeptical at first, but Sarah's reputation has spread and they trust her science. We exchange supplies and knowledge. Oakland has a working fabrication shop. They can make tools and weapons. We have the treatment and vaccine formulas. Together, we're stronger. On the way back to the data center, Sophie tells me she's thinking about the future, about maybe having kids someday, if we can make the world safe enough. I'm shocked. I thought we were all too traumatized for that kind of hope. She says life finds a way, even in hell. Marcus used to say that. She's channeling her brother. Day 150, 6 months since the outbreak, and the world has stabilized into a new abnormal. The infected are still a threat, but they're manageable with the vaccine and treatment and coordinated defense. The Valley Alliance now includes 12 communities with over 1,000 people. We've established trade routes, communication networks, mutual defense pacts. We're negotiating with other survivor federations in Los Angeles, Portland, and Seattle. The military zone in Nevada is cooperating. They're not trying to control us anymore. We're becoming a society. I'm sitting with Raj and Sarah and Sophie and Jennifer and Maya, our core leadership group, the people who've survived everything together. We're planning the next 6 months. Infrastructure repairs, agricultural development, medical research, education expansion. We're talking about the future in concrete terms, not just survival, but growth. Jennifer is recording everything for the history books. Maya is drawing maps of our territory. Sophie is outlining educational curriculum. Sarah is explaining her next research goal, understanding why some infected retain more humanity than others. Raj is quiet. He's always quieter these days, but he's engaged and present. Sophie asks the question we've all been avoiding. What happens when we run out of existing supplies? When the canned food is gone? When the fuel is gone? When the medications are gone? We need to become self-sufficient. We need to farm and manufacture and create. The Alliance votes to establish an agricultural committee. Patricia volunteers to lead it. Before the outbreak, she was a high school principal, but she grew up on a farm. We identify land near each community suitable for crops. We organize seed collection. We're planning for years from now, for a time when this will be normal life instead of survival mode. Day 165, we face our biggest test. A large survivor group from the Central Valley, maybe 300 people, approaches the Alliance border. They're well-armed and organized, and their leader, a former gang leader named Hector Ruiz, wants to negotiate an alliance, or a takeover. The meeting is tense. Ruiz is charismatic and dangerous. He says his people are hungry, and they've heard about our resources and our treatment. He wants in. Sophie and I are representing the Alliance, and we're trying to assess whether this is genuine or a prelude to violence. Sarah is with us, and she recognizes one of Ruiz's people. He was a Biodyne security guard, one of Mueller's men. She calls him out, and the situation explodes. Ruiz admits he absorbed some of Mueller's surviving forces. They had useful skills and weapons. He says it doesn't matter who people worked for before, only what they contribute now. We disagree. We tell him anyone who worked for Mueller willingly is not welcome in the Alliance. Ruiz says we're being unreasonable. The past doesn't matter. Sarah says the past always matters. The negotiation breaks down. Ruiz and his people leave, but it's clear this isn't over. They're too close, too powerful, too dangerous to ignore. The Alliance mobilizes for potential war. We fortify positions, stock ammunition, train civilians in combat. Colonel Morrison offers military support from Nevada, but we decline. We need to handle this ourselves, or we'll always be dependent. Raj takes command of the defense planning. He's become our military leader by default. Sophie handles civilian coordination, evacuation plans, supply distribution. Sarah works on ways to weaponize the treatment. Maybe we can use it against hostile infected that Ruiz might try to weaponize against us. Day 170, Ruiz attacks. Not us directly, but one of our smaller communities, the Sunnyvale group of 30 people. They're overrun in hours. Everyone is killed or captured. It's brutal and purposeful. Ruiz is sending a message. Submit or die. The Alliance is outraged and scared. Some communities want to surrender. They don't want to be next. Others want to fight. We're fracturing again. Fear is driving us apart. Sophie and I call an emergency summit. All 12 community leaders gathering at the data center for what might be our last meeting. Patricia speaks first. She says, if we surrender to Ruiz, we lose everything we've built. We become his subjects. We accept that might makes right. Harrison agrees. The admiral in him can't accept submission to a criminal. But others are less certain. The leader from a smaller community, a woman named Rosa, says her people can't defend against 300 fighters. They need to think of survival. Jennifer speaks up. She says she's documented everything we've built, all the progress and hope and cooperation, and she's not watching it destroyed by a warlord. Maya, now 17, stands up and says she grew up in this alliance. It's the only world that makes sense to her, and she'll fight for it. Raj makes a tactical proposal. We can't win a direct confrontation, but we can make Ruiz's victory too costly to pursue. We hit his supply lines. We conduct raids. We use our knowledge of the terrain and our coordination advantages. We wage guerrilla war. Sarah can provide treated infected as a psychological weapon. They'll terrify Ruiz's people, who won't understand why some infected are docile. Harrison's Oakland facility can provide manufacturing support. Patricia's agricultural knowledge means we can outlast a siege. We have advantages Ruiz doesn't expect. We can win if we're smart. The Alliance votes to fight. It's not unanimous, but it's decisive. We're going to war. Over the next 2 weeks, we transform from communities of survivors into a fighting force. Raj organizes training sessions, teaching civilians how to shoot and move and fight together. Sophie establishes supply chains and medical stations. Sarah weaponizes the treatment, creating dart guns that can administer it from distance, turning hostile infected into docile ones mid-attack. Jennifer documents everything. She says, history needs to know we didn't surrender without a fight. Maya volunteers for combat training despite being underage. Sophie tries to stop her, but I side with Maya. She's earned the right to fight for her home. Day 185, the guerrilla campaign begins. Small teams hitting Ruiz's outlying positions, destroying supplies, killing sentries, disappearing before reinforcements arrive. We lose people. War has costs, but we're inflicting damage. Ruiz responds with brutality, executing prisoners, burning communities that shelter our fighters. It's bloody and terrible, and we're all traumatized, but we keep fighting because the alternative is submission. Sophie loses her nerve after witnessing an execution of captured fighters. She wants to negotiate, find peace. I tell her there's no peace with men like Ruiz. She calls me cold. Maybe I am. Priya's death and everything since has frozen something inside me. But I'm keeping us alive. Raj leads a major raid on Ruiz's main camp. 80 fighters from across the Alliance in a coordinated night attack. It's the biggest operation we've attempted. I'm with him, along with Sarah and 30 others, including Maya, who refused to stay behind. We hit them at 3 a.m., when guards are tired and attention is low. The fighting is intense, close quarters combat with knives and crowbars and desperate violence. We plant explosives on their fuel reserves and ammunition stores. We free the prisoners from Sunnyvale, the ones who survived. We're extracting when Ruiz himself appears with a dozen bodyguards. The confrontation is everything. Ruiz sees Sarah, and recognition flashes in his eyes. He knows who she is, what she represents. He calls her the woman who destroyed Mueller, says he respected Mueller. The man had vision, even if his execution was flawed. Sarah tells Ruiz he's just another wannabe tyrant who'll end up dead like Mueller. They're raising weapons when the explosives detonate and the camp erupts in fire and chaos. We run in the confusion. Ruiz's people are shooting at us, but their discipline breaks in the chaos. We make it out with casualties, 3 killed and 5 wounded, but we crippled Ruiz's main base. More importantly, we proved we could hurt him. Day 190, Ruiz offers to negotiate. He's lost too much in our guerrilla campaign. His people are demoralized. His supplies are depleted. He wants a ceasefire. The Alliance leadership debates whether to accept or press our advantage. Raj wants to keep fighting, to keep. Push until Ruiz is destroyed. Harrison agrees. Military doctrine says you don't let a wounded enemy recover. But Sophie and Patricia argue for negotiation. We've lost too many people already. Peace is worth pursuing. Sarah abstains. She says she's too personally invested in seeing Ruiz fail. The deciding vote falls to me again. I'm the one who keeps making these impossible decisions. I vote for negotiation, but from a position of strength. We demand Ruiz's unconditional surrender, integration of his people into the Alliance under our terms, and accountability for war crimes. Ruiz rejects these terms, but offers a counter-proposal. His people become an autonomous member of the Alliance, maintaining their own governance, but contributing to mutual defense and trade. No accountability for past actions. Clean slate for everyone. It's compromise. It's imperfect. It's maybe the best we can achieve without more bloodshed. The Alliance debates for 3 days. Eventually, we accept with conditions. Ruiz's former Biodyne personnel are expelled. All prisoners are released and compensated. Ruiz himself steps down from leadership, and his community elects new leaders who will be acceptable to the Alliance. Day 200, 3 weeks of negotiations later, the war ends. Ruiz's community officially joins the Valley Alliance under the name Central Valley Community. New leaders are elected, a council of 5, including none of Mueller's former employees. The Biodyne personnel are exiled, given supplies and weapons, and sent away with the understanding that if they return, they'll be killed. Ruiz himself goes with them. He says he can't live under anyone's rules but his own. It's a hollow victory, but it's victory. The Alliance now includes 13 communities and over 1,300 people. We're the largest organized survivor federation in California, possibly on the West Coast. The cost was high. We lost 47 people in the war, including people I knew, people I cared about. A young woman named Alice, who reminded me of Maya, dead in a raid. An older man named George, who was funny and kind. Killed defending a supply convoy. A brilliant engineer named Patricia's sister Lucia, murdered by Ruiz's people in reprisal. Each loss is personal. Each name goes on Jennifer's wall. Each death diminishes us. but we won. We proved that cooperation and organization can defeat tyranny and violence. We proved that the future doesn't have to belong to the brutal and cruel. Sophie and I are standing on the data center roof again, our traditional spot for reflection. It's been exactly 200 days since the outbreak, 6 months and change since the world ended. She tells me she's pregnant. One of Harrison's people from Oakland, a man named David, they've been seeing each other quietly for months. I'm shocked and thrilled and terrified for her. Bringing a child into this world seems impossible and brave and necessary. Life does find a way. She asks if I think Priya would approve. I tell her Priya would be ecstatic. She always wanted kids. She believed in the future even when I couldn't. Sophie cries, and I hold her, and for the first time since Priya died, I feel something like hope. Jennifer is writing the official history of the Alliance. She interviews everyone, collects stories, preserves memories. She asks me to contribute more of my written account. I give her my notebook and she reads it and cries. She says it's raw and honest and important. She says future generations need to know how hard this was, how much it cost, how many people died so others could live. She asks permission to include Priya's story. I agree. Priya's legacy needs to be remembered. The Google engineer who helped establish critical infrastructure, who died protecting information that saved humanity, who believed in solutions until the very end. Sarah is expanding her research. With the war over, she has resources and time. She's working on understanding the long-term effects of the virus, potential genetic changes in survivors, the question of whether humanity itself is evolving. She's found evidence that some children born after the outbreak might have natural immunity, something in their genetics that makes them resistant. It's not confirmed yet, but if true, it means hope for the future. A generation that can live without fear of infection. Maya volunteers to help Sarah in the lab. She's smart and curious, and Sarah takes her on as an apprentice. It's beautiful to watch. Knowledge passing to the next generation. Day 220, the Alliance holds its first formal Congress. Representatives from all 13 communities gathering to establish a constitution, a legal framework, a government. Harrison wants a federal structure with strong central authority. Patricia wants local autonomy with minimal central control. The debate is intense and productive. We're not just surviving anymore, we're building a civilization. The Congress lasts a week and produces a document called the Valley Alliance Charter. It establishes elected representatives, shared defense obligations, free trade and movement, individual rights, and accountability mechanisms. It's imperfect, but it's ours. Created democratically by people who survived hell together. I'm elected to the Alliance Council along with Sophie, Sarah, Harrison, Patricia, and 4 others. We're not calling ourselves government yet. That word carries too much baggage, but we're leadership, and we're accountable to the communities we serve. Our first act is establishing courts to handle disputes and crimes. Our second is creating an education requirement. Every child in the Alliance will receive schooling. Our third is a Memorial Day, one day every month where we remember those we lost, where we tell their stories and honor their sacrifices. Jennifer proposes it, and everyone agrees immediately. My name is Dr. Sarah Kim, and I'm day 235 since this nightmare began, and I'm finally making peace with my role in it. Yes, my research provided the foundation Mueller used to create the T-virus. Yes, I could have fought harder to stop him earlier. Yes, I bear responsibility. But I also created the treatment and the vaccine. I helped build the Alliance. I trained the next generation, including Maya. who's showing real promise as a scientist. The scales don't balance, they never will. But I'm contributing to the solution instead of just regretting the problem. The alliance is growing. 2 more communities joined this month, one in Sacramento with 90 people and one near Fresno with 40. We're over 1,500 people now, spread across 15 communities. Trade is flowing, goods and services and knowledge exchanging freely. We're establishing industries, manufacturing basic tools and weapons and clothing. Agricultural yields are improving. Patricia's committee has gotten corn and beans and tomatoes growing successfully. We're not food independent yet, but we're getting there. Give us another year, and we might not need scavenging at all. The infected population continues to decline. Between our vaccine preventing new infections, our treatment providing mercy to the existing infected, and natural attrition as their bodies deteriorate, the hordes are smaller and less frequent. Urban areas are still dangerous. San Francisco and Oakland and San Jose still have thousands of infected, but the suburbs are clearable. The Alliance is expanding territory methodically, clearing neighborhoods, establishing outposts, reclaiming the world block by block. In 5 years, we might have the whole valley secure. In 10 years, we might have cities again. But new challenges emerge. The military zone in Nevada is becoming aggressive. They want more control over the Alliance. They think we're getting too powerful. Colonel Morrison was recalled and replaced by a hardliner named General Stone, who doesn't value cooperation. Stone is making demands, threatening to cut off supply shipments if we don't accept Nevada oversight. The Alliance Council debates how to respond. We can't afford war with Nevada. They have numbers and weapons and infrastructure. But we also can't surrender our independence. We've fought too hard for it. Raj proposes a diplomatic solution. We offer Nevada a formal treaty, equal partners instead of subordinate allies. We provide them with vaccine and treatment production support in exchange for military protection and trade benefits. Stone considers it for weeks and eventually accepts. The treaty is signed on day 250, with representatives from both sides. It's a major achievement, proof that the New World doesn't have to be ruled by force alone. Sophie is proud. She tells Raj he's become a better diplomat than soldier. He laughs and says Priya would have been the real diplomat. He's just following her example. Day 260, Maya turns 18. We throw her a party at the data center, the first real celebration we've had since the war ended. Someone found a cake mix and baked an actual cake. Someone else found a working stereo and music. People dance and laugh, and for a few hours, we're not survivors or fighters or leaders. We're just humans being human. Sophie is showing. Her pregnancy is obvious now, and people are excited and protective. Harrison gives a speech about the future Maya represents. Jennifer presents her with the first volume of the official Alliance history, a bound manuscript of hundreds of pages as documenting everything we've been through. Maya cries, reading the dedication. For those who died so we could live. For those who built tomorrow from yesterday's ashes. I'm dancing with Raj, and I ask him if he ever thinks about giving up. About just walking away from all the responsibility and leadership. He says every day, but then he thinks about Priya and Marcus and everyone who died believing in a better future, and he can't dishonor their memory by quitting. He asks if I ever stop feeling guilty about the virus. I tell him, never. But guilt is productive when it drives you to fix what you broke. We're both damaged people trying to build something good from terrible circumstances. We're the right leaders for this moment because we understand cost and sacrifice and the weight of consequences. Day 275, the Seattle Federation makes contact. They're a similar organization to ours, multiple communities cooperating, maybe 2,000 people strong. They've heard about our vaccine and treatment, and they want to establish diplomatic relations and trade. We send a delegation north, Raj and Patricia and Harrison, and 10 others, including armed escorts. The journey takes 2 weeks through dangerous territory, still heavy with infected. They make it to Seattle, and the negotiations are successful. The Seattle Federation and the Valley Alliance sign a mutual defense pact and trade agreement. We're connecting survivor groups up and down the West Coast. We're building a network that might someday become a nation. The alliance continues to evolve. Some communities thrive, others struggle. We lose a small community of 20 people to a massive infected horde that overwhelmed their defenses before help could arrive. We establish a rapid response team, fighters from multiple communities who can deploy quickly to help those under attack. Raj leads the team personally. They save 3 communities from destruction in the first month of operation. The alliance is becoming something real, something that protects its members effectively. Sophie gives birth on day 290. A healthy baby girl she names Priya, after my wife, after her friend. I'm there in the delivery room, and when they put baby Priya in my arms, I break down completely. She's tiny and perfect, and represents everything we've been fighting for. A future, a next generation, a world where children can grow up with hope instead of just fear. Sophie asks me to be the godfather. I can barely speak, so I just nod. Jennifer documents everything, the birth, the joy, the hope. She says this is the most important event in Alliance history, the first child born into our community, proof that life continues. My name is Raj Patel, and I'm holding my namesake goddaughter, and thinking about the 300 days since my old life ended. I was a warehouse worker who loved cricket, and my wife, and simple pleasures. Now I'm a leader and a fighter, and a man who's seen and done terrible things. Priya is dead, but a baby named Priya is alive and healthy in my arms. Marcus is dead, but his sister Sophie is a mother, and his legacy of protection and courage lives on. The world ended, but we're building a new one from the ruins. The Alliance now includes 17 communities and over 1,800 people. We control most of the South Bay, and we're expanding north and east. Trade routes connect us to Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles, and the Nevada Military Zone. We're manufacturing tools and weapons and clothing. We're growing food successfully. We're educating children. We're establishing laws and courts and democratic processes. We're becoming a civilization. Sarah announces a major breakthrough. The vaccine can now prevent infection even from multiple exposures. The treatment can now stabilize infected individuals for months instead of weeks. We're getting ahead of the virus instead of just reacting to it. The infected threat isn't gone, but it's manageable. It's becoming background danger instead of existential threat. In another year, we might declare the valley clear. In 5 years, we might reclaim cities. In 10 years, the T-virus might be a historical tragedy instead of an ongoing crisis. But human threats remain. Reports come in of warlords and tyrants controlling other regions. The Midwest is apparently dominated by a brutal theocracy that executes anyone who won't convert. The East Coast is fractured into dozens of warring factions. Europe and Asia are complete unknowns. Communications are too degraded to get reliable information. The world is dangerous and broken, and humanity's worst impulses are on full display. The Alliance is a beacon, but there are plenty of places where the darkness won. We receive a distress call from a community in Oregon. A small group of 70 people under attack by raiders. The Alliance Council debates intervention. Oregon is outside our normal range, but we can't ignore people calling for help. Raj volunteers to lead a rescue mission. Sophie argues against it. She just had a baby. She needs him here. But Raj says if we don't help people beyond our borders, then we're no better than the warlords who only care about their own power. The council votes to authorize the mission. 20 fighters, including Raj and Harrison and some of our best people, leave the next day. The rescue mission succeeds, but at a cost. They save the Oregon community but lose 6 fighters, including Harrison. The admiral died, leading a charge against superior numbers, buying time for civilians to escape. His death is a massive blow to the Alliance. He was one of our founders, one of our wisest leaders. Oakland mourns deeply. We hold a state funeral, and 500 people attend. Jennifer adds his name to the memorial wall. Admiral James Harrison, leader, warrior, builder. Sophie is devastated. Harrison was a friend and mentor. She holds baby Priya and cries and tells her daughter about the brave man who helped create the world she was born into. Day 310. I'm elected chair of the Alliance Council. I didn't want the position. I'm more comfortable as a fighter than a politician. But Sophie and Sarah both nominated me, and the vote was unanimous. I accept because duty demands it. My first act as chair is establishing the Alliance Defense Force, a permanent military organization with volunteers from all communities. We can't keep relying on ad hoc militias and rapid response teams. We need professional soldiers. I appoint one of Harrison's protégés, a woman named Commander Chen, no relation to Marcus, to lead the ADF. She's competent and tough and shares Harrison's vision of disciplined defense. The Alliance continues to grow. 2 more communities join, one in the Central Valley with 50 people and one near the coast with 30. We're approaching 2,000 people. Our territory extends from San Jose to Sacramento, from the coast to the Sierra foothills. We're the largest organized survivor group in California, and one of the largest on the West Coast. Other federations are watching us, some with admiration, some with jealousy, some with suspicion. We need to be careful. Success breeds enemies. Maya completes her scientific training under Sarah and becomes the Alliance's second virologist. She's brilliant and passionate, and she represents the next generation of leadership. At 19, she's already making contributions to research, improving the vaccine efficiency, developing new treatment protocols. She's talking about going to Seattle or Portland to train others, spreading knowledge and capability. Sarah encourages this. She says science has to be shared or it dies with individual scientists. Jennifer publishes the first volume of the Alliance history, 500 pages documenting the outbreak, the parking structure, the data center, the war with Ruiz, the formation of civilization. Every community receives copies. It's our founding document, our mythology, our reminder of what we've survived and overcome. Schools are teaching it to children. People are reading it aloud at gatherings. The stories of the dead, the heroes we lost, they're becoming legend. Marcus Chen, the warrior, Carlos Martinez, the builder, Dr. Aisha Mohammed, the healer, Pastor Michael Okonkwo, the faithful, Priya Patel, the heart. Their names will be remembered. Day 325, Sophie and David get married. It's a beautiful ceremony at the data center with 300 guests. A minister from one of the communities performs the service. Baby Priya is the ring bearer carried by Jennifer. I give Sophie away, since Marcus isn't here to do it. She's wearing a dress someone crafted from salvaged materials, and she's radiant. David is a good man, an engineer from Oakland, steady and kind and devoted to her. They exchange vows, and I'm crying, and everyone is crying because joy is rare and precious, and we've earned this moment of happiness. The reception is a feast by our standards. Roasted vegetables from our gardens, bread from our grain supplies, even some wine someone found and saved for a special occasion. People dance and laugh and tell stories. Maya gives a speech about Sophie being like an older sister to her. Sarah toasts the couple and expresses hope for their future. I tell the story of how Sophie saved my life multiple times, how she's the bravest person I've ever known, besides her brother. Sophie and David cut the cake and feed each other and kiss, and everyone cheers. It's perfect and normal and exactly what we need. My name is Sophie Chen, and I'm married and a mother and a leader, and I carry Marcus with me every day. He would have loved David. He would have been the best uncle to Priya. He would have been proud of what we've built. His sacrifice and everyone else's sacrifice was not in vain. We created something worth dying for. We proved that humanity can choose cooperation over conflict, hope over despair, building over destruction. The alliance is his legacy as much as anyone's. Day 340, we face a crisis. A new variant of the T virus appears in the northern communities. It's more aggressive, faster spreading, and our vaccine is less effective against it. Maya and Sarah work around the clock to understand the mutation and develop a new vaccine. They succeed in 2 weeks, an updated vaccine that provides immunity to both the original virus and the variant. But during those 2 weeks, we lose 30 people across 3 communities. The dead are mourned and memorialized. The crisis is contained. But it's a reminder that the virus is still evolving, still dangerous, still a threat we have to manage actively. The Alliance establishes a permanent research institute at the data center. Maya and Sarah lead it with a staff of 10, including medical doctors, biologists, and engineers. Their mission is understanding the T virus, developing countermeasures, and ensuring humanity is never vulnerable to bioweapons again. They're also tasked with general medical research. We've lost too much institutional knowledge from before the outbreak. We need to redevelop vaccines for other diseases, understand antibiotics, preserve medical science. It's ambitious, but necessary. Civilization requires more than just survival. It requires knowledge and capability. The Nevada Military Zone requests a summit. General Stone wants to discuss closer integration between Nevada and the Alliance. Some council members are skeptical. We remember Stone's initial hostility. But others, including me, think we should engage. We're stronger together than apart. The summit is held in a neutral location, a small town halfway between our territories. General Stone attends with advisors. Raj and I represent the Alliance along with Patricia and 2 others. The negotiations are tense but productive. We agree to a mutual defense treaty, shared intelligence, and coordinated expansion into unsecured territories. We remain independent, but closely allied. Day 360, 1 year since the outbreak, we hold the first Alliance Day, a holiday commemorating our survival and honoring those we lost. Every community participates. We have moments of silence. We read names from the memorial walls. We tell stories of the dead. We also celebrate our achievements. Gardens growing, children learning, communities thriving, democracy functioning, hope surviving. Jennifer reads from the history. Maya presents new scientific developments. A choir sings songs composed since the outbreak. It's emotional and cathartic and necessary. Raj gives a speech as Alliance chair. He talks about the cost of survival and the responsibility to build something worthy of that cost. He talks about Priya and Marcus and everyone who died believing in a better tomorrow. He says we owe them our best efforts, our continued struggle, our refusal to surrender to despair. He says the Alliance is imperfect, but it's ours, built by survivors for survivors, and it represents humanity's capacity for resilience and cooperation. People cheer and cry, and I'm so proud of him, this warehouse worker who became a leader and a symbol of hope. That night, the core leadership group gathers privately. Raj, me, Sarah, Maya, Jennifer, Patricia, and a few others. We're drinking wine someone saved for this occasion and reflecting on the year. Jennifer asks each of us what we've learned. Patricia says she learned that humans are capable of both terrible evil and incredible good, and we have to actively choose which to embody. Maya says she learned that knowledge is power and responsibility, and we have to share it generously. Sarah says she learned that guilt can be productive if you channel it into action. Raj says he learned it that love doesn't end with death, that Priya is still with him in the choices he makes and the community he helps build. I say I learned it that Marcus was right. The only easy day was yesterday, but hard days are worth living when you're building something that matters. Jennifer says she learned that memory is sacred and stories are how we give meaning to suffering. We're all crying and laughing and holding each other. We're broken people who somehow created something whole. Day 375, I give birth to a son. We name him Marcus David Chen, honoring my brother and my husband. He's healthy and loud and perfect. Raj is there, and when he holds Marcus Jr., he tells him about the man he's named for, the warrior who protected everyone, the brother who never gave up. I'm watching and crying and feeling like maybe the world is going to be okay. 2 babies in the Alliance now, Priya and Marcus, the next generation. More pregnancies are announced. People are choosing to have children, choosing to believe in a future. The Alliance population passes 2,000, 20 communities spanning 300 miles. Our territory is secure, our borders are defended, our people are fed and housed and protected. We've established trade with 6 other survivor federations up and down the West Coast. We're in diplomatic contact with survivor groups across the country. The world is still dangerous and broken, but we're rebuilding it piece by piece, community by community, alliance by alliance. Sarah and Maya publish their research findings. The T-virus is understood now in detail. How it works, how it spreads, how it's defeated. The vaccine is refined and reliable. The treatment is effective and available. We're producing both at scale and sharing them freely with other survivor groups. The infected population continues to decline. In urban areas, they're still a threat, but the suburbs and rural areas are clearing. The Alliance is expanding its cleared territory, reclaiming neighborhoods and towns, pushing back the darkness. My name is Dr. Sarah Kim, and I'm day 400 into this new world, and I'm finally accepting that I might deserve to live. I created something terrible, but I also created the solution. I failed to stop Mueller, but I helped build something better. The scales don't balance. Evil doesn't get erased by good, but I'm contributing to humanity's survival and recovery, and that has meaning. Maya is my legacy now, this brilliant young woman who's going to carry scientific knowledge into the future. The Research Institute is my legacy, ensuring we never forget what we learned and we're never vulnerable again. The Alliance Council is expanding democratic processes. We're holding elections for community leaders and council representatives. People are voting, participating, engaging civically. It's messy and contentious, and beautiful. Different factions form around different priorities. Some people want more aggressive expansion. Others want to focus on consolidation. Some want stricter security measures. Others want more personal freedom. The debates are passionate, but mostly peaceful. We're building a democracy from scratch and learning as we go. Raj steps down as Alliance Chair after 18 months in the role. He says he's tired. He wants to spend more time with baby Priya. He wants to let others lead. The council elects Patricia as the new chair. She's brilliant and fair and universally respected. Her first act is establishing the Alliance Constitution, a formal document codifying our rights and laws and governmental structure. It's debated for months, every community contributing input, every citizen having a voice. The final document is ratified on day 450 with 90% approval. We're not survivors anymore. We're citizens. The infected threat diminishes to background noise. Occasional encounters, manageable with standard protocols, no longer existential. The Alliance shifts focus to other challenges. Infrastructure repair, agricultural expansion, manufacturing development, education enhancement. We're rebuilding civilization's foundation. Power grids are being restored, water systems are being repaired, roads are being cleared, buildings are being renovated. The world is still broken, but we're fixing it. Day 500, the Alliance throws a massive celebration. 500 days since the outbreak. 2,300 citizens across 22 communities. Territory spanning 400 miles. Treaties with a dozen other survivor federations. Peace and prosperity relative to the chaos of the early days. The celebration lasts 3 days with festivals at every community. Jennifer publishes the second volume of the Alliance history, documenting our growth from survival to society. Maya presents breakthrough research showing that children born after the outbreak have significantly higher resistance to infection. The future is getting brighter. Raj and I are on the data center roof again, our traditional spot. Baby Priya is 2 years old now, walking and talking and brilliant like her namesake. Raj is proud and exhausted and content. He asks me if I think we've won. I tell him we've survived. Winning was never an option. The people we lost can't be brought back. The world we had can't be restored. But we built something new from the ruins, and that's its own kind of victory. We turned catastrophe into community. We found hope in hell. My name is Raj Patel, and 547 days after my old life ended, I'm watching the sunrise over Silicon Valley with my goddaughter sleeping in my arms. The valley that was the center of global technology, that was devastated by a virus created with that same technology, is rebuilding. Not as it was, but as something new. The Alliance is expanding, growing, thriving. Other federations are forming across the country and the world. Humanity is resilient. We survived the worst, and we're building better. I think about Priya every morning. She never got to see this. The world we built, the peace we achieved, the baby named after her. But I like to think she'd be proud. She believed in solutions, and we found them. She believed in cooperation, and we practiced it. She believed in hope, and we embodied it. Her legacy isn't just in my goddaughter's name. It's in every line of code that keeps our systems running. Every engineer trained in her image. Every problem solved with logic and compassion instead of violence. The memorial wall in the data center is long now. Hundreds of names. The innocent, the capable, the promising, the faithful, the elder, the doctor, the warrior, the builder. Admiral Harrison, Dr. Uisha, Ryan Cooper, Tom and Derek Walsh, Carlos Martinez, Jackson Rivera, who we called Jax, Pastor Michael Okonkwo, Professor David Goldstein, Marcus Chen, who I think about every day, who Sophie named her son after, who died buying us time to survive, and Priya Patel, heart of our community, engineer of hope, the woman I loved and lost and remember with every decision I make. Their deaths had meaning because we gave them meaning. We built a civilization worthy of their sacrifice. We created a world where children can grow up with hope. We proved that humanity's capacity for cooperation and compassion can overcome our worst impulses toward violence and destruction. The cost was terrible, but the result is real. 2,000 people living together peacefully, democratically, hopefully. It's not perfect, but it's ours and it's good. Maya is leading a delegation to Portland next week. She's going to train their scientists in vaccine production. Jennifer is publishing the 3rd volume of the Alliance history. Sophie is pregnant again, her 2nd child with David. Sarah is working on understanding long-term F. Now, let's move on to the next story, which is even better. The woman in scrubs was on me before I could process what I'd done, her fingernails raking across my forearm and leaving bloody tracks. I shoved her back and swung the wrench again, catching her in the chest hard enough to knock her off her feet. She hit the concrete and started trying to get up, but the mechanic was coming at me now, too, and I could hear more of them outside, their moans and shrieks getting louder. The kid who'd run into my shop was crying, pressed against the wall near my parts counter, and the polo shirt guy was trying to pull the Target girl back toward the front of the shop. "We have to go," I shouted, looking around for anything I could use. My shop suddenly felt like a trap. All these big windows and 2 open doors, and not enough ways out. The woman in scrubs was on her feet again. Her chest caved in where I'd hit her, but still moving, still reaching for me with those grasping hands, and I realized that just hitting them wasn't enough. I brought the wrench down on her head, putting my full weight behind it, and this time when she fell, she stayed down. The mechanic was close enough now that I could smell him, a rotten meat stench that made my stomach heave, and I kicked him in the knee to make him stumble before I caved in his skull, too. 3 dead bodies in my garage bay, all of them killed by me, and I couldn't process it, couldn't think beyond the immediate need to not die in the next 30 seconds. More were coming through the bay door. I could see them silhouetted against the harsh Arizona sunlight, and I made a decision that probably saved my life and definitely fucked it up forever. I ran to the Harley that was still up on the lift, the FLHX, that some rich asshole had brought in 3 days ago, complaining about a shimmy in the front end. I'd pulled the front wheel to check the bearings and found them fine, figured it was probably just an out-of-balance tire. But I hadn't finished the job because the guy was being a dick about the price. Now, I jumped on the lift controls and brought the bike down, thanking whoever might be listening that I'd already put the wheel back on, even if I hadn't torqued the axle nut properly. The kid was still against the wall, frozen with fear, and I yelled at him. "Come on, we're leaving!" But he just shook his head, tears streaming down his face, and I didn't have time to argue. The infected were pouring into the garage now, maybe 8 or 10 of them, and I could hear glass breaking at the front of the shop. I wheeled the Harley off the lift, grabbed my helmet from the hook where I always kept it, and hit the starter. The engine caught immediately because I was good at my job, that beautiful Milwaukee 8 rumble filling the garage, and I twisted the throttle to make sure it would run. The front end still had that shimmy at idle, Probably the tire balance like I'd thought, but that didn't matter anymore. I looked back one more time at the kid, at the polo shirt guy who was trying to hold the front door shut against something that was slamming into it from outside, at the Target girl who had grabbed a tire iron and was backing toward the bathroom. Part of me knew I should help them, should try to get them out, but a bigger part knew that I couldn't save everyone, and trying would just get me killed. So I did what I'd been doing my whole life when things got hard. I ran. I opened the throttle and roared toward the bay door, scattering infected as I went, and burst out into the parking lot, doing 40 miles an hour on a bike that wasn't even supposed to be ridden yet. The strip mall was chaos. Bodies everywhere, some moving and some not. Blood splattered across storefront windows and pooling on the asphalt. A car had crashed into the nail salon, smoke pouring from its hood, and I could see shapes moving inside the wreckage. More infected were stumbling out of the Target, their arms full of God knows what, and I realized with a sick twist in my gut that some of them were carrying pieces of people. I aimed the Harley toward the exit, weaving between abandoned cars and running people, and nearly crashed when a woman lunged at me from between two parked vehicles. She caught my left handlebar and tried to pull herself up, her face a mask of gore, and I had to punch her in the throat to make her let go. Bell Road was a nightmare. Traffic had come to a complete standstill, cars abandoned in the middle of the street, doors hanging open, accidents blocking multiple lanes. I could see fires burning to the east, thick columns of black smoke rising into the cloudless blue sky, and the sound of sirens was constant, but not getting any closer. I rode up onto the sidewalk, weaving between light poles and trash cans, and tried to think through the panic that was threatening to swallow my brain whole. I needed to get to Rachel. She lived in Tempe, near the university, about 20 miles away through city streets that were apparently falling apart. My phone was in my pocket, but when I tried to pull it out one-handed while riding, I nearly lost control of the bike, so I shoved it back and focused on not dying in the next 5 minutes. The news had been weird lately. I remembered that now. Reports of some kind of illness, outbreak near Yuma, people getting sick with what they said was a new flu strain. Then there'd been something about a fire at a research facility, some government lab that nobody had known existed until it burned. The reports had been vague, heavy on speculation, and light on facts. And I'd ignored them, the way I ignored most news because I had bikes to fix, and bills to pay, and my own problems to worry about. But Rachel had mentioned it, said her cousin, who worked at the hospital, was seeing patients with strange symptoms, bite wounds that got infected impossibly fast, fevers that spiked so high people were having seizures. I'd brushed it off, told her it was probably just another drug making the rounds, but she'd been worried in a way that wasn't like her. I needed to call her, needed to know she was okay, but the bike demanded all my attention as I navigated through the breakdown of civilization. A cop car sat empty in the middle of an intersection, its lights still flashing, but no cop in sight. A bus had crashed into a storefront, and infected were crawling out of it like ants from a disturbed nest. A group of people had barricaded themselves inside a Circle K, and I watched one of them shoot through the glass door at the infected trying to get in. The gunshot was impossibly loud, echoing off the buildings, and it seemed to attract more of them, their heads turning toward the sound with predatory focus. I'd ridden this route to Rachel's place 1,000 times, knew every light and turn and shortcut, but now it was alien territory. The university district was burning. I could see that from a mile away, flames eating through student housing and academic buildings with equal hunger. The streets were clogged with people, some running and some attacking, and some just standing there screaming, and I had to ride through it all like I was threading a needle at 70 miles an hour. The Harley's front end shimmied worse the faster I went, that unbalanced tire making the whole bike shake. But I couldn't slow down because stopping meant death. Rachel's apartment complex was called Desert Vista, a faded stucco development that pretended to be nicer than it was. And when I turned onto her street, my heart stopped. The whole east wing was on fire, flames pouring from windows and balconies, and people were jumping from second and third floor units to escape. But they weren't just escaping the fire. They were escaping each other. I watched a woman throw herself from a balcony to get away from something that was chasing her, watched her hit the ground hard enough that I knew she wasn't getting up. And then I watched that. Something follow her over the edge and land on top of her and start feeding. I rode straight into the parking structure, my engine echoing off concrete walls, past cars that had been abandoned in place, their doors open and belongings scattered across the ground. Rachel drove a blue Honda Civic, and I found it on the second level, right where she always parked it, in spot 217 near the stairwell. The car was still there. The keys were in the ignition, like she'd been in a hurry. And the driver's seat was covered in blood, so much blood that it had pooled on the floor and dripped down onto the concrete below. I killed the Harley's engine and just sat there, my hands shaking on the handlebars, staring at that blood. My mind tried to find explanations that weren't the obvious one. Maybe she'd cut herself. Maybe she'd been helping someone who was injured. Maybe this was someone else's blood, and she'd gotten away, and was somewhere safe waiting for me to find her. But I knew. Deep down in that place that holds truths you don't want to acknowledge, I knew that Rachel was gone. Either she'd been attacked and turned into one of those things, or she'd been attacked and died, or she was trapped somewhere in that burning building fighting for her life. And any of those options meant I'd lost her. I should have called her sooner. I should have left my shop the moment the first person ran in screaming. I should have grabbed my own bike and raced straight here instead of wasting time trying to understand what was happening. But I'd hesitated, and now the woman I'd been planning to propose to, the woman who made me coffee every morning and laughed at my terrible jokes and was supposed to be the person I grew old with, was gone. I wanted to scream. I wanted to put my fist through something. I wanted to rewind time 3 hours and do everything differently. Instead, I just sat there on a stolen Harley in a parking garage while the world burned around me, staring at blood that might have been hers. Something moved in the stairwell, a scraping footstep that snapped me back to reality. I looked up and saw one of them coming down the stairs, a man in pajama pants and no shirt, his chest torn open so badly I could see ribs. He saw me at the same time I saw him, and his mouth opened in that horrible shriek. I kicked the Harley back to life and got the hell out of there. Riding down the exit ramp so fast, I almost dumped the bike on the turns and burst back out onto the street to find it even worse than when I'd gone in. The fire had spread to adjacent buildings, and the heat was intense enough that I could feel it through my jeans and t-shirt. Infected were everywhere, tearing into anyone they could catch, and I saw a National Guard truck roar past with infected clinging to it, trying to get at the soldiers inside. The truck sideswiped a parked car and kept going, leaving a trail of bodies behind it, and I knew that even the military wasn't going to save us. This was too big, too widespread, too fast. Whatever this virus was, whatever had gotten out of that lab, it was winning. I rode aimlessly for maybe 10 minutes, survival instinct keeping me moving, but my brain too shattered to have a destination. Rachel was gone. My shop was gone. The city I'd lived in my entire life was tearing itself apart. I passed a church where people had gathered on the steps, and I watched infected burst through the doors and drag them down one by one. I passed a school where a teacher was trying to load children into a bus, while infected students attacked from all sides. I passed a hospital where the emergency room doors had been barricaded from the inside and people were pounding on the glass, begging to be let in, while infected circled them like sharks. My phone rang, the vibration startling me so badly I almost crashed. I managed to pull over behind an overturned delivery truck and answered it without looking at who was calling. Travis? The voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it through the ringing in my ears. Travis, is that you? Yeah, I said, my voice coming out rough and broken. Who is this? It's Marcus, man, from the bike club. Listen, where are you? Marcus Chen, I placed him now. He rode a custom chopper and worked in IT somewhere downtown. We weren't close friends, but we'd done a few group rides together, grabbed beers after meetings. I'm in Tempe, I said, near ASU. Everything's fucked, Marcus. They're everywhere. I know. Listen, there's a group of us holed up at Jimmy's place in Scottsdale. You remember Jimmy Reeves? Big guy, rides the Indian. His house is like a fortress, man. Walls, security system, the whole deal. We're gathering supplies, weapons, trying to wait this out. You should come. I looked around at the chaos, at the infected tearing into a family that had tried to make a run for their car, at the smoke and fire and screaming that stretched in every direction. I don't know where to go, I admitted. I went to check on Rachel and I couldn't finish the sentence. Shit, man, I'm sorry, but you can't stay there. You'll die. Come to Jimmy's. We'll figure this out together. He gave me the address, a house in North Scottsdale that was at least 10 miles away, through streets that were falling apart. But it was something, a destination, a reason to keep moving instead of just riding until I ran out of gas or got pulled off the bike by those things. Okay, I said. I'm coming. Be careful, Marcus said. They're attracted to noise, to movement. Try to stay quiet if you can. I laughed, a harsh, bitter sound, because I was on a Harley with straight pipes and there was nothing quiet about it. I'll do my best. The ride to Scottsdale was the longest 20 miles of my life. I had to backtrack and detour constantly as I found streets blocked by accidents or fires or swarms of infected. I rode through neighborhoods I'd never been to, past houses where families had tried to barricade themselves in and failed, past convenience stores that had been looted and burned, past schools and parks and shopping centers that had become killing grounds. The infected were everywhere, but they weren't coordinated, weren't organized. They just attacked whatever moved, whatever caught their attention, and the lucky ones died quickly, while the unlucky ones became like them. I saw a cop trying to direct traffic at an intersection, waving cars through with one hand while holding a gun in the other. I watched him shoot 3 infected before a dozen more overwhelmed him, dragging him to the ground despite his screams. I saw a woman throw her baby from a second-story window to someone below, then jump herself when the infected broke through her door. I saw a man set his own house on fire with him, still inside, rather than let them take him. Each horror built on the last, until I felt numb, until my brain just couldn't process any more death, and started treating it all like background noise. The sun was starting to set by the time I found Jimmy's place, the Arizona sky turning that particular shade of orange and purple that usually meant the day's heat was finally breaking. The house was in a gated community that had clearly tried to keep the infected out, but the gate had been smashed open and bodies littered the street inside. Jimmy's house was at the end of a cul-de-sac, a sprawling ranch-style place with a 6-foot wall around the property, and what looked like security cameras on every corner. I rode up to the gate and hit the intercom button, keeping the Harley running in case I needed to make a quick exit. "Who is it?" A voice crackled through the speaker. "Travis Henderson. Marcus called me, told me to come here." There was a pause, then the gate swung open. "Pull in quick and we'll close it behind you." I rode into the driveway and the gate clanged shut immediately. The front door opened and Marcus came out, followed by a handful of other people I recognized from the bike club. Jimmy Reeves was there, a massive guy with a gray beard and arms covered in tattoos, holding what looked like an AR-15. Behind him was Sarah Kim, who rode a Triumph and worked as a nurse, and Tony DeLuca, a retired Marine who'd served in Afghanistan and always had the best stories at club meetings. "Good to see you made it," Marcus said, clasping my hand when I climbed off the bike. "Come on, let's get inside." The house was like a bunker. Jimmy had apparently been some kind of prepper, and his place was stocked with enough food and water to last months. The windows were barricaded with plywood and furniture, the doors reinforced with metal bars, and there were weapons everywhere. Rifles, shotguns, pistols, even a couple of crossbows. In the living room, a group of maybe 15 people sat around a TV that was showing news coverage, though the signal kept cutting in and out. "Asking everyone to remain in their homes," a reporter was saying, her face pale and strained. "The National Guard has been deployed to Phoenix, Tempe, Scottsdale, and surrounding areas, but officials are saying—" The signal cut to static, then came back. Attacks spreading from Arizona to California and New Mexico. The CDC has issued a statement calling this a viral outbreak of unknown origin, and the president has declared a national more static. "It's everywhere," Sarah said from the couch, her nurse's scrubs stained with blood. "I was at the hospital when it started. We had 3 patients come in with bite wounds, said they'd been attacked at some research facility near Luke Air Force Base. They died within an hour, and then they just got back up and started attacking everyone. We tried to restrain them, but they were so strong, and when they bit other people, those people got sick just as fast. It spread through the whole hospital in less than 2 hours." "What kind of research facility?" I asked, sitting down in an armchair that probably cost more than my truck. "I don't know. The patients were delirious, talking about experiments and containment breaches and terrorists. One of them kept saying that someone had stolen vials of something, that they'd released it deliberately." She wrapped her arms around herself. "I watched my coworkers turn into those things, people I'd worked with for years. They died and came back and tried to eat me." Jimmy turned off the TV in disgust. "News isn't telling us anything useful anyway. We can see what's happening. The question is, what do we do about it?" "We stay here," Tony said firmly. "This place is defensible. We have supplies. We wait for the military to get control of the situation." "And if they don't?" I asked. "Then we stay here until they do, or until we figure out a better plan." Over the next few hours, more people trickled in. Bikers mostly, but also neighbors from the gated community who'd seen our lights and come begging for help. By midnight, there were 23 of us crammed into Jimmy's house, and the neighborhood outside had gone from chaotic to eerily quiet. The infected were still out there. We could hear them sometimes, their moans and shrieks echoing in the darkness, but they seemed less active at night, or maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. I found myself in Jimmy's garage, helping to inventory supplies with a woman named Diana, who lived 2 streets over. She was in her 40s, a real estate agent who'd been showing a house when the outbreak started, and had barely escaped with her life. Her hands shook as she counted cans of food, and I could see bite marks on her forearm that she'd bandaged with duct tape. "Those bites," I said carefully. "You should have Sarah look at them." "I'm fine," Diana said quickly. Too quickly. "It's just a scratch." But I'd seen enough by now to know what infected bites looked like, and Diana had been bitten. Maybe not badly. Maybe the infection hadn't taken hold yet. But she had been bitten, and she was lying about it. I should have told someone. Should have pulled Marcus or Jimmy aside and warned them. But I didn't, because Diana seemed okay, and I didn't want to be responsible for what would happen if I accused her. So I kept my mouth shut and helped her count canned soup and boxes of crackers, and I told myself it would probably be fine. It wasn't fine. Diana turned around 3 a.m, right in the middle of Jimmy's garage, while 4 of us were moving supplies. 1 minute she was asking Tony to hand her a case of water bottles, and the next she was on the ground having a seizure, her whole body convulsing while foam poured from her mouth. Sarah came running when we shouted, but there was nothing she could do. Diana seized for maybe 2 minutes, her eyes rolling back in her head, and then she went still. We all stood there waiting to see if she'd wake up, and when she did, it wasn't Diana anymore. She moved like they all moved, that jerky wrong gait, and she lunged at Tony with her teeth bared. He put her down with a hammer before she could bite anyone, one solid blow to the temple that caved in her skull, and then we all just stood there looking at the body and realizing how fucked we really were. If someone could get bitten and hide it, if the infection could take hold without anyone noticing until it was too late, then we weren't safe even here behind Jimmy's walls. "Everyone needs to be checked," Jimmy said, his voice hard. "Strip down, show us your skin. Anyone with bites gets isolated until we know more." That went over about as well as you'd expect. People argued, said he couldn't force them, said they had rights. But Jimmy stood there with his AR-15, and Tony backed him up with a shotgun, and eventually everyone complied, because the alternative was getting kicked out into the night. 3 more people had bites they'd been hiding, and Jimmy locked them in his guest house with water and a bucket to use as a toilet. "We'd check on them in the morning," he said. "See if they got sick. Learn what we could about the infection's progression." I didn't sleep that night. I sat in a chair by the living room window, watching the street through a gap in the plywood, and thought about Rachel. I wondered if she'd died quick, or if she'd suffered. I wondered if she'd turned into one of them, or if she'd managed to stay human to the end. I wondered if I'd ever know. The not knowing was almost worse than the certainty of loss, because my brain kept offering me horrible possibilities, and I couldn't stop thinking about them. Marcus sat down next to me around 4 a.m., handing me a bottle of water. "You should try to rest." "Can't," I said. "Every time I close my eyes, I see her car. All that blood." "I'm sorry, man. Rachel was good people." "Yeah." I took a drink of water, warm and stale from sitting in Jimmy's garage. "What do you think happened? I mean, really happened? Where did this come from?" Sarah's patients mentioned a research facility near Luke Air Force Base. That's military territory, black budget shit that nobody's supposed to know about. My guess? They were fucking around with something they shouldn't have been. Maybe trying to weaponize some kind of pathogen, and it got loose. And the terrorists? If there were vials of whatever this is, and someone stole them and released them deliberately, then, yeah, terrorists. He rubbed his face. "Remember that news report about the fire at a government lab? That was like 2 weeks ago. What if that wasn't a fire? What if that was the first outbreak, and they've been lying to us this whole time while trying to contain it?" It made a sick kind of sense. The vague news reports, the government officials refusing to comment, the way the illness had seemed to spread so fast. They lost control of it. They never had control. This thing spreads too fast, kills too quick. You get bit, you've got maybe a few hours before you turn. And anyone you bite during those hours gets infected too. It's exponential. Perfect weapon, really, if you're trying to destroy a country from within. Some weapon, I said bitterly. It's destroying everyone. Morning came with bad news from the guest house. 2 of the 3 people with bites had turned during the night and attacked the third, who'd managed to barricade herself in the bathroom, but was now trapped. We could hear them throwing themselves against the bathroom door, their screams and moans filtering through the walls. Jimmy wanted to go in and put them down, but Tony convinced him to wait, to see if the woman in the bathroom got sick, or if maybe she'd be okay since she hadn't been bitten. She lasted until noon before the infection took her. We heard her screaming, then silence, then more of those horrible shrieks. Jimmy and Tony went in with guns and came out looking grim. 3 more bodies for the pile we were starting in the backyard. 3 more people who'd been alive yesterday and were now just meat. The TV was still working intermittently, and what news we could get was catastrophic. Phoenix was lost, according to the reports. The military had pulled back to defensive positions around the metro area, trying to keep the infected contained but failing. The virus had spread to California, New Mexico, Texas. There were reports of outbreaks on the East Coast, in Europe, in Asia. The president had ordered a complete lockdown of all major cities. Martial law declared nationwide. And there was talk of more extreme measures if the situation didn't improve. More extreme measures, Sarah repeated. What does that mean? Nothing good, Tony said. He'd been getting quieter, more withdrawn as the day went on, and I wondered what he was thinking. He'd seen combat, had probably killed people, and now he was watching his country tear itself apart from the inside. By the 3rd day at Jimmy's place, we'd lost 5 more people. 1 to a bite that we hadn't caught during inspection. Hidden under a bandage on his calf. 2 to a suicide pact in one of the bedrooms. Pills from Jimmy's medicine cabinet washing down with vodka. And 2 more when a group of infected broke through a weak spot in the wall and got into the yard. We managed to kill the infected and reinforce the wall, but not before they'd cornered a young couple who'd been trying to get water from the storage shed. The remaining 18 of us were getting on each other's nerves. Stress and fear and grief were turning normal disagreements into screaming matches. Someone accused someone else of hoarding food. A fight broke out over who should be on watch duty. Jimmy had to pull his gun again just to get people to calm down, and I could see the strain wearing on him. This was his house, his supplies, and we were eating through them faster than he'd planned. At this rate, we'd run out of food in a month, water maybe sooner. It was Marcus who suggested we needed to scout for more supplies, hit up nearby houses or stores for anything we could carry back. Jimmy didn't like it, but he agreed we didn't have much choice. We couldn't stay locked in here forever, not with this many people. So we put together a team, me, Marcus, Tony, and a guy named Derek, who'd been a cop before the world ended. 4 of us on bikes because they were faster and more maneuverable than cars, armed with whatever guns we could carry and melee weapons for backup. We left at dawn on the 4th day, when the infected seemed least active. The streets of Scottsdale were littered with bodies and abandoned cars, and we had to navigate carefully to avoid obstacles. We saw infected shambling around, but they were scattered, individuals or small groups rather than the massive swarms from the first day. It seemed like most of them had moved on, following the sounds of survivors to other neighborhoods, other cities. We hit a target first, figuring it would have food, water, medical supplies, everything we needed. The store had been looted already, but not thoroughly, and we managed to fill our saddlebags and a trailer that Marcus had rigged to his bike. Canned goods, bottled water, first aid kits, batteries, anything useful. We saw infected inside the store, but avoided them when we could. Put them down with hammers and crowbars when we couldn't. I killed 3 that day, including a kid who couldn't have been more than 12. Each one got a little easier, and that scared me more than anything. On the way back, we passed a military checkpoint that had been overrun. Humvees and trucks sat abandoned, their doors hanging open, brass casings littering the ground from a firefight that the military had lost. Bodies in uniform lay scattered among bodies in civilian clothes, and it was hard to tell which ones had been infected and which ones had just been killed. Tony stopped to salvage what he could from the military vehicles, found a few magazines of ammunition and a radio that didn't work. "They're losing," he said flatly. "The military's losing. I've seen what a modern military force can do, and if they couldn't hold a checkpoint on a suburban street, then they can't hold anything." We made it back to Jimmy's place with our supplies, and the knowledge that the world outside was continuing to fall apart. That night, the TV signal died completely. No more news broadcasts, no more emergency alerts, just static on every channel. Someone with a ham radio said they'd picked up scattered transmissions from survivor groups, military units that had gone off-grid, even a few government officials who claimed they were coordinating from secure bunkers. But there was no plan, no timeline for rescue, no indication that anyone was coming to save us. It was on the 5th day that we met Garrett Cross, and that's when everything got so much worse. We were on another supply run, this time hitting a pharmacy for medications that Sarah said we'd need. The pharmacy had been thoroughly looted, but Sarah knew which storage areas to check, and we were loading up on antibiotics and painkillers when we heard engines outside. Big engines, diesel trucks, and voices shouting orders. I peeked through the broken front window and saw a convoy of vehicles pulling up, civilian trucks and SUVs that had been modified with armor plating and gun mounts. Men jumped out carrying military-grade weapons, wearing tactical gear that looked professional but had no unit insignia. "Militia," Tony whispered, crouched next to me. "Or mercs, nobody good." We tried to slip out the back, but they'd already surrounded the building. A voice called through a megaphone. "We know you're in there. Come out with your hands up and your weapons on the ground. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to help." Marcus looked at me. "What do you think?" "I think anyone who says they're here to help usually isn't. But we didn't have much choice. We were surrounded, outgunned, and trying to fight our way out would just get us killed. So we did what they asked. We walked out the front door with our hands up and our guns on the pharmacy floor and got our first look at Garrett Cross. He was maybe 50, tall and lean, with silver hair cut military short, and eyes that were the cold blue of desert sky. He wore black tactical gear that probably cost more than my bike, and he carried a custom 1911 on his hip like it was part of his body. The men with him, maybe 20 of them, all looked like former military or law enforcement, hard guys with dead eyes who'd seen too much and done worse. "Well now," Garrett said, looking us over like we were merchandise. "4 more survivors. That's good. We can always use more hands." His accent was southern, maybe Texas or Oklahoma. "My name is Garrett Cross, and I'm offering you a chance to live through this. We're doing fine on our own," Tony said, his voice hard. Garrett smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. "Are you? Living in whatever hole you've dug for yourselves, eating through whatever supplies you scavenged, waiting for rescue that's never coming? I'm offering you something better. We've got a compound set up in the mountains, defensible position, sustainable food and water sources, enough ammunition to hold off a horde. We're building something that'll last, a new society for this new world." "And what does joining you cost?" I asked. "Just your loyalty and your work. Everyone contributes. Everyone benefits. We protect each other. We follow the rules. We survive together. And if we say no," his smile disappeared, "then you're on your own in a world that's trying to eat you. I'm making this offer once, gentlemen. Come with us now, or take your chances out here with the dead." Tony stepped forward. "We have people waiting for us, a whole group. We're not leaving them." "Then bring them too. The more the merrier, as long as they're willing to pull their weight." Garrett gestured to one of his men, who handed him a radio. "Where are they? We'll send vehicles, get everyone loaded up, move you all to safety." Something about this felt wrong, but I couldn't articulate what. The offer seemed reasonable on the surface. Safety, plus a plan for survival. But the way Garrett's men were positioned, the way they kept their weapons ready, the look in Garrett's eyes that said he wasn't really asking. Marcus caught my eye, and I could tell he felt it too. "We need to discuss it with our people," Marcus said carefully. "Make sure everyone's on board." "Of course," Garrett said. "Take an hour. But understand, we're not staying in this area much longer. Phoenix is finished. We're heading north into the mountains today, and anyone who wants to come needs to decide now." They let us take our bikes and our scavenged supplies, which surprised me until I realized they were following us. Not obviously, but I caught glimpses of one of their trucks trailing behind us as we rode back to Jimmy's place. They wanted to know where we were holed up, wanted to see what kind of setup we had and how many people we had before they made their next move. When we got back to the house, I pulled Jimmy aside and told him everything. His face got harder with each word, and when I finished, he just nodded slowly. "They're going to take what we have," he said. "One way or another. Either we join them and they absorb our supplies into theirs, or we refuse and they kill us and take the supplies anyway. So what do we do? We get ready to leave. Tonight, as soon as it's dark. Pack everything we can carry, load up every vehicle we've got, and run before they come back. And go where? North, like they said. Mountains. But we find our own place, not theirs." We spent the afternoon preparing to evacuate, telling everyone in hushed voices what was happening, watching the street for signs of Garrett's return. Some people wanted to join him, said it sounded safer than being on our own. Others, like Jimmy and Tony and me, knew predators when we saw them. We'd lived through enough in the past 5 days to recognize that the living could be just as dangerous as the dead, maybe more so because the dead were predictable. Garrett came back at sunset, his convoy pulling up outside Jimmy's gate with engines rumbling. This time, there were more vehicles, more men, and they weren't bothering with the friendly pretense. Garrett stood at the gate with that cold smile and spoke through the intercom. "Time's up, friends. What's it gonna be?" Jimmy keyed the intercom. "We appreciate the offer, but we're staying here." "That's disappointing." Garrett gestured, and 2 of his men set up what looked like a battering ram. "See, I wasn't really asking. You've got supplies we need, a fortified position that would make a good staging area, and I'm not in the habit of taking no for an answer. So here's how this is going to work. You're going to open that gate and let us in. Or we're going to come in anyway, and it's going to be a lot messier for everyone." "Fuck you," Jimmy said, and cut the intercom. The attack came fast. Garrett's men hit the gate with the battering ram while others set up firing positions on the street. We returned fire from the windows and the roof, and for maybe 5 minutes, it was a full-on firefight in a suburban cul-de-sac. I shot a man who was trying to climb the wall, watched him fall back into the street with a hole in his chest. Tony dropped 3 more with his rifle, but there were too many of them, and they had better weapons and more ammunition. And when they breached the gate, it became clear we couldn't hold. "Fall back!" Jimmy shouted. "Out the back, to the vehicles!" We ran through the house while bullets tore through the walls, grabbed what supplies we could, and piled into the cars and bikes we'd staged in the backyard. I had maybe 3 seconds to make a choice about which vehicle to take, and I chose a pickup truck because the Harley wouldn't carry enough. Marcus jumped in the passenger seat, and Sarah climbed into the bed, and I floored it through Jimmy's back fence into his neighbor's yard. Behind us, I could hear screams and gunfire, Jimmy's voice shouting something I couldn't make out, and the roar of Garrett's men pouring through the house. We crashed through another fence into the next yard, then another, and finally burst out onto a side street with 4 other vehicles from our group. We'd lost people in the escape. I could see that immediately. Only 12 of us made it out, down from 18 that morning, and as I checked my mirrors, I saw Jimmy's house burning, black smoke pouring into the darkening sky. We drove north like our lives depended on it, because they did. Garrett would come after us. I had no doubt about that. Men like him didn't let people escape, didn't let resources slip away. We drove through Scottsdale and into the foothills, taking back roads and dirt tracks to avoid the main highways. And we didn't stop until we were 20 miles out, and the truck's gas gauge was reading close to empty. We pulled off into an abandoned campground near a dry creek bed, and that's when we did a head count. 12 survivors, me, Marcus, Sra, Tony, Derek, the ex-cop, and 7 others whose names I'd barely learned. Jimmy was gone, either dead or captured. Same with the others who hadn't made it to the vehicles in time. We'd lost more than a third of our group in a single hour, and we'd lost our only real defensible position. "We can't stop," Tony said, checking his rifle. "Cross will be looking for us. We need to keep moving. Find somewhere remote enough that he won't bother coming after us." "The mountains," Sarah said, pointing north where the lights of Phoenix didn't reach. "There are old mining towns up there, abandoned places where we could hide." "And how do we survive in an abandoned mining town?" someone asked. "We barely have supplies. We're almost out of gas. Half of us are injured." It was a fair question, and nobody had a good answer. We'd escaped Garrett, but we'd traded one death sentence for a slower one. Out here in the desert without supplies, without shelter, we'd be dead in days. The infected were still a threat, but now we had to worry about exposure, dehydration, starvation. And somewhere behind us, getting closer, was a man with guns and vehicles and absolutely no qualms about taking what he wanted. We spent that night in the campground, taking shifts on watch, and I stared up at stars that were clearer than I'd ever seen them in Phoenix and thought about how fucked we were. Rachel was dead. My city was destroyed. My country was falling apart. And I was huddled in the dirt with 11 strangers, running from a warlord while zombies ate the world. If someone had told me a week ago that this was my future, I would have laughed in their face. But here I was, and the only question now was how much longer I could survive. We moved again at first light, pushing the vehicles as far as their fuel would take us before we had to abandon them and continue on foot. We were maybe 40 miles north of Phoenix now, in terrain that was harsh high desert, turning into pine forest as we climbed in elevation. The temperature was dropping as we got higher, which was a relief after the Phoenix heat but brought its own problems. None of us had cold weather gear, and when the sun went down, the temperature plummeted. We found an old ranger station that first day, a small cabin that had been abandoned years before the outbreak. It had a working well, which meant water, and enough room for all 12 of us to sleep inside instead of exposed to the elements. Tony and Derek set up a perimeter, basic tripwires and noisemakers that would alert us if anything approached, and we rationed out what little food we had left. The mood was grim, everyone realizing that we'd bulled ourselves maybe a few more days at most. Sarah was trying to treat the injuries people had sustained in the fight or the escape, but she was running low on medical supplies. A woman named Kelly had been grazed by a bullet, and the wound was already showing signs of infection. Another man, whose name I learned was Robert, had twisted his ankle jumping a fence and could barely walk. We were falling apart, physically and mentally, and I didn't know how to stop it. It was Marcus who suggested we needed to raid one of the small towns for supplies. There was a place called Jerome, maybe 10 miles west, an old mining town that had become a tourist trap before the outbreak. It would have stores, maybe a clinic, definitely houses we could scavenge. It was risky, especially with the infected potentially still active in the area, but we didn't have much choice. "I'll go," I volunteered. "I grew up riding these mountains. I know the terrain." "Not alone," Marcus said. "We go together." So we took 3 people, me and Marcus and Derek, and set out on foot the next morning with empty backpacks and what weapons we could carry. The walk to Jerome took most of the day, following old jeep trails and dry washes, staying off the main roads where we might be seen. The town, when we finally reached it, looked like something from a Western movie, built into the side of a mountain with winding streets and old buildings that clung to steep slopes. It was also full of the infected. We saw them from a distance, maybe 50 or 60 of them wandering the streets, and we almost turned back. But we needed those supplies desperately, and the town was small enough that we thought we could sneak in, hit a few locations, and get out without attracting too much attention. We were wrong. The pharmacy was our first target, a small place on the main street that looked like it had already been looted, but might still have something useful. We got inside without being seen, moving slow and quiet, and Sarah had been right about the storage areas. The front shelves were empty, but the back room still had bottles of antibiotics, pain pills, antiseptics. We were loading our packs when we heard breaking glass from the front of the store. Derek peeked around the corner and swore softly. "We've got company, maybe 10 of them, coming this way." "Out the back," I whispered. But when I checked the back door, it was chained shut from the outside. We were trapped in a pharmacy with infected closing in, and I could hear them now. That distinctive shuffling and moaning, that meant death. "Windows," Marcus hissed, pointing to a small window near the ceiling that led to an alley. It was barely big enough for a person to fit through, but it was our only option. Derek boosted me up first, and I squeezed through, dropping into an alley that stank of rot and old garbage. Marcus came next, then Derek, and we were almost clear when the first infected burst through the pharmacy's front door. We ran, infected on our heels, racing through alleys and between buildings. The town's layout worked against us, all these narrow streets and steep stairs, and we kept having to double back when we hit dead ends. More infected joined the chase, drawn by our noise, and what started as 10 became 20, became 40. My lungs were burning, and my legs felt like they were going to give out. But I kept running, because the alternative was getting torn apart. Derek went down when he slipped on some spilled oil in an alley, and before Marcus and I could pull him back up, the infected were on him. He screamed, a sound I'll never forget, and we had to leave him there because staying would mean dying with him. We ran harder, Marcus pulling ahead because he was in better shape, and I could feel the infected getting closer. Could almost feel their hands grabbing for my jacket. We made it out of town by sheer luck, finding a steep slope that the infected couldn't climb as easily, and scrambling up it on our hands and knees. We didn't stop running until we were a mile away, and I couldn't run anymore, collapsing against a tree with my heart trying to pound its way out of my chest. Marcus bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air, and we just stayed like that for maybe 10 minutes before either of us could speak. "Derek," Marcus finally said. "I know. We have to tell the others. We made it back to the ranger station after dark, exhausted and traumatized, and with barely any supplies to show for it. The group reacted to Derek's death with numb acceptance, like they'd expected it, like losing people was just part of life now. Kelly's wound was worse, red streaks running up her arm that meant the infection was spreading to her bloodstream. Sarah said she needed IV antibiotics that we didn't have, and without them, Kelly would probably die within a day or two. That night, huddled in the ranger station with the temperature dropping into the 40s, Tony called a meeting. "We can't stay here. We're out of food, almost out of medical supplies, and Derek's death proves that scavenging is too dangerous without better planning and equipment. We need a long-term solution." "Like what?" someone asked. "Like finding a real settlement, somewhere with walls, agriculture, sustainability." Cross mentioned his compound in the mountains. There have to be other groups out there who've managed to organize, to build something more permanent than just hiding and hoping. "And how do we find them?" Tony pulled out a map he'd salvaged from the ranger station. "We head north, toward Flagstaff. It's a bigger town, more resources, and high enough that maybe the outbreak didn't hit as hard. We find survivors, we find supplies, we figure out our next move." It was a long shot, but it was something, and the alternative was staying here until we starved or froze or got picked off one by one. We voted and agreed to leave at first light, taking everything we could carry and abandoning the rest. Kelly was too sick to walk, so we rigged a stretcher, and Robert, with his twisted ankle, could manage a walking stick. 12 became 11 when another man decided he'd rather take his chances alone than trust the group, walking off into the darkness despite our protests. The journey to Flagstaff took 3 days and cost us 4 more people. Kelly died on the second day, the infection overwhelming her system despite Sarah's best efforts. Robert's ankle got worse until he couldn't walk at all, and when we had to make a run from a pack of infected, he told us to leave him. We did, hating ourselves for it, listening to his screams fade behind us. 2 others, a couple who'd been holding on to each other through all of this, decided to end it their way when we stopped to rest. We found them in the morning, his belt around her neck and hers around his, their faces peaceful, like they'd finally found something better than whatever future we were offering. So it was 7 of us who limped into Flagstaff's outskirts on a cold morning with the sun barely warming the frozen ground. The city had clearly been hit hard by the outbreak, buildings burned and streets littered with bodies. But it wasn't completely abandoned. We saw signs of life, smoke from chimneys, barricaded buildings, even a few survivors who watched us from windows but didn't come out to greet us. We found the main survivor camp in what used to be Northern Arizona University's campus. Someone had turned the football stadium into a fortress, the high walls and limited entry points making it defensible. A group of maybe 200 people lived there, survivors from across northern Arizona who'd banded together. They had gardens growing in the field, rain collection systems, even some livestock. It looked like civilization, or at least the skeleton of it. The guards at the gate were suspicious, but not hostile, and when Sarah explained she was a nurse, they let us in immediately. The camp's leader, a woman named Patricia, who'd been NAU's dean before the world ended, interviewed each of us about where we'd come from and what we could contribute. When I told her I was a mechanic, she lit up, said they had a whole garage of vehicles that needed work and nobody with the skills to fix them. For maybe a week, things were almost normal. I worked on engines. Marcus helped with their radio setup. Tony trained people in basic combat. Sarah threw herself into the medical tent, treating everything from infected wounds to common colds. We had beds, regular meals, even hot showers once a week. It felt like we might actually survive this. But Flagstaff wasn't far enough from Phoenix, and Garrett Cross wasn't the type to let prey escape. He found us on the 8th day. I was working on a generator when the attack started, gunfire erupting from the stadium's north entrance. Garrett's forces had somehow gotten past the guards, maybe through stealth or maybe through betrayal, and they poured into the compound with overwhelming firepower. The stadium turned into a war zone, defenders trying to hold positions against attackers who had better weapons and tactical training. I grabbed a rifle from a fallen guard and joined the fight, but it was clear we were losing. Patricia got on the PA system, her voice echoing across the stadium. "All non-combatants, evacuate through the south tunnels. Fighting personnel, hold as long as you can to give them time." I saw Marcus go down with a bullet in his leg. Saw Tony drag him toward cover while returning fire. I shot at shapes in the smoke and chaos. Not even sure if I was hitting anything, just trying to stay alive long enough to retreat. The south tunnels were packed with panicking people, and I got swept up in the flood of bodies all trying to escape at once. We burst out of the tunnels into the parking lot and scattered in every direction. Some people had cars and trucks waiting. Others ran on foot. I found myself in a group with Sarah and maybe 20 others, running toward the forest at the edge of campus. Behind us, the stadium burned, smoke billowing into the sky, and I could hear Garrett's voice over a loudspeaker telling everyone to surrender. The group I was with made it maybe 5 miles before we had to stop, people collapsing from exhaustion. We'd lost Tony and Marcus somewhere in the chaos, lost Patricia and most of the stadium's defenders. Lost another chance at survival, another community torn apart. I wanted to scream, to put my fist through a tree, to just give up and let whatever was going to kill me finally do it. But Sarah grabbed my arm, her face streaked with soot and tears. "We keep going," she said. "We have to keep going." So we did. 21 survivors stumbling through the forest heading east now, because north was compromised and south was Phoenix and west was California, where reports said it was even worse. We had almost no supplies, no weapons except what we'd grabbed in the evacuation, no plan except to put distance between us and Garrett Cross. Over the next 2 weeks, we dropped from 21 to 14. Infected picked off stragglers. Exposure and exhaustion claimed the weak. One man had a heart attack and died in the middle of a forced march. Another woman just sat down one day and refused to keep walking, and we couldn't spare the energy to convince her. We left her sitting under a ponderosa pine, staring at nothing, and I still wonder sometimes if she's still there, or if the forest claimed her too. We were moving through the White Mountains when Sarah started showing symptoms. A fever that spiked suddenly, confusion, tremors in her hands. She denied it at first, said it was just fatigue and dehydration, but I'd seen enough people get sick to know what was happening. She'd been bitten during the stadium attack, a small wound on her calf that she'd bandaged and tried to hide, and the infection had been working on her for days. "You have to leave me," she said that night, her face flushed and her eyes too bright. "I can feel it happening. I don't want to hurt anyone." "There has to be something we can do," I said. even though I knew there wasn't. We'd seen it too many times. Once the fever started, once the infection took hold in your brain, you had maybe hours before you turned. "Sarah, please, promise me something," she whispered. "When I turn, don't let me hurt anyone. Put me down quick." Her hand found mine, squeezed weakly. "And Travis? Find someone to live for. Rachel would want you to keep living." She turned around midnight, her body seizing and then going still, before jerking back to life as something else. I kept my promise. One bullet, clean and quick, and the woman who'd saved lives and kept us together and never gave up was gone. We buried her under a tree with rocks to mark the grave, and I said some words that probably didn't matter, but made me feel slightly less hollow. 13 of us now, and we were barely holding together. Food was scarce this high up, especially as winter approached. We were drinking from streams and eating pine nuts and whatever small game we could catch, but it wasn't enough. People were getting weaker, getting sick with things that would have been treatable before but were death sentences now. It was pure luck that we found the bunker. An old man in our group, a survivalist named Gene, recognized the area from his hiking days and said there was a decommissioned military installation nearby, built during the Cold War and then abandoned. We found it buried in the side of a mountain, sealed doors that took us a day to force open, and inside was like stepping back in time. Supplies from the 1980s, preserved in the dry mountain air, canned food, water, medical kits, even old weapons and ammunition. The bunker went deep into the mountain, room after room of storage and living quarters, designed to house maybe 50 people through a nuclear war. We moved in immediately, and for the first time in weeks, we had shelter, warmth, and enough food that we weren't starving. The bunker became our refuge, our fortress against the world that was trying to kill us. We set up sleeping areas, organized the supplies, created a schedule for watches and chores. It felt like we might actually make it. But Garrett found us again. I don't know how. Maybe he was tracking us the whole time, or maybe it was just bad luck. But 3 weeks after we found the bunker, his forces showed up at the door. There were maybe 40 of them now, his little army of raiders and thugs, and they'd come with trucks and heavy weapons and the clear intention to take what we had. "Travis Henderson," Garrett's voice echoed down into the bunker through the ventilation system. He must have gotten my name from someone, maybe a prisoner from Flagstaff. "I know you're down there. You and your little band of survivors living in my bunker. Yes, I know about it. I know about every survival cache and military installation in this region. I've been preparing for the end of the world for 20 years, and you stumbled into my territory." I grabbed the intercom. "This isn't your bunker. We found it. We claimed it." He laughed, a sound without humor. "Finders keepers? Is that really the argument you want to make? I'm offering you one chance. Come out now. Join my people, and I'll let you live. Stay down there and we'll seal you in. I've got enough explosives to bring this whole mountain down on your heads." Gene, the old survivalist, pulled me aside. "He's bluffing. This installation was designed to withstand a nuclear strike. There's no way he can seal us in." But when we checked the bunker's schematics, we found something Gene had missed. The ventilation system. It drew air from multiple shafts on the surface, and if Garrett blocked those shafts, we'd suffocate within hours. He had us trapped, and he knew it. The 13 of us gathered in the bunker's command center and tried to figure out what to do. We could surrender, but that meant putting ourselves at Garrett's mercy, and I'd seen enough to know he didn't have any. We could try to fight our way out, but we were outnumbered 3-1, and they had the high ground. Or we could stay and hope they couldn't actually seal us in, but that was a gamble with our lives. "There's another way out," Jean said quietly. "An emergency tunnel that leads to a cave system about a mile north. It was designed as an escape route if the main entrance was compromised. I didn't mention it before because it's not on the maps. Classified information I only knew about because I worked construction on this place back in '82. "And you're sure it's still passable?" I asked. "No, but it's our only chance." We spent the next hour preparing to evacuate through a tunnel we weren't sure existed, grabbing what supplies we could carry and abandoning the rest. The tunnel entrance was hidden behind a false wall in the storage area, and when we pulled it down, we found a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person. It was dark, the emergency lighting long since failed, and we had to navigate by flashlight through tunnels that felt like they could collapse at any moment. Jean was wrong about the distance. The tunnel was more like 3 miles, and it wasn't all cave. Parts of it were natural formations, where we had to crawl through spaces so tight I thought I might get stuck. Water dripped from the ceiling, cold and steady, and more than once I heard rocks shifting overhead and wondered if this was how I was going to die, buried alive under a mountain while Garrett thought he'd won. We lost 2 people in those tunnels. A woman panicked in a tight space and had a breakdown, started screaming that she couldn't breathe and clawing at the walls. The tunnel collapsed around her before we could pull her out, rocks and dirt sealing her in while we listened to her muffled screams fade. Another man, older and not in great shape, had a heart attack about halfway through and died right there in the dark. We had to leave his body because there was no room to carry it. Just keep moving forward and try not to think about the fact that we were walking away from another corpse. 11 of us emerged from the cave system on the north side of the mountain, covered in dirt and bruised and exhausted but alive. We could see smoke rising from where the bunker was, Garrett probably setting charges or fires to smoke us out. And we just started walking. No destination, no plan, just movement because staying meant dying. It was 3 days later when we intercepted the radio broadcast. Gene had an old ham radio in his pack, and he'd been scanning frequencies whenever we stopped to rest. Most of what we heard was static or automated distress calls from places that were long dead. But this was different. A human voice, clear and strong, broadcasting from what he said was a military frequency. "This is Colonel Sarah Matthews broadcasting from NORAD Command. If anyone is receiving this, be advised that the situation has reached critical levels. The infection has spread globally, and conventional containment has failed. The President has authorized final protocols. At 0600 hours tomorrow, strategic nuclear strikes will be launched against all major metropolitan centers in the United States to prevent further spread. I repeat, nuclear strikes against all major cities. Evacuation is not possible. If you are within 50 miles of a major urban center, seek shelter immediately. God help us all," the broadcast repeated, the same message over and over, and we all just stood there listening to it with growing horror. Nuclear strikes. They were going to nuke the cities, burn everything to stop the infection. Phoenix, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, every major city on the West Coast, and probably everywhere else too. Millions of people, dead in an instant, and for what? To maybe slow down an infection that had already spread across the entire world? "We're far enough away," Gene said, checking his maps. "Phoenix is 100 miles south. The blast won't reach us, but the fallout. We need to go deeper," someone said. "Find shelter, underground if possible." But we were exhausted, starving, falling apart. The idea of going back underground, of sealing ourselves into another tomb, while the world burned above us was too much. Some people decided to take their chances on the surface, find a valley or canyon, and hope the mountains would shield them from the worst of it. Others wanted to keep moving north, get as far from Phoenix as possible before the bombs fell. I found myself thinking about Rachel again, wondering if any part of her was still out there, still wandering the ruins of Phoenix as one of those things. The bombs would burn her away, atomize whatever was left of the woman I'd loved, and maybe that was a mercy. Better to be erased completely than to exist as a monster eating the living. We split up that night, the 11 of us going our separate ways because we couldn't agree on a plan, and we were too tired to argue anymore. Jean and 2 others headed for a cave system they thought might shield them. 4 people decided to try to reach Colorado, where there were rumors of organized military resistance. That left me and 3 others, and we didn't have a plan except to find high ground and wait for the end. We were camped on a ridge with a view south toward Phoenix when the bombs fell. It was just before dawn, the sky starting to lighten, and then there was light that wasn't the sun. Blinding, searing light that turned the whole southern horizon white, and even from 100 miles away, I had to cover my eyes or go blind. The light faded to red and orange, mushroom clouds rising into the sky, and then the shock wave hit. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, weakened by distance and terrain, but it was still enough to knock us off our feet and power us with rocks and debris. Trees bent and some snapped, and the sound was like the world ending, which I guess it was. I watched Phoenix burn, watched the city I'd spent my entire life in turn into a pillar of fire and ash, and I felt nothing. No grief, no relief, just a hollow emptiness where my emotions should have been. The mushroom cloud rose miles into the sky, spreading out in that distinctive shape that everyone knows from old photos but nobody ever wanted to see in real life. Other clouds rose to the east and west, Los Angeles and San Diego and San Francisco all burning at once, and I realized that everything I'd ever known was gone. My shop, my apartment, the bars where I used to drink, and the roads where I used to ride, and every familiar landmark of my life, all of it reduced to radioactive ash. We stayed on that ridge for hours, watching the fires burn and the ash start to fall. It came down like black snow, coating everything, and we tried to fashion masks from our clothes to keep from breathing it in. The temperature was dropping as the ash cloud blocked out the sun, and I could feel winter coming early. Nuclear winter that would last God knows how long. The others in my group started getting sick first. Radiation sickness, probably, though it could have been exposure or contaminated water or any of a dozen other things that could kill you in this new world. They vomited and developed sores, and their hair started falling out, and within a week, all 3 of them were dead. I buried them as best I could, though the ground was frozen and hard, and then I was alone. I should have died too. Should have gotten sick like they did. Should have given up and let the radiation, or the cold, or the infected take me. But I kept surviving, kept moving, kept pushing north away from the fallout zone, even though I had no destination in mind. I scavenged what I could from abandoned houses and camps, ate whatever I could find or catch, drank from streams that might have been poisoned, but I had no choice. Weeks passed, maybe months. Time losing meaning when every day was just about surviving to the next one. I saw other survivors occasionally, individuals or small groups, but we mostly avoided each other. Trust was dead, killed somewhere between the outbreak and the bombs, and everyone understood that other people were just as likely to kill you for your supplies as they were to offer help. I found Garrett one last time in what used to be a small town near the Utah border. He'd holed up in a school with maybe a dozen of his raiders, and they'd turned it into a fortress. I'd been watching them for days, trying to figure out what they had that I could steal, when I recognized him through binoculars. That silver hair, that tactical gear, that same cold smile I'd seen back in Scottsdale, what felt like a lifetime ago. Something in me snapped. All the rage and grief and loss that I'd been pushing down, all the death and horror I'd witnessed, it all came roaring up and focused on Garrett Cross. He'd taken my home, killed my friends, drove us into the wilderness to die. He'd chosen to be a predator when the world needed people to be better, and he was still alive while everyone I'd cared about was dead. I waited until night, until most of his raiders were asleep, and I went into that school with nothing but a knife and a desire to watch him die. I killed 2 guards on my way in, quick and quiet, and found Garrett in what used to be the principal's office, asleep in a comfortable bed while his people slept on floors. He woke up when I put the knife to his throat, his eyes going wide with recognition. "You," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I thought you died in the bunker." "Your turn," I said, and I cut his throat from ear to ear. I watched him bleed out, watched the light leave his eyes, and I felt nothing. No satisfaction, no relief, just that same hollow emptiness. Killing him didn't bring anyone back, didn't fix anything. It was just one more death in a world full of them. The raiders found me on my way out, and I barely escaped with my life. Got shot in the shoulder, a through and through that hurt like hell, but missed anything vital. I ran into the night bleeding and in pain and alive, and I kept running because that's all I knew how to do anymore. I found shelter in an abandoned ranger station, treated my wound as best I could with supplies I'd scavenged, and listened to the radio broadcasts that still occasionally cut through the static. The news wasn't good. The nuclear strikes had failed to stop the infection. Too little, too late, and the zombies had survived the blasts in areas outside the immediate kill zones. They were spreading through the rubble, feeding on the dead and the dying, and there was no military left to stop them. The government was gone, the president dead, the chain of command broken. Humanity was losing its planet. Months turned into what might have been a year, and I kept surviving. I moved from place to place, staying ahead of the infected hordes and the nuclear winter that made every day colder than the last. Food was getting scarce. Game animals dying off from radiation and starvation. Plants refusing to grow without sun. I was losing weight, getting weaker, and I knew it was only a matter of time before something killed me. I made it back to Phoenix once, or what was left of it. The crater where downtown used to be was still glowing faintly at night. Radioactive glass fused from the heat of the blast. The suburbs were frozen ruins, buildings collapsed and streets buried under ash. I rode through it on a bike I'd found and repaired, one last tour of my dead city, and I tried to find Rachel's apartment complex, but I couldn't. Everything looked the same in the gray wasteland, and I couldn't remember which streets led where anymore. I found bodies frozen in the ash, preserved like Pompeii, their final moments captured forever. People who'd been running from the infected when the bomb hit, people who'd been in their homes, their cars, their workplaces, all of them dead now, all of them gone, and soon I'd be joining them, because this world wasn't made for the living anymore. The infected were still out there, slower now in the cold, but no less dangerous. I avoided them when I could, killed them when I had to, and kept moving because stopping meant dying. I thought about Sarah's last words, about finding someone to live for. But there was nobody left. Everyone I'd cared about was dead or gone, and the world they'd lived in was ashes and ice. I'm writing this in what used to be a library in Flagstaff, or maybe Prescott. I honestly can't remember anymore. The town is buried in snow and ash, and I'm the only living thing for miles. I've got maybe a week of food left, and no idea where to find more. The infected own this world now, them and the radiation and the nuclear winter that's going to last God knows how many more years. Phoenix is gone, destroyed by bombs that were supposed to save us but just killed us, faster. The virus is still spreading, the infected still hunting, and there's no cure, no rescue, no hope. Garrett is dead, but it doesn't matter because 1,000 more like him are out there, taking what they want and killing anyone who gets in their way. The government is dead. The military is dead. Civilization is dead. I think about Rachel every day, about the life we were supposed to have, marriage, kids, growing old together in a city that doesn't exist anymore. I think about my shop, about the bikes I'll never fix, and the roads I'll never ride. I think about Marcus and Sarah and Tony and Jimmy and Derek and all the others who died trying to survive this nightmare. They were good people, better than the world deserved, and they're all gone now. Sometimes I can still hear the Harley's engine, that beautiful rumble that meant freedom and open roads. But the bike is gone, abandoned somewhere back in the mountains when I couldn't find gas anymore. Everything is gone. Everything except me and the infected and this frozen dead world. I'm going to die soon. I can feel it. Whether it's starvation or radiation or the infected or just giving up, I'm going to die, and probably nobody will ever find this. But I needed to write it down, needed to leave some record that we were here, that we tried, that we fought and loved and did our best, even when it wasn't enough. Rachel, if somehow you can hear this, I'm sorry I didn't save you. I'm sorry I wasn't faster, wasn't smarter, wasn't better. I loved you, and I always will, even at the end of everything. The infected are scratching at the library doors now, their moans echoing through the empty stacks. My ammunition is gone. My knife is dull, and I'm too tired to fight anymore. So this is where it ends, in a library full of books that nobody will ever read again, written by a mechanic who fixed bikes in a city that got turned into glass. The zombies won. The virus won. Garrett and men like him won. And humanity lost everything. I can hear them breaking through the door now. Time to go. This is Travis Henderson, and this is how the world ended. Now, let's move on to the next story, which is even better. Jake, what the hell are you talking about? I asked. But even as I said it, I was thinking about the way Dave had looked, about the cloudy eyes and the torn face, and the way he'd moved like something that didn't know it was supposed to be dead. Jake started talking faster, telling me that the governor had declared a state of emergency, that they were saying it started at some research facility connected to the University of Montana, where they'd been doing experimental treatments for degenerative diseases, trying to regenerate damaged neural tissue, or something like that. The research had been classified, funded by some Department of Defense black budget program, and somehow it had gotten out, either through an accident or intentional release. And now people who got infected were losing their minds and attacking anything that moved. "You need to get to town," Jake said. "Get here as fast as you can. We can board up the store and wait this out until the military gets things under control." I looked back toward where the ranch was, hidden now behind miles of forest, and thought about Tom Hendricks barricaded in his house, about Marcus crushed under the cattle stampede, about Dave's ruined face and empty eyes. "I'm on horseback, Jake," I said. "It's going to take me hours to get there." The town is buried in snow and ash, and I'm the only living thing for miles. I've got maybe a week of food left and no idea where to find more. The infected own this world now. Them and the radiation and the nuclear winter that's going to last God knows how many more years. Phoenix is gone, destroyed by bombs that were supposed to save us but just killed us, faster. The virus is still spreading, the infected still hunting, and there's no cure, no rescue, no hope. Garrett is dead, but it doesn't matter because 1,000 more like him are out there, taking what they want and killing anyone who gets in their way. The government is dead, the military is dead, civilization is dead. I think about Rachel every day, about the life we were supposed to have. Marriage, kids, growing old together in a city that doesn't exist anymore. I think about my shop, about the bikes I'll never fix, and the roads I'll never ride. I think about Marcus, and Sarah, and Tony, and Jimmy, and Derek, and all the others who died trying to survive this nightmare. They were good people, better than the world deserved, and they're all gone now. Sometimes I can still hear the Harley's engine, that beautiful rumble that meant freedom and open roads. But the bike is gone, abandoned somewhere back in the mountains when I couldn't find gas anymore. Everything is gone. Everything except me and the infected and this frozen dead world. I'm going to die soon. I can feel it. Whether it's starvation or radiation, or the infected or just giving up, I'm going to die, and probably nobody will ever find this. But I needed to write it down, needed to leave some record that we were here, that we tried, that we fought and loved and did our best even when it wasn't enough. Rachel, if somehow you can hear this, I'm sorry I didn't save you. I'm sorry I wasn't faster, wasn't smarter, wasn't better. I loved you, and I always will, even at the end of everything. The infected are scratching at the library doors now, their moans echoing through the empty stacks. My ammunition is gone. My knife is dull, and I'm too tired to fight anymore. So this is where it ends, in a library full of books that nobody will ever read again, written by a mechanic who fixed bikes in a city that got turned into glass. The zombies won. The virus won. Garrett and men like him won. And humanity lost everything. I can hear them breaking through the door now. Time to go. This is Travis Henderson, and this is how the world ended. Now, let's move on to the next story, which is even better. Jake, what the hell are you talking about? I asked. But even as I said it, I was thinking about the way Dave had looked, about the cloudy eyes and the torn face, and the way he'd moved like something that didn't know it was supposed to be dead. Jake started talking faster, telling me that the governor had declared a state of emergency, that they were saying it started at some research facility connected to the University of Montana, where they'd been doing experimental treatments for degenerative diseases, trying to regenerate damaged neural tissue or something like that. The research had been classified, funded by some Department of Defense black budget program, and somehow it had gotten out, either through an accident or intentional release. And now people who got infected were losing their minds and attacking anything that moved. "You need to get to town," Jake said. "Get here as fast as you can. We can board up the store and wait this out until the military gets things under control." I looked back toward where the ranch was, hidden now behind miles of forest, and thought about Tom Hendricks barricaded in his house, about Marcus crushed under the cattle stampede, about Dave's ruined face and empty eyes. "I'm on horseback, Jake," I said. "It's going to take me hours to get there." He was quiet for a moment, then said, "Just be careful, okay? And Cody? If you see anyone acting strange, anyone at all, you run. Don't try to help them. Don't get close. Just run." I ended the call and sat there on Ranger, trying to decide which direction to go. The ranch was lost, that much was clear, and the nearest neighbor was old Mrs. Patterson about 3 miles west. But I didn't know if she'd been affected or if her place was even still standing. The town of Millbrook, where Jake had his general store, was about 18 miles southeast. Normally an easy ride, but now that distance felt like crossing an entire continent. I pulled out my phone again and checked the news, scrolling through headlines that seemed to get worse with each refresh. Violent outbreak spreads across Montana. CDC warns of infection transmitted through bites and bodily fluids. National Guard deployed to major cities. Hospitals overwhelmed as infected attack medical staff. There was shaky cell phone footage embedded in one of the articles, shot from what looked like a high-rise apartment window in Missoula, showing the streets below filled with people running and fighting and collapsing. Even on my phone's small screen, I could see the blood, dark pools of it spreading across the pavement, and I could see the way some of the people moved with that horrible jerking gait I'd already started to recognize. The footage cut off abruptly, and I closed the browser, not wanting to see any more, and that's when I heard the sound of something moving through the brush behind me. Ranger heard it too and spun around, and I saw a figure stumbling between the trees about 50 yards away. A woman in hiking gear with her blonde hair matted with what looked like dried blood. She saw me and changed direction, moving toward us with her arms outstretched and her mouth hanging open, and I could hear her making this low, rattling sound in her throat. I didn't wait to see more, just turned Ranger and kicked him into a run, weaving between the pines and trying to put as much distance as possible between us and that shambling horror. We rode hard for about 20 minutes before I felt it was safe to slow down, and by then, Ranger was lathered with sweat and breathing hard. I dismounted and led him on foot for a while, letting him cool down, and tried to get my bearings. The sun was high overhead, which meant it was probably around noon, and if I kept heading southeast, I should hit Route 89 in a few miles, which would lead me straight into Millbrook. The question was whether the road would be safe, whether there would be other survivors trying to get to safety, or just more of those infected things wandering the highway. I heard a sound like distant thunder and looked up to see a military helicopter passing overhead, flying low and fast toward the west. It was followed by another, and then another, a whole formation of them heading in the direction of Missoula, and I wondered what they were planning to do, whether they had some way to stop this, or if they were just evacuating people before things got worse. My phone buzzed again, and I saw a message from Jake. "Roads are getting bad. People panicking. If you can avoid main routes, do it." I typed back a quick, "Okay," and kept walking, leading Ranger through the forest and trying to stay parallel to where I thought the highway should be. The woods were too quiet, I realized after a while. No bird calls, no small animals rustling in the undergrowth, just the sound of Ranger's hooves on the pine needles and my own breathing. It reminded me of the way the forest gets silent before a major predator moves through, every living thing going still and waiting for the danger to pass. I thought about the cattle stampeding, about Tom saying animals always know first, and I wondered what Ranger could sense that I couldn't. What invisible warning signals were being transmitted through the air, or the ground, or some channel I didn't have access to. I found a creek after another hour of walking and let Ranger drink while I refilled my water bottle, and that's when I heard the voices. Human voices, or close enough to human, coming from somewhere downstream. I tied Ranger to a tree and crept forward, moving as quietly as I could through the underbrush, and peered around a fallen log to see a small group of people standing in a clearing near the creek bank. There were 5 of them, 4 men and a woman, and they looked like hunters or hikers based on their gear. But something was wrong with the way they were standing, all of them swaying slightly and making these low, moaning sounds. One of the men turned, and I saw his face was covered in blood, and he was holding something I realized after a moment was a human arm, gnawed and torn at the shoulder where it had been separated from its body. He lifted it to his mouth and bit into it the way you'd bite into a piece of fried chicken, and I felt my stomach heave. I backed away as carefully as I could, not breathing, not making a sound. And when I was far enough away, I turned and ran back to where I'd left Ranger. We didn't stop running until the creek was far behind us, and all I could hear was the wind in the trees and my horse's labored breathing. The sun was starting to sink toward the western mountains when I finally saw Route 89 through the trees ahead, and I approached it cautiously, staying in the cover of the forest and watching for any sign of movement. The highway was a mess, a long line of stopped cars and trucks stretching in both directions as far as I could see, most of them empty, but some with doors hanging open and dark stains on the pavement nearby. There was a minivan on its side in the ditch with all the windows smashed out, and a semi-truck jackknifed across both lanes, with its trailer torn open and cargo spilled everywhere. I could see bodies scattered among the vehicles, some of them lying still and some of them moving in ways that made my skin crawl, and I knew I couldn't risk going out onto the road itself. I'd have to parallel it through the forest, close enough to use it for navigation, but far enough that I wouldn't be spotted by anything wandering between the cars. I mounted up and we started moving again, picking our way through the trees, and every few minutes I'd catch glimpses of the highway through gaps in the foliage, seeing more of the same destruction, more evidence that whatever was happening had spread far beyond the ranch and the mountains. Night was falling when I heard the screaming, high and terrified and distinctly human, coming from somewhere ahead and to my right. I pulled Ranger to a stop and listened, trying to pinpoint the direction, and the screaming came again, closer this time, followed by the sound of crashing through the underbrush. A man burst out of the trees about 30 yards in front of me, middle-aged and wearing business clothes that were torn and dirty, running flat out with his eyes wide with terror. Behind him, I could see shapes moving between the trees, at least a dozen of them, all converging on him with that relentless, shambling gait. He saw me and changed direction, running toward me with his hands outstretched, and I could see his mouth forming the word help, even though I couldn't hear him over the sound of his own ragged breathing. I wanted to help. Every decent instinct I had was screaming at me to do something, but Jake's words echoed in my head. Don't try to help them. Don't get close. Just run. The infected were getting closer, spreading out to cut off the man's escape routes, and I made a decision that I knew would haunt me for the rest of my life, however long that ended up being. I turned Ranger away and kicked him into a gallop, riding hard and fast away from that man and his desperate flight, away from the sound of him screaming, and then the sound of him dying, wet and terrible and mercifully brief. I rode blind through the darkness for I don't know how long, letting Ranger pick his way through the forest while I clung to his back and tried not to think about what I'd just done, about the man I'd left to die. When we finally stopped, it was in a small clearing where moonlight filtered through the branches overhead, and I slid out of the saddle and fell to my knees, shaking and sick with horror and guilt. Ranger nuzzled my shoulder and I wrapped my arms around his neck, pressing my face into his warm coat. And for a long time, that was the only thing that felt real. The solid presence of my horse and the smell of his sweat and the steady rhythm of his breathing. I must have dozed off at some point because I woke to find the sky starting to lighten in the east and Ranger standing guard over me, his ears pricked forward and his body tense. I scrambled to my feet and looked around, but I couldn't see anything moving in the pre-dawn gloom. Couldn't hear anything except the wind and the distant sound of crows calling. I checked my phone and saw that it was just after 5 in the morning, which meant I'd been unconscious for maybe 4 or 5 hours. And I had a string of missed calls and texts from Jake, each one more frantic than the last. The most recent one, sent about an hour ago, just said, "Where are you? Store under attack. Don't know how much longer we can hold." I tried calling him, but the call wouldn't connect, and I realized with a sinking feeling that either the cell towers were down or something had happened to Jake's phone. I pulled up a map and tried to get a fix on my position, and based on the GPS coordinates, I was about 6 miles northwest of Millbrook, which meant another 2 or 3 hours of riding if I pushed it. I mounted up and we started moving again, faster now, following a dirt logging road that ran roughly southeast. The forest was waking up around us with bird calls and small animals moving through the undergrowth, and for a brief moment it felt almost normal, like I was just out for an early morning ride and would be heading back to the ranch for breakfast in a couple of hours. Then I crested a rise and saw smoke in the distance, multiple columns of it rising into the morning sky from what had to be Millbrook, and the illusion shattered. The logging road joined up with a paved county road about a mile from town, and that's where I started seeing the real carnage. Bodies were everywhere, lying in the ditches and sprawled across the pavement, and most of them had been torn apart so thoroughly it was hard to tell they'd ever been human. A school bus was nose down in the creek that ran parallel to the road, its yellow paint splattered with dark stains, and I could see small bodies through the broken windows that I forced myself not to look at too closely. The first buildings of Millbrook came into view, and I pulled Ranger to a stop, taking in the scene. Main Street, which had been the heart of this small town for over 100 years, looked like a war zone. Windows were smashed out of every storefront, fires were burning in at least 3 buildings that I could see, and there were bodies everywhere. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, piled against walls and lying in the street and hanging out of broken windows. Some of them were moving, crawling, or twitching or pulling themselves along with broken limbs, and the sounds they were making were worse than anything I'd heard yet. Wet and hungry and utterly inhuman. I could see Jake's general store about halfway down the block, a 2-story brick building that had been in our family since our great-grandfather built it back in the 1950s. The big front windows were shattered, just like all the others, and I could see dark shapes moving around inside, but I couldn't tell from this distance if any of them were Jake or if the store had been completely overrun. I tied Ranger to a post behind an abandoned gas station on the edge of town and approached on foot, moving from cover to cover and trying to stay out of sight of the infected that were wandering the streets. There was a young woman crouched in the doorway of the hardware store, gnawing on something I didn't want to identify, and she looked up as I passed, her face smeared with blood and her eyes gone completely white and vacant. She started to stand, but I was already running, sprinting across the open street toward Jake's store, and I heard her making sounds behind me, calling to others, and suddenly there were more of them coming out of the buildings and alleys, all of them turning toward me and starting that horrible shambling run. I hit the front door of the store at full speed, and it burst inward, and I was inside, with my heart hammering and my breath coming in ragged gasps. The interior was a disaster. Shelves knocked over and merchandise scattered everywhere, and there was blood on the floor in quantities that suggested something very bad had happened here. "Jake!" I called out, my voice cracking. "Jake, are you here?" There was no answer except for the sound of the infected gathering outside the broken windows, and I could hear more of them coming, drawn by my shout. I moved deeper into the store, stepping over broken glass and toppled displays, heading toward the back room where Jake kept his office and living quarters. The door was hanging off its hinges, and there were bullet holes in the walls. And when I pushed through, I found myself in a small room that had been turned into a makeshift fortress. The windows were boarded up with planks, and furniture was piled against the back door, and there were two people huddled in the corner behind an overturned desk, both of them holding guns that were pointed at my chest. "Cody?" It was Jake's voice, hoarse and exhausted, and one of the figures lowered their weapon and stood up. He looked like hell, his face gaunt and streaked with dirt, his clothes torn and stained with blood that I desperately hoped wasn't his. He crossed the room in 2 strides and grabbed me in a fierce hug, and I could feel him shaking. "I thought you were dead," he said. "I thought they got you out there in the woods." The other person lowered their gun too, and I saw it was Sarah Chen, who'd been a year behind me in high school and now worked as a nurse at the county clinic. Her left arm was bandaged with what looked like strips torn from a shirt, and she looked almost as bad as Jake, hollow-eyed and pale. "How many more are out there?" she asked, and I told her I didn't know, that I'd only seen a few dozen on my way through town, but there could be hundreds more in the buildings and side streets. Jake moved to one of the boarded windows and peered out through a crack in the planks. "They've been gathering since last night," he said. "Every time we make noise, they come running, and they don't stop. They don't give up, they just keep trying to get in." He turned back to me, and I could see the fear in his eyes. "We can't stay here, Cody. We don't have enough ammunition. We don't have enough food or water, and those boards aren't going to hold forever." As if to punctuate his words, something heavy slammed against the front door, then again, and I could hear the infected gathering on the other side, moaning and clawing at the wood. The sound was coming from all sides now, surrounding us, and I realized that by coming here, I'd led them straight to Jake and Sarah, that I'd made the situation exponentially worse. "My horse is tied up behind the gas station," I said. "If we can get to him, we might be able to outrun them. At least get out of town and find somewhere safer to hole up." Sarah shook her head. "One horse can't carry 3 people, not far enough or fast enough to matter." She was right, and I knew it, but I couldn't think of another option. Couldn't see a way out of this that didn't end with all of us torn apart by the growing crowd of infected outside. Jake was rifling through a cabinet in the corner, pulling out boxes of ammunition and stuffing them into a backpack. "There's a hunting cabin about 12 miles north of here," he said. "Belongs to Mike Patterson. You remember him? He stocks it with supplies in case he wants to spend a weekend up there drinking beer and shooting at targets. If we can make it there, we'd have shelter, food, weapons." "How do you plan on getting 12 miles through infected territory?" Sarah asked, but Jake was already moving, pulling aside the furniture that was blocking the back door. "There's an ATV in the shed out back," he said. "I used it to get supplies from the warehouse before everything went to hell. It's got maybe half a tank of gas, but that should be enough to get us clear of town at least." He looked at me. "You'll have to leave the horse, Cody. I'm sorry, but there's no way to bring him." The thought of leaving Ranger made my chest tighten with grief, but I knew Jake was right. I nodded and helped him move the last of the furniture, and then we were easing the back door open and slipping out into the alley behind the store. The shed was about 20 yards away, a rickety wooden structure that looked like it might collapse if you sneezed on it, and we ran for it in a crouch, trying to stay low and quiet. Behind us, I could hear the infected still battering at the front of the store, and I prayed they wouldn't realize we'd left until we were long gone. The ATV was right where Jake said it would be, a four-wheeler covered in dust and bird droppings, but looking otherwise intact. Jake climbed into the driver's seat while Sarah and I crammed ourselves into the small cargo area behind him, and when he turned the key, the engine roared to life with a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the morning quiet. Almost immediately I heard answering calls from the infected, that terrible moaning rising in pitch and volume. And then they were coming around the corners of the building, pouring into the alley from both ends. Jake gunned the engine and we shot forward, smashing through the shed's rear wall in an explosion of rotten wood and emerging into the small parking lot behind the store. There were more infected here, a whole crowd of them that had apparently been trying to find a way inside, and they turned as one toward the sound of the ATV, their ruined faces twisting with hunger. Jake didn't slow down, just aimed for a gap between two groups and accelerated, and I felt the impact as we hit one of them, the ATV bouncing over the body with a sickening crunch. We roared out onto a side street and Jake took a hard left. The ATV tilting so far, I thought we were going to roll. But then we straightened out and we were racing down the middle of the road with infected lunging at us from the sidewalks on both sides. Sarah had her gun out and was firing at anything that got too close, her face set in grim concentration. And I pulled out my own pistol, a Glock 19 I'd carried in the ranch truck for dealing with rattlesnakes, and added my fire to hers. The street opened up ahead, and we burst out onto the main highway that led north out of town. And Jake pushed the ATV to its maximum speed, the engine screaming in protest. I looked back and saw what had to be hundreds of infected flooding out of Millbrook behind us, all of them running in that shambling, relentless way. And even though we were pulling away, I knew they wouldn't stop following, wouldn't stop hunting us, until they caught us or lost our trail completely. We rode hard for about 15 minutes before Jake started to slow down, easing off the throttle and letting the ATV coast. "Conserving fuel," he shouted over the wind. "We're not going to make it to the cabin if I burn through what we have left in the first mile." We were in open country now, rolling hills covered with brown grass and scattered stands of pine, and I could see the mountains rising up to the west, their peaks still holding snow even though it was midsummer. It was beautiful and peaceful and completely at odds with the nightmare we'd just escaped. And for a moment I let myself pretend that everything was normal, that we were just out for a ride on a nice day. Sarah tapped my shoulder and pointed back the way we'd come. "They're still following," she said, and I could see she was right. The infected were spread out across the highway behind us, a dark mass of shambling figures that stretched back toward Millbrook. And even though they were falling farther behind with each minute, they showed no signs of giving up. "Jesus," I muttered. "Don't they ever stop?" Sarah shook her head. "The news reports said they don't sleep, don't rest, don't do anything except hunt for living people. Whatever this infection does to their brains, it overrides everything else, turns them into these perfect killing machines that just never quit." The ATV's engine started to sputter, and Jake cursed under his breath. "Running on fumes," he said. "We need to find shelter, somewhere we can defend until we figure out our next move." He pointed ahead to where a cluster of farm buildings was visible about half a mile off the highway. A barn and a house, and what looked like equipment sheds. "There," he said. "At least it'll give us walls and a roof." We left the highway and bounced across an open field toward the buildings, the ATV coughing and dying just as we reached the gravel driveway. We jumped out and ran for the barn, pulling open the big sliding doors and slipping inside, before slamming them shut behind us. The interior was dim and smelled like hay and old machine oil, and there was farm equipment scattered around, tractors and combines that looked like they hadn't been used in years. Sarah immediately started looking for ways to secure the doors, while Jake and I checked the rest of the building for any other entrances or weak points. I found a ladder leading up to the hayloft and climbed it, emerging into a space filled with old bales and dust that swirled in the beams of sunlight coming through gaps in the roof. There was a small window at the far end, and I crossed to it, looking out over the field we'd just crossed. The infected were still coming, a long line of them streaming off the highway and heading straight toward the barn, and I realized they must have seen us enter or somehow tracked us by scent or sound. "They're coming!" I shouted down to Jake and Sarah. "Maybe 10 minutes out," I heard Jake swearing, and Sarah asking about ammunition, and I climbed back down to find them barricading the doors with whatever they could move, piling bales of hay and pieces of farm equipment to create a barrier. "How many rounds do you have?" Jake asked me, and I checked my pistol. "Full magazine plus 1 spare," I said. "Maybe 30 rounds total." Sarah had her service weapon, a Smith & Wesson that she said held 15 rounds, and she had 2 spare magazines. Jake had a hunting rifle with a scope and maybe 20 rounds, plus a revolver as backup. Between the 3 of us, we had maybe 100 rounds, and I'd seen enough infected in Millbrook to know that wouldn't be anywhere close to enough if they all attacked at once. The first of them hit the barn doors about 5 minutes later, slamming into the wood with enough force to shake the entire structure. More joined them, and soon there was a constant battering sound as they threw themselves against our barriers again and again, and I could hear them moaning and clawing at the walls, trying to find any way inside. We'd climbed up into the hayloft, and were positioned around the window, taking turns firing down at the crowd below, trying to thin them out, or at least slow them down. It was impossible to miss at this range, but it was also impossible to kill them fast enough. For every one I dropped with a headshot, there were 3 more taking its place, and I could see more of them coming across the field in an endless stream. Sarah's gun clicked empty, and she cursed, fumbling for another magazine. "I'm down to my last mag," she said, her voice tight with stress. "After this, I'm out." I was lining up another shot when I heard Jake yell something and turned to see him pointing at the house. There was smoke coming from one of the ground floor windows, thin and dark, and even as I watched, I saw flames flickering inside. "Someone must have left a stove on or knocked over a lantern," Jake said. But I didn't think that was it. I thought about all those infected crowding around the barn, thought about the intelligence that must still be lurking somewhere in their diseased brains, and I wondered if they'd somehow figured out a way to smoke us out, or if this was just random chance working in their favor. The fire spread quickly, engulfing the first floor of the house and sending thick black smoke billowing into the sky. The wind shifted and carried some of that smoke toward the barn, and I could feel it burning my throat and making my eyes water. "We can't stay here," Sarah said, coughing. "If that fire spreads to the barn, we'll be burned alive or suffocate from the smoke." Jake was looking around frantically, trying to find another option, and then his eyes locked on something below us. "The tractor," he said, pointing to a massive green John Deere that was parked near the back of the barn. "If we can get it started, we can ram our way out, use it as a battering ram to break through them." It was insane and desperate and probably suicidal, but it was the only plan we had. So we climbed down from the loft and ran to the tractor, hoping against hope that it still worked after sitting unused for who knows how long. Jake climbed into the driver's seat and I saw his face fall. "No key," he said. But then Sarah was there, pulling open a panel under the steering column and yanking out wires. "I worked in my uncle's garage in high school," she said, stripping the ends of 2 wires with her teeth and touching them together. The tractor's engine turned over once, twice, then caught with a roar that echoed through the barn and probably called every infected within miles to our location. There was no time to worry about that now. Jake took the wheel, and Sarah and I climbed up onto the sides of the tractor, hanging on to whatever handholds we could find. And then Jake was shifting into gear, and we were moving toward the barn doors. The infected on the other side must have heard us coming, because the battering increased in intensity, and when we hit the doors, the whole structure shuddered but held. Jake backed up and rammed forward again, and this time the doors burst outward in a shower of splinters and broken hinges, and we were outside in the middle of a sea of infected bodies. They swarmed the tractor immediately, climbing up the sides and grabbing at us with their ruined hands, and I was firing point blank into faces that were twisted with mindless hunger, feeling the kick of the pistol and smelling the burnt powder and hearing Sarah screaming something I couldn't make out over the engine noise. Jake was fighting the wheel, trying to steer through the crowd while infected threw themselves under the huge tires and were crushed or dragged along, and the whole tractor was vibrating with the impacts. One of them got hold of my leg and pulled hard, and I felt myself starting to slip off the tractor. I looked down into its face, saw a middle-aged man who'd probably been somebody's husband or father before the infection took him, and then I put my gun against his forehead and pulled the trigger. His grip loosened and he fell away, but another was already taking his place, and another, and my slide locked back on an empty chamber. I dropped the useless pistol and grabbed a length of chain that was hanging from the tractor's roll cage, swinging it like a medieval flail and feeling it connect with skull after skull, breaking bones and sending infected staggering back. Sarah was doing the same thing on the other side with a tire iron she'd found, and Jake just kept the tractor moving forward, plowing through bodies like they were nothing more than obstacles in a field. We broke through the main mass of infected, and Jake turned the tractor back toward the highway, but the smoke from the burning house was getting thicker now, and I could see flames spreading to the barn we'd just left. The whole farm was going to burn, would probably be nothing but ashes by nightfall, and I wondered how many other places were burning across Montana, across the whole country, how much of civilization was being reduced to ruins, while the infected fed on the survivors. The tractor ran out of gas about 2 miles from the farm, rolling to a stop in the middle of the highway with infected still pursuing us in the distance. We jumped down and started running, with no destination in mind except away. Always away. And it wasn't until we'd been running for what felt like hours that Jake grabbed my arm and pointed to a sign partially hidden by overgrown bushes. "Mike Patterson's hunting cabin," he gasped out. 3 miles that way. We can make it." The turnoff was barely more than a dirt track leading up into the hills, and we followed it at a stumbling jog, looking back constantly to make sure we weren't being followed. The forest closed in around us, and the sounds of the infected faded, replaced by the normal sounds of the wilderness, birds and insects and wind in the trees. It felt like stepping from one world into another, from the nightmare of the outbreak into something that resembled normalcy. And for a few minutes I let myself believe we might actually survive this. The cabin appeared around a bend in the trail, a sturdy log structure with a covered porch and shuttered windows. And it looked like something out of a postcard, peaceful and remote and completely untouched by the horror that had consumed the world below. Jake led us around to the back door and used a key he'd apparently remembered to bring from his store, and we filed inside to find ourselves in a one-room space with a wood stove, a couple of bunks, and shelves stocked with canned food and bottled water. Sarah collapsed on one of the bunks, and Jake sat down heavily in a chair by the cold stove, and for a long time, none of us said anything. We just sat there in the dim interior of the cabin, listening to our own breathing and the settling creaks of the log walls, and tried to process everything that had happened in the last 24 hours. I thought about the ranch and Marcus dying under the stampede, thought about Tom Hendricks fighting alone against the infected horde, thought about Ranger tied up behind that gas station in Millbrook, probably dead now or worse, and I felt something break inside me, some last barrier between the person I'd been and the person I was becoming. Jake must have seen it in my face, because he stood up and put a hand on my shoulder, squeezing hard. "We're alive," he said quietly. "That's what matters. We're alive, and we're together, and we have supplies and shelter. We're going to figure this out, Cody. We're going to survive." I wanted to believe him, wanted to hold on to that hope. But I kept thinking about all those infected following us, never stopping, never tiring, and I wondered how long any shelter could hold against that kind of relentless pressure. Sarah had found a battery-powered radio on one of the shelves and was fiddling with the dial, trying to pick up any station that was still broadcasting. She got mostly static, but occasionally a voice would break through, garbled and distant, talking about evacuation zones and quarantine perimeters and infection rates that were climbing faster than any disease in recorded history. One station, broadcasting from what sounded like a military installation, was warning people to avoid all contact with infected individuals, to aim for the head if forced to defend themselves, and to report any symptoms of infection immediately before the transformation became irreversible. "What are the symptoms?" I asked, and Sarah turned up the volume so we could hear better. The voice on the radio was listing them: severe fever, violent headaches, sensitivity to light, increasingly erratic and aggressive behavior, loss of higher cognitive function, and finally, the complete breakdown of personality and empathy that marked the transition into full infection. The timeline from initial exposure to complete transformation was apparently anywhere from 3 hours to 12 hours, depending on the individual, and once the transformation was complete, there was no coming back, no cure, no hope of recovery. I thought about Dave's torn face and cloudy eyes, thought about all the infected we'd seen in Millbrook and on the roads, and realized that every single one of them had been a person once, with lives and families and futures that had been stolen by this disease. It made the horror somehow worse, knowing that the things trying to kill us had once been human, that they'd once had names and dreams and people who loved them. Night fell, and we took turns keeping watch at the windows, though we couldn't see much in the darkness beyond the cabin. I had the middle watch and spent those hours staring out into the black forest, jumping at every sound and imagining infected lurking behind every tree. When Jake relieved me, I lay down on one of the bunks, but couldn't sleep, my mind racing with images and memories and fears about what tomorrow would bring. I must have dozed off eventually, because I woke to find sunlight streaming through the window and Sarah shaking my shoulder. "We've got a problem," she said, and I sat up quickly, reaching for my empty pistol before remembering I'd dropped it during the escape from the farm. "What kind of problem?" I asked, and she led me to the front window where Jake was already standing, looking out toward the trail. There were people coming up the path, maybe a dozen of them, and at first I thought they were infected. But then I realized they were moving too purposefully, too organized. They had weapons, hunting rifles and shotguns, and they were spreading out as they approached the cabin in a way that suggested military training or at least coordination. "Who are they?" I asked, and Jake shook his head. "No idea, but they don't look friendly. One of them, a big man with a beard, and what looked like tactical gear, raised his hand and called out, "You in the cabin! We know you're there! Come out with your hands up!" His voice carried clearly in the morning air, and I saw Jake's jaw tighten. "What do we do?" Sarah whispered, and Jake was quiet for a moment before answering. "We talk to them, see what they want. Maybe they're survivors like us. Maybe we can work something out." We opened the front door slowly, our hands raised to show we weren't armed, and stepped out onto the porch. The group below raised their weapons, not quite pointing them at us but making the threat clear, and the bearded man stepped forward. "This is private property," he said. "You got no right to be here." Jake started to explain about Mike Patterson and the cabin being offered as a refuge, but the man cut him off. "Patterson's dead. Saw him and his whole family get torn apart by infected 2 days ago. As far as I'm concerned, that makes this place abandoned and open for salvage. We just need somewhere to hole up for a few days," Jake said, keeping his voice calm and reasonable. "There's enough supplies here for all of us. We don't have to fight over this." The bearded man smiled, but there was no humor in it. "You're right, we don't have to fight. You can just leave. Nice and peaceful, and we'll pretend we never saw you." He gestured at the forest with his rifle. "Plenty of trees out there to hide under." I felt anger rising in my chest, hot and bitter, because we'd fought so hard to get here, had lost so much already, and now this bastard wanted to just take it from us. "We're not leaving," I said, and Jake shot me a warning look, but I ignored it. "This cabin was offered to us as shelter, and we're staying." The bearded man's smile faded, and he raised his rifle, pointing it directly at my chest. "That's where you're wrong, boy. See, I've got 12 armed men with me, and you've got nothing. Math's pretty simple." Behind him, the others were raising their weapons too, and I realized we'd made a terrible mistake in coming out here, that we should have barricaded ourselves inside and hoped they'd just move on. "Wait!" It was Sarah, stepping forward with her hands still raised. "I'm a nurse. I have medical training. If you're planning on surviving out here, you're going to need someone who can treat injuries and illness. Let us stay, and I'll take care of your people. Patch them up when they get hurt." The bearded man looked at her, considering, and for a moment I thought he might actually agree. Then he shook his head. "Don't need a nurse. We need supplies and shelter, and there's not enough in that cabin for 3 extra mouths. Last chance. Leave now, or we'll make you leave." What happened next happened fast. Jake moved like he was reaching for something in his pocket, probably just trying to pull out the cabin key to show we had legitimate access. But one of the men in the group must have thought he was going for a weapon, because he fired. The shot hit Jake high in the chest and spun him around, blood spraying across the porch, and he fell hard against the cabin wall before sliding down to the floor. I screamed his name and dropped to my knees beside him, pressing my hands against the wound, but blood was pumping out between my fingers. Too much blood, and I knew it had hit something vital. Sarah was there too, pushing me aside and trying to stop the bleed going, but Jake's eyes were already starting to glaze over, and his breathing was coming in wet, rattling gasps. "Cody," he managed to say, gripping my hand with bloody fingers. "Run! Please, just run!" The bearded man was shouting at his people, saying the shot was a mistake, that he'd wanted to avoid violence, but I wasn't listening anymore. All I could see was Jake dying in front of me, my little brother who'd always looked up to me, who'd called me for help and who I'd tried so hard to save. And now he was bleeding out on the porch of a cabin in the middle of nowhere, while armed strangers argued about whether or not to shoot us too. Sarah looked up at me with tears streaming down her face. "He's gone," she said softly. "Cody, he's gone." I felt something inside me go cold and hard. Felt all the fear and grief and exhaustion I'd been carrying for the last day crystallize into pure rage. I stood up and faced the bearded man and his group, and I didn't care that they had weapons, and I didn't care that I was probably going to die in the next few seconds. All I cared about was making them pay for what they'd done. "You're going to regret that," I said, my voice flat and emotionless. The bearded man laughed. "What are you going to do about it, boy? You got no gun, no friends, nothing. You're just another dead man who doesn't know it yet." I looked past him to the forest beyond and saw movement in the trees. Lots of movement. And I realized that all the gunfire and shouting had attracted attention. "I'm not going to do anything," I said. "But they are." The infected came out of the forest in a wave, dozens of them, all drawn by the noise we'd been making. The bearded man's people saw them and started to turn, but they were too slow, too unprepared, and the infected were among them before they could properly react. I grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her inside the cabin, slamming the door and throwing the bolt. And we could hear the screaming outside as the bearded man and his group were overwhelmed. We stood in the dark interior of the cabin while the sounds of slaughter echoed through the walls. The screams and gunfire and terrible wet sounds that I tried not to think about too closely. Sarah was sobbing openly now, curled up in a corner with her arms wrapped around her knees, and I just stood there, feeling numb and empty and wondering how everything had gone so wrong so fast. The sounds eventually stopped, and an eerie silence fell over the clearing. I moved to the window and peered carefully outside, seeing bodies scattered across the clearing. Some of them the bearded man's people, and some of them infected that had been shot before they could attack. But there were more infected now, drawn by all the noise, and they were wandering around the cabin in a loose circle, moaning and scratching at the walls. "We're trapped," Sarah said from her corner, her voice hoarse from crying. "They're going to get in eventually, and we're going to end up like Jake and everyone else." I wanted to argue, wanted to tell her we'd find a way out, but I couldn't make the words come. Instead, I just sat down on the floor with my back against the wall and stared at the ceiling, trying to think of anything besides my brother's last words and the feel of his blood on my hands. Hours passed. The infected stayed outside, never leaving, never giving up, just endlessly circling and searching for a way in. Sarah found more canned food, and we ate in silence, not because we were hungry, but because we needed to keep our strength up, needed to be ready for whatever came next. The radio was still working, and we listened to the broadcasts as they got more and more desperate, more and more scattered. The government was gone, collapsed under the weight of the outbreak. The president and most of Congress were either dead or missing. The military was fragmenting into independent units with no central coordination. Major cities were burning or overrun. Evacuation zones had been established and then abandoned as the infected pushed deeper into every corner of the country. And through it all, one constant theme. The infection was spreading faster than anyone had predicted, faster than seemed possible. And no matter what measures were taken, they couldn't stop it. There was talk of extreme measures being considered, discussions about strategic nuclear strikes on major population centers to contain the infection, debates about whether it was better to sacrifice millions to save billions, or whether there was any point in trying at all when the infection had already spread so far. I listened to generals and scientists and politicians arguing in real time about the end of the world. And I thought about how surreal it was to be hearing this while sitting in a hunting cabin surrounded by the walking dead. On the third day, the radio broadcasts started mentioning something called Operation Firebreak. It was a last-ditch military plan to use tactical nuclear weapons to create barriers of radioactive devastation that the infected supposedly couldn't cross, essentially writing off huge sections of the country to save whatever remained. The first target was going to be the greater Missoula area, which included Millbrook and dozens of other small towns, a blast zone that would encompass thousands of square miles and kill every living thing within it. Sarah looked at me with horror in her eyes. "They're going to nuke us," she said. "We're sitting right in the target zone, and they're going to drop a nuclear bomb on our heads." I checked the map we'd found in the cabin, measuring distances and trying to calculate whether we were close enough to Missoula to be caught in the blast. The answer was maybe, depending on the size of the bomb and where exactly they detonated it, but we were definitely close enough to be affected by the fallout and radiation that would spread for miles after the explosion. "We have to move," I said. "Get as far from Missoula as we can before the bomb drops." Sarah gestured at the window where we could see infected still prowling around outside. "How? We're surrounded, and we don't have any weapons or vehicles or any way to fight through them." She was right, but I couldn't just sit here and wait to be vaporized or slowly killed by radiation. I started searching the cabin more thoroughly, looking for anything we could use, and in a storage locker under one of the bunks, I found a treasure trove: climbing rope, a pickaxe, flares, and a case containing 4 road flares. An idea started to form in my mind. Dangerous and desperate, but better than nothing. "The back of the cabin faces uphill," I said. "If we can get onto the roof, we might be able to climb higher into the rocks and lose the infected in the terrain. They're not coordinated enough to chase us through difficult climbing." Sarah looked skeptical, but she helped me gather the supplies, and we waited until dark to make our move. Using the pickaxe, I smashed through the ceiling in the back corner of the cabin, creating a hole big enough for us to squeeze through into the small attic space above. From there, it was a short climb to the roof, and we emerged into the night air to find ourselves surrounded by stars and the silhouettes of infected wandering the clearing below. I used the climbing rope to create a makeshift harness and attached it to Sarah, then to myself, and we started moving up the steep slope behind the cabin, using the pickaxe to create handholds in the dirt and rock. The infected heard us moving and started converging on our position, but by then, we were already 30 feet up the slope and climbing, and the terrain was too steep for them to follow easily. Some of them tried anyway, pulling themselves up using roots and rocks, but they lacked the coordination and problem-solving ability to navigate the difficult climb, and one by one, they lost their grip and tumbled back down. We climbed through the night, our hands bleeding and our muscles screaming with exhaustion, until we reached a narrow plateau about halfway up the mountain. From there, we could see for miles in every direction, could see the scattered lights of the few towns that still had power, could see fires burning across the landscape like stars fallen to earth. And far to the southeast, we could see a massive glow on the horizon that I realized was Missoula burning. The whole city transformed into a funeral pyre. Sarah and I found a small cave and collapsed inside, too tired to go any further. We huddled together for warmth as the temperature dropped, and I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, it was dawn, and Sarah was shaking me awake. "Cody, look," she said, pointing back the way we'd come. The hunting cabin was surrounded by infected now, hundreds of them packed into the clearing and wandering through the forest, and I realized that if we'd stayed, we would have been overrun for sure. But that wasn't what had drawn Sarah's attention. She was pointing higher up the slope to where a group of people were descending toward us from what looked like a larger cave system higher in the mountains. There were maybe 20 of them, men and women, and even a few children, and they had the look of survivors, people who'd been roughing it in the wilderness for days or weeks. Their leader was a woman in her 40s with short gray hair and a rifle slung over her shoulder, and when she reached our position, she looked us over with calculating eyes. "You two running from the infected?" she asked, and I nodded. "Same as us. We've been hiding in the caves since the outbreak started, coming down only to scavenge supplies from abandoned buildings." She paused. "You're welcome to join us if you want. Safety in numbers and all that." I looked at Sarah, and she nodded slightly, so I accepted the offer. We followed the group back up to their cave complex, a series of connected caverns that went deep into the mountain, and found that they'd created a surprisingly organized community here. They had sleeping areas and a cooking area, and even a latrine system that used underground streams to carry waste away. There were supplies stacked in one corner, canned goods and bottled water and medical equipment, and I saw Sarah's eyes light up when she spotted the medical supplies. The woman introduced herself as Margaret and explained that most of the group were hikers and campers who'd been in the mountains when the outbreak started, along with a few locals who'd fled up here when their towns fell. They'd been monitoring radio broadcasts and knew about Operation Firebreak, knew that they had maybe 2 or 3 days before the bombs started falling. "We're planning to go deeper into the wilderness," Margaret said. "Get as far from the blast zones as possible and try to ride out the nuclear winter that's going to follow." Over the next few days, I got to know the group better. There was a family of 4, the Johnsons, who'd been camping with their 2 young daughters when the outbreak hit. There was an old man named Ray who'd lived alone in these mountains for 20 years and knew every trail and hiding spot. There was a young couple, Marcus and Jenny, who'd been on their honeymoon when the world ended. And there were others, each with their own story of loss and survival. But there was also tension within the group, disagreements about how to move forward and who should be in charge. A man named Derek, tall and muscular with the bearing of someone who'd served in the military, was constantly challenging Margaret's decisions, arguing that they should be more aggressive in scavenging supplies and defending their territory. I could see the group starting to fracture into factions, those who trusted Margaret's cautious leadership and those who wanted to follow Derek's more militant approach. The conflict came to a head on the 5th day, when Derek returned from a scavenging mission with 3 new people he'd found in an abandoned ranger station. They were rough-looking men with hard eyes, and the kind of casual cruelty you see in people who've learned to take what they want by force. Margaret confronted Derek immediately, saying he should have consulted with the group before bringing strangers to the caves. But Derek just laughed. "We need more men if we're going to survive what's coming," he said. "These guys know how to fight, how to take what we need." That night, I was on watch duty near the cave entrance when I heard voices from one of the connecting passages. I crept closer and recognized Derek's voice, along with those of his new recruits, and what I heard made my blood run cold. They were planning to take over the group, to force Margaret and anyone loyal to her out into the wilderness, while they claimed the caves and supplies for themselves. They were talking about Sarah, too, making crude comments about what they planned to do with her once Derek was in charge. I backed away quietly and went to wake Margaret and the others I trusted. We held a quick, whispered conference and decided we needed to leave immediately, before Derek and his people could make their move. We gathered what supplies we could carry and woke the families with children, and within an hour, we were slipping out of the caves in the pre-dawn darkness, abandoning the community we'd built for the sake of survival. Derek must have discovered our escape quickly, because we heard shouts behind us before we'd even gone a mile, and then the sound of gunfire as Derek and his people came after us. Margaret led us deeper into the mountains, following trails that Ray knew, and we ran through the wilderness with the sound of pursuit getting closer behind us. One of the Johnson girls was crying, and her mother was carrying her, while her father carried the other daughter, and I could see they were all exhausted and terrified. We reached a narrow canyon with steep walls on both sides, and Margaret stopped, breathing hard. "We can't outrun them with the children," she said. "We need to make a stand here, use the terrain to our advantage." She positioned us along the canyon walls where we'd have cover and high ground, and we waited as Derek and his people charged into the canyon below us. The firefight was brief and brutal. We had the advantage of position and surprise, and Derek's people hadn't expected us to turn and fight. I watched as Ray, the old mountain man who'd seemed so gentle and grandfatherly, dropped 2 of Derek's recruits with precise shots from his hunting rifle. Margaret took out a 3rd, and then Derek himself was scrambling for cover behind a boulder, his face twisted with rage. "You're dead, all of you," he screamed up at us. "You think you can run from me? I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth." But his bravado was empty, because his people were either dead or wounded, and he was alone. I saw him start to retreat back down the canyon, and something in me snapped. I thought about Jake dying on the cabin porch, thought about all the violence and death I'd witnessed, thought about this bastard threatening to hunt down children, and I knew I couldn't let him walk away. I scrambled down from my position and went after him, my hands empty of weapons, but filled with rage. Derek heard me coming and spun around, raising his pistol, but I was already on him, tackling him to the ground and feeling the gun go off next to my ear with a deafening crack. We rolled across the rocky ground, punching and clawing at each other, and I felt his fist connect with my jaw, hard enough to see stars. But I was younger and angrier, and I'd spent my whole life doing physical labor on a ranch, and I got on top of him and started hitting him, over and over, my fists connecting with his face until I felt bones break and saw blood flowing. He tried to fight back, but he was weakening, and eventually he stopped moving altogether, his face a ruined mess, and his eyes staring blankly at the sky above. I stood up slowly, my hands shaking and covered in blood, and looked around to find everyone staring at me. Margaret's face was grim but understanding, and she just nodded once before turning to check on the wounded. Sarah came down from the canyon wall and took my hands, examining the damage, and I could see the concern in her eyes. "You did what you had to do," she said quietly. "He would have killed all of us, but I didn't feel like I'd done the right thing. I just felt empty and sick, like I'd left another piece of my humanity lying in the dirt of that canyon. We stripped the bodies of anything useful, weapons and ammunition and supplies, and then we left them there and kept moving, deeper into the wilderness and farther from the blast zones. 3 days later, we felt the bomb go off. We were camped in a high valley about 60 miles northwest of where we estimated the strike had occurred, and even at that distance, the flash was bright enough to light up the sky like daylight in the middle of the night. The sound came minutes later, a low rolling thunder that seemed to go on forever, and we felt the ground shake beneath our feet. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, visible even from this distance, and we watched in awful silence as the city of Missoula and everything around it ceased to exist. The fallout started falling 2 days after that, a fine gray ash that coated everything and made the air taste metallic and wrong. Margaret had us rig up makeshift shelters using tarps and branches, and we stayed under cover as much as possible, only coming out when absolutely necessary. The radiation detectors we'd scavenged showed dangerous levels, and we knew we were being exposed to potentially lethal doses. but there was nothing we could do except keep moving and hope we'd get beyond the worst of it before it killed us. The infected didn't stop. Even with a nuclear bomb dropped on their heads, even with radiation levels that should have killed them, they kept coming. We'd see them wandering through the ash-covered forest, their skin blistered and falling off, their bodies breaking down from radiation sickness, but still moving, still hunting, still driven by whatever terrible hunger the infection had created in them. It was like looking at the end of the world made flesh. These shambling corpses that refused to die even when everything else had. We lost people to the radiation sickness. Young Marcus started showing symptoms first, vomiting and fever and hair falling out in clumps, and he died screaming in Jenny's arms 3 days after the exposure started. One of the Johnson girls got sick next, and we couldn't do anything except watch as she wasted away, her parents holding her and crying helplessly. Margaret tried to maintain morale, but I could see the defeat in her eyes. The knowledge that we were all probably going to die slowly from radiation poisoning even if the infected didn't get us first. Sarah and I talked about it one night when we were on watch together, sitting on a ridge overlooking the valley where the rest of the group was camped. "What's the point?" she asked me. "We run from the infected. We survive the bombs, and for what? To die slowly from cancer or radiation sickness? To watch everyone we care about waste away?" I didn't have an answer for her because I'd been asking myself the same questions, wondering if survival was worth the cost we were paying for it. "My brother Jake would tell me to keep fighting," I said finally. "He'd say that as long as we're breathing, we owe it to ourselves and to everyone who didn't make it to keep trying." Sarah was quiet for a long time, then said, "I don't know if I can. I'm so tired, Cody. Tired of running, tired of being scared, tired of watching people die. Sometimes I think it would be easier to just give up, to let them catch me and get it over with." I understood the feeling because I felt it too, this crushing weight of despair that made every step forward feel like walking through concrete. But something stubborn in me refused to quit. Some core of determination that had been forged in the fires of the ranch and the escape from Millbrook and everything that had come after. "We keep going because the alternative is becoming one of them," I said. "And I'd rather die human than live as one of those things." The radio broadcasts had mostly stopped by this point. Just occasional bursts of static and desperate voices calling out to anyone who might be listening. But one night, we picked up a signal from what sounded like a military installation in Wyoming, broadcasting a message on repeat. "Survivors are advised to move to secondary fallback positions. Primary evacuation zones are compromised. Infection has spread to all major population centers. Exercise extreme caution. Trust no one. The infected can appear normal for several hours after initial infection. This message will repeat." It went on like that for hours, and then it stopped mid-sentence and never came back. And I wondered what had happened to whoever was broadcasting it, whether they'd been overrun or killed, or just given up hope that anyone was left to hear their warnings. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the message had been. A final confirmation that organized human civilization had collapsed and we were truly on our own. We kept moving north and west, following the mountain ranges and staying away from lowland areas where the infected seemed to concentrate. Food was getting scarce, and we were all losing weight, our clothes hanging loose on frames that had once been strong and healthy. Sarah's nursing skills were in constant demand as people suffered injuries and illnesses, but her medical supplies were running low, and there wasn't much she could do beyond basic first aid. Ray, the old mountain man, knew where there were some old mining camps and ranger stations where we might find supplies, and we started making cautious raids on these locations. Most of them had already been picked clean by other survivors, but occasionally we'd find something useful, canned food or berries, or warm clothing. And always, we had to watch for the infected, who seemed to be everywhere, drawn to the mountains by some instinct we couldn't understand. On one of these scavenging runs, about 3 weeks after the bomb, we found something that changed everything. It was an old ranger station that had been converted into some kind of research outpost, and when we broke in, we found computers and equipment that looked too sophisticated for a simple wilderness monitoring station. Margaret started going through the files on the computers while Ray and I stood guard, and what she found made her go pale. "This was connected to the original research program," she said, her voice shaking. "The one at the University of Montana that created the infection. They were running satellite facilities out here in the wilderness, testing the virus on animals, studying how it spread and mutated in different environments." She pulled up a document that showed spreadsheets and graphs, data about infection rates and transmission vectors. And buried in the middle of it was something that made my blood run cold. The virus had been developed as a weapon, not as a medical treatment like the official story claimed. It was a Department of Defense Black Ops program designed to create a bioweapon that could be deployed in enemy territory to cause maximum chaos and collapse of social order. The mutation that made it transmissible to humans had been intentional, not an accident, and the release had been carried out by extremist elements within the program itself, scientists and military personnel who believed the country had become too corrupt and needed to be reset. "They did this on purpose," Margaret said, her voice barely a whisper. "They infected themselves and then went out into population centers and deliberately spread it. They wanted to destroy civilization, to reduce humanity to scattered survivors fighting for scraps. And they succeeded." She looked up at me with eyes full of rage and grief. "The people responsible for this, the ones who planned it, they're probably safe in bunkers somewhere right now, waiting for the infected to die off so they can emerge and claim whatever's left." I felt something break inside me. Some last hope that maybe this had all been a terrible accident that could somehow be fixed or reversed. But knowing it was intentional, knowing that people had chosen to do this, had chosen to condemn billions to death, or worse for the sake of some twisted ideology, it was almost more than I could bear. Sarah had come over to read the files too, and I saw tears streaming down her face as she scrolled through document after document, detailing the scope of the conspiracy. "We have to tell people," she said. "Other survivors, they need to know the truth about what happened." But Margaret shook her head. "Who would we tell? There's no government, no media, no way to spread information to any kind of large audience. All we can do is survive and remember, and hope that someday there will be enough of humanity left to rebuild and make sure something like this never happens again." We copied as much of the data as we could onto portable drives and then destroyed the research station, burning it to the ground so that the infected wouldn't find any intact samples or equipment. As we watched it burn, I thought about all the people I'd lost, all the death and horror I'd witnessed, and I made a promise to myself that I would survive, that I would keep the truth alive no matter what it cost me. But survival was getting harder every day. The radiation sickness was affecting all of us now, some more severely than others, and we'd started leaving a trail of bodies behind us as people succumbed to the combination of exposure, starvation, and disease. The Johnson family was down to just the father and one daughter, the mother and other child having died within days of each other. Ray was showing symptoms, but refused to slow down, pushing himself to guide us even as his body broke down around him. We'd been on the move for almost 2 months when we encountered another group of survivors, a larger one numbering maybe 50 people, and they had a very different approach to survival than we did. They'd fortified an old mining complex in the mountains and were conducting raids on infected hordes, not just for supplies, but to actively clear areas of the creatures. Their leader was a former Marine named Colonel Briggs, a tall black man with scars across his face and a presence that commanded immediate respect. Briggs invited us to join them, to add our numbers to theirs, and help in their campaign against the infected. He believed that if enough survivors organized and fought back, they could eventually clear whole regions and start rebuilding some form of civilization. It was an attractive idea, the notion that we could do more than just survive, that we could actually fight and win against the infection, and I saw hope kindle in the eyes of our group for the first time in weeks. But there was something about Briggs that made me uneasy. Something in the way he talked about the infected as enemies to be destroyed rather than victims of a disease. He showed us around the complex, and I saw that they'd created a kind of military dictatorship with strict rules and harsh punishments for anyone who disobeyed. There were people in cages who Briggs explained were suspected of infection, being held in quarantine until they either turned or proved themselves clean. But I saw the fear in their eyes and wondered how many of them had been imprisoned for other reasons. Sarah and Margaret must have felt the same unease because that night they came to me with concerns. "I don't trust him," Sarah said. "I've seen the way he looks at the women in our group, like we're resources to be exploited rather than people to be protected." Margaret nodded. "And some of his men have been asking questions about our supplies and weapons in a way that suggests they might just take them if we don't agree to join up." We decided to leave quietly the next morning, to slip away before Briggs could make any demands or try to force us to stay. But when we gathered our people and started heading for the exit, we found it blocked by Briggs and a dozen armed men. "Can't let you leave," Briggs said, his voice calm but firm. "You've seen our setup here. You know where we are and what we have. That's operational security information that can't be allowed to walk out into the wilderness where anyone might get it." "You mean you're holding us prisoner?" I said, and Briggs shrugged. "Call it what you want. Point is, you're either with us or you're a threat that needs to be eliminated. Your choice." He gestured at his men and they raised their weapons, making the threat explicit. I looked at Margaret and saw her face harden with resolve, and I knew what was about to happen before it started. "Run!" Margaret shouted, and she opened fire on Briggs and his men with a pistol she'd concealed under her jacket. The rest of our group scattered, running in different directions while bullets whipped through the air around us. I grabbed Sarah's hand, and we ran deeper into the mining complex, through corridors and tunnels that branched off in all directions, hearing gunfire and screams echoing behind us. We ended up in an old mine shaft that descended deep into the mountain, and we stumbled down it in the darkness with our hands on the walls for guidance. Behind us, we could hear Briggs shouting orders, organizing his men to search the tunnels, and I knew it was only a matter of time before they found us. The shaft opened up into a larger cavern, and we could see lights in the distance, flashlights from our pursuers getting closer. Sarah pulled me into a side tunnel that was barely wide enough for us to squeeze through, and we crawled on our hands and knees through the narrow passage until we emerged in a small, natural cave. There was no other exit, no way forward, and we could hear Briggs's men getting closer, their lights flickering at the entrance to the side tunnel. We were trapped with no weapons and no way out, and I thought about everything we'd survived only to die here in a hole in the ground at the hands of another human being. Then the ground started shaking, a low rumbling that grew stronger, and rocks started falling from the ceiling of the cave. "Earthquake," Sarah breathed, and we pressed ourselves against the walls as the whole mountain seemed to shift around us. The rumbling went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, and when it stopped, we could hear screaming from the tunnels, the sounds of collapse and crushing stone. When we crawled back out, we found that the main shaft had collapsed, burying Briggs and his men under tons of rock. We could hear faint voices calling for help from beneath the rubble, but there was no way to reach them, and no equipment to dig them out even if we'd wanted to. We found our way back to the surface and discovered that the earthquake had destabilized the entire mining complex, bringing down buildings and collapsing more tunnels, and the survivors from Briggs's group were scattered and disorganized. Some of our people had made it out too, Ray and the remaining Johnsons, and a few others. But Margaret was gone, along with several more. We regrouped in the forest outside the complex and held a quick conference about what to do next. Ray said there was another refuge about a week's travel north, a series of caves that were more stable than the mines, and we decided to head there and hope we could find some peace after all the violence. The journey north was brutal. We were low on food and water. The weather turned cold and wet, and we were constantly harassed by small groups of infected that seemed to pop up everywhere. Ray's radiation sickness was getting worse, and he was coughing up blood, but he refused to stop, refused to be left behind, and I admired his stubborn determination, even as I mourned the slow death I was watching. On the 5th day of travel, Ray collapsed and couldn't get back up. We made camp there, and Sarah examined him, and she told us quietly that he had maybe hours left, that his organs were shutting down from the radiation damage. Ray heard her and just smiled. "Been a good run," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Made it longer than I expected. Saw things I never thought I'd see. Can't ask for more than that." He died that night with all of us gathered around him, and we buried him in a clearing with a view of the mountains he'd loved so much. I said a few words about his courage and his kindness, and we marked the grave with stones before moving on, leaving him to rest in the wilderness that had been his home. We reached the caves Ray had told us about 2 days later, and found them already occupied by a small group of survivors, maybe 20 people who'd been living there for several months. They were wary of us at first, but agreed to let us stay when we explained what we'd been through. Their leader was a woman named Dr. Ellen Foster, a former epidemiologist who'd been studying the infection since the outbreak began, collecting samples and data in the hope of finding some pattern or weakness. Dr. Foster was fascinated by the information we'd brought from the research station, and she spent days going through the files and comparing them to her own observations. "This confirms what I suspected," she told me one evening. "The virus was engineered to be nearly perfect as a weapon. It's incredibly infectious. It incapacitates the host while making them more aggressive and driven to spread the infection. And it's remarkably resistant to environmental factors. Even radiation hasn't killed them. It's just made them more grotesque." "Is there any way to stop it?" I asked. And she was quiet for a long time before answering. "Not that I can find. The people who made this, they designed it specifically to be incurable, to have no weak points that could be exploited. They wanted a permanent apocalypse, and they got it." She looked at me with eyes that had seen too much. "Humanity as we knew it is finished, Cody. Maybe a few 100,000 people survived worldwide, scattered in small groups like ours. But there's no coming back from this. The best we can hope for is to survive. And maybe, in a few generations, if the virus eventually burns out or mutates into something less deadly, our descendants might be able to rebuild something. I thought about that, about a future where humanity had been reduced to scattered tribes living in caves and fighting for survival against both the infected and each other. It was a bleak vision, but it was honest. More honest than the desperate hope that everything would somehow go back to normal if we just held on long enough. Months passed. We settled into a routine in the caves, establishing gardens where we could grow some basic crops, setting up hunting and foraging expeditions for protein, creating a small society that functioned on cooperation and mutual support. Sarah and I grew closer, finding comfort in each other during the long, cold nights, and there were even moments of something like happiness, times when I could almost forget the horror that lay beyond our sanctuary. But the infected never went away. They were always there in the forests and valleys below, wandering in their aimless search for prey. And sometimes they'd find our location, and we'd have to fight them off or hide until they moved on. Dr. Foster was right that they were getting more grotesque, their bodies breaking down from radiation and exposure, but somehow still functioning, shambling skeletons covered in rotting flesh that should have been dead months ago. And then there were the other survivors we encountered, most of them desperate and dangerous, willing to kill for a can of food or a warm sleeping bag. We lost people to these encounters, good people who'd survived the outbreak and the bombs only to be murdered by other humans over petty resources. Each death hardened me a little more, made me a little more ruthless in defense of our group, and I could feel myself changing, becoming something I wouldn't have recognized a year ago. Sarah noticed it too. "You're becoming like them," she said to me one night after I'd beaten a raider half to death for trying to steal our food stores. "Like the people who caused all this, who think survival justifies any act of cruelty." I wanted to argue, but I couldn't, because I knew she was right. The compassionate ranch hand who'd wanted to help everyone had been replaced by someone harder and colder, someone who'd learned that mercy was a luxury the new world couldn't afford. But I tried to hold on to some shred of humanity, some core of decency that separated me from the monsters, human and infected. When we found a family of refugees being chased by a pack of infected, I insisted we help them, even though it meant risking our own safety. When we discovered a young boy orphaned and alone, I convinced the group to take him in, even though he was another mouth to feed. These small acts of kindness felt like holding back a tide of darkness that was always threatening to overwhelm me. Spring came, and with it new challenges. The infected seemed to become more active in the warmer weather, and we started seeing larger groups of them moving through the area, in herds of dozens or even hundreds. Dr. Foster theorized that they were following some kind of migratory pattern, possibly tracking the movements of surviving human populations, and she warned that we might need to relocate if the herds got too large. But before we could make that decision, Wei Sheng received a radio transmission that changed everything. It was from a military unit operating out of what they called the Deadwood Stronghold, a heavily fortified position in the Black Hills of South Dakota. They claimed to have several thousand survivors under their protection and were calling for any groups who could make the journey to join them, promising food, shelter, and security. The message split our group immediately. Some people saw it as hope, a chance to be part of something larger and more secure than our cave network. Others, including Dr. Foster, saw it as too good to be true, a possible trap, or at best a military dictatorship that would be little better than what we'd escaped from with Colonel Briggs. Sarah and I argued about it for days, with her wanting to go and me insisting we were safer staying put. "We can't live like this forever," Sarah said. "Hiding in caves, fighting off infected and raiders, never knowing if we'll survive another week. At least the stronghold offers the possibility of something better, a real chance at rebuilding." But I thought about Briggs and his complex, about the violence and exploitation I'd seen in every organized group we'd encountered, and I didn't believe that a larger group would be any different. In the end, the decision was made for us. A massive herd of infected, hundreds of them moving together like a migrating swarm, descended on our area. We watched from the heights as they flowed through the valleys like a dark tide, more infected than I'd ever seen in one place. And we knew our location had been compromised. We had to move or be overrun, and the only destination that made sense was the stronghold. We packed up everything we could carry and set out east. A ragged column of maybe 40 survivors moving across the wilderness. The journey was nightmarish from the start. We were constantly harassed by smaller groups of infected that had broken off from the main herd, and we lost people almost daily to attacks or accidents or simple exhaustion. The Johnson family's last member, the father who'd survived so much, stepped on a weak board crossing a ravine and fell to his death, and his daughter had to be physically restrained from throwing herself after him. Sarah got sick about 3 days into the journey, a fever that spiked so high she was delirious, and I had to carry her while trying to keep up with the group. Dr. Foster examined her and found infected bite marks on her arm, hidden under a bandage Sarah must have applied herself, and the terrible truth hit me like a physical blow. Sarah had been infected and had hidden it, knowing what it meant, and now she was turning. I held her as she deteriorated, watching the person I'd come to love slip away and be replaced by something else. Her eyes went cloudy, her fever raged, and she started thrashing and trying to bite anyone who came near. Dr. Foster tried to sedate her, but we didn't have enough drugs, and eventually I had to make the decision I'd been dreading. I took her away from the group, into a clearing in the woods, and I sat with her until the end, talking to her, even though I knew she couldn't understand anymore, telling her about the life we might have had if the world hadn't ended. When she finally turned completely, when there was nothing left of Sarah in those vacant white eyes, I did what needed to be done. I can't write about it, can't put into words what it felt like to end the life of someone I cared about. But I did it because it was mercy, and because I owed her that much. I left her body in the clearing and returned to the group alone, and nobody asked me what had happened because they all knew. We reached the stronghold 3 weeks later, after losing more than half our people. What we found was both better and worse than I'd expected. The military unit was real, a well-organized force of maybe 2,000 soldiers and support personnel, and they'd indeed created a secure perimeter around a small town in the Black Hills. But the security came at a cost. Strict martial law, mandatory work details, harsh punishments for any violation of rules, and a caste system that treated military personnel as a ruling class and civilian survivors as barely better than slaves. The commanding officer was General Marcus Thorne, a man in his 50s with cold eyes and a reputation for ruthlessness. He interviewed me personally when I arrived, asking about my skills and experiences, and I could see him evaluating whether I'd be useful or disposable. I told him about my ranching background, my survival experiences, my willingness to work, and he assigned me to a labor detail, maintaining the perimeter fortifications. Life in the stronghold was grim, but stable. We had regular meals, even if they were meager. We had shelter from the elements, and we weren't being constantly chased by infected. But we also had no freedom, no say in how things were run, and I watched as General Thorne and his officers took the best of everything, while the civilian survivors scraped by on scraps. People who complained or caused trouble simply disappeared, taken away in the night and never seen again. I kept my head down and worked hard, trying not to attract attention, but I couldn't help noticing the patterns of abuse and exploitation. Women were being forced into relationships with officers in exchange for better rations or easier work assignments. Children were being separated from their parents and placed in what Thorne called educational facilities, but which looked more like indoctrination camps. And anyone who showed signs of infection, even minor scratches or illnesses, was immediately executed without trial or examination. I started talking quietly with other survivors, forming connections with people who shared my concerns, and I discovered I wasn't alone. There was a whole underground network of people who wanted to resist Thorne's dictatorship but didn't know how. We met in secret, sharing information and discussing possibilities, and slowly a plan began to form. The stronghold had a weakness. It depended on a single massive generator for power, fuel, and water purification. If that generator went down, the whole complex would become unlivable within days. Some of the people in our network had technical skills and knew how to sabotage it in a way that would look like a natural breakdown rather than deliberate action. If we could create enough chaos into the confusion that followed, we might be able to escape and take supplies with us. But before we could act, General Thorne discovered the network. I don't know if someone betrayed us or if we were simply too careless, but his soldiers swept through the civilian quarters one night and rounded up everyone suspected of being part of the resistance. I managed to hide in a ventilation shaft and escape the initial arrests, but I watched as Dr. Foster and dozens of others were dragged away to the stockade. I knew I had to act fast, before Thorne could interrogate them and learn the full extent of our plans. I gathered the few members of the network who'd also escaped, and we made our move that night, sneaking into the generator facility and planting explosives we'd stolen from the armory. The blast that followed was spectacular, destroying not just the generator but half the fuel depot and setting off a chain reaction that left the entire stronghold without power. In the chaos that followed, we broke into the stockade and freed the prisoners, and together we fought our way to the perimeter. Thorne's soldiers were trying to contain multiple fires and restore order, and they didn't have the manpower to stop our escape. We made it out into the wilderness with maybe 60 people, armed with stolen weapons and carrying whatever supplies we could grab. But Thorne wasn't going to let us just walk away. He sent patrols after us, hunting parties with orders to capture or kill. And we spent the next weeks on the run, always looking over our shoulders, always expecting to hear gunfire. We lost people to the patrols and to the infected who still roamed the wilderness, and by the time we'd put enough distance between us and the stronghold to feel relatively safe, we were down to maybe 30 survivors. Dr. Foster pulled me aside one night and told me the truth I'd been avoiding. "We can't keep running forever," she said. "Thorne has resources, vehicles, communications equipment. He can coordinate searches across hundreds of miles. Eventually he'll find us, or we'll run out of places to hide." She paused and looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Unless we go somewhere he can't follow." She explained that before the outbreak, she'd been part of a research team studying remote locations for potential disease reservoirs, places where pathogens might survive in isolated populations. One of those locations was an island in a lake in northern Canada, accessible only by boat and too remote for most survivors to have reached. If we could get there, if we could find boats and make the journey, we might find true safety. It was a desperate plan, with no guarantee of success, but it was better than being hunted or dying in the wilderness. We started moving north, traveling only at night and avoiding any signs of human habitation. The land was empty in a way I'd never experienced. No lights, no sounds of engines or voices, just the wind and the animals and the shuffle of infectant in the distance. It felt like the end of the world made manifest, like we were the last humans walking through the ruins of our species. We crossed into Canada after 2 months of hard travel and found it much the same as the American wilderness we'd left behind. The infected were here too, wandering the forests and towns, and there were signs of military actions and civilian resistance that had all ultimately failed. But the lower population density meant fewer infected overall, and we were able to move more freely. Finding boats proved harder than we'd hoped. Most watercraft had been destroyed or taken by other survivors, and the few we found were in terrible condition. But Dr. Foster had skills with engines and mechanics, and over the course of several weeks she managed to cobble together one functioning boat from the parts of 3 others. It was small and leaky, and probably wouldn't survive rough weather, but it was all we had. The lake was another week's travel north, and when we finally saw it stretching to the horizon, I felt a surge of hope despite everything. The island was visible in the distance, maybe 5 miles out, covered in pine trees and looking utterly pristine. We loaded into the boat, packed in so tightly we could barely move, and set out across the water. We were maybe halfway there when the engine died. Dr. Foster worked frantically to restart it, while the rest of us tried to paddle with our hands and pieces of wood. But we were drifting back towards shore, and I could see infected gathering on the beach, drawn by the sound of the boat. The engine coughed and sputtered, and finally caught, and we surged forward again, putting distance between ourselves and the infected horde. We reached the island as the sun was setting, dragging the boat up onto a rocky beach and collapsing in exhaustion. The island was small, maybe 2 miles across, but it was uninfected and isolated and more beautiful than anything I'd seen in months. We explored it carefully over the next few days and found no signs of infected, no signs of other survivors, just pristine wilderness and abundant wildlife that had never learned to fear humans. We set up a camp and started planning for long-term survival. There were fish in the lake and deer on the island, and Der Foster thought we might be able to grow some crops in the summer months. It wasn't paradise, but it was close enough, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I allowed myself to think about a future that extended beyond the next day or week. But we weren't safe from General Thorne. He'd apparently gotten a boat, or boats of his own, and had tracked us north. And one morning we woke to find a military vessel approaching the island. Thorne himself was at the bow, megaphone in hand, shouting that we were under arrest for sabotage and murder, and that we would be brought back to face justice. We had maybe 30 people against what looked like 50 soldiers in Thorne's force, and we had minimal ammunition and weapons. Dr. Foster looked at me and said simply, "We fight or we surrender to a tyrant. What do you want to do?" I thought about everything we'd survived, all the people we'd lost, all the horror and violence and death, and I knew I couldn't surrender now. Couldn't give up after coming so far. "We fight," I said, and we took up positions around the island's small harbor. Thorne's boat came in under fire, his soldiers shooting at us while we shot back, and I saw people falling on both sides. Thorne himself was directing his troops with cold efficiency, showing no emotion as his people died, and I realized I had to stop him specifically, had to end his threat permanently. I worked my way around the perimeter while Dr. Foster and the others kept Thorne's forces pinned down, and I got close enough to the harbor to see him standing on the boat's deck. I had one shot left in my rifle, just one bullet, and I took careful aim and fired. The bullet hit Thorne in the chest, and he staggered back, surprise on his face, and then he fell over the side of the boat into the water. His soldiers, seeing their leader fall, lost their coordination and started to retreat. But we didn't give them the chance. We pressed our attack, firing until our ammunition ran out and then charging with whatever weapons we had. It was brutal and close and personal, and when it was over, we'd killed or driven off every one of Thorne's people. I waded into the water and pulled Thorne's body to shore, wanting to confirm he was really dead. His eyes were still open and filled with hatred even as the life drained out of him, and he managed to whisper one last thing. "You've won nothing. The world is dead, and you're just rats fighting over the corpse." Then he was gone, and I was alone with my thoughts and the bodies of the dead. We'd lost half our people in the fight, including Dr. Foster, who'd taken a bullet in the first exchange. I knelt beside her body and felt the weight of everything crashing down on me. Jake and Sarah and Marcus and Ray and Margaret and all the others I'd watched die. Hundreds of faces that haunted my dreams. And for what? For this small island in the middle of nowhere? For this tiny scrap of safety that could be taken away at any moment? The survivors gathered around me, looking for direction, and I realized I'd somehow become the leader by default. I stood up and addressed them, my voice raw with emotion. "We've paid too high a price to give up now. We're going to survive, we're going to build something here, and we're going to remember everyone we lost. That's all we can do. Remember them and keep living." And we did survive, for weeks and then months. We established a real community on the island, built shelters and planted crops, caught fish and hunted game. Children were born, the first new generation of the post-outbreak world, and I held them and wondered what kind of future they'd have in this changed world. But the infected never went away. Sometimes we'd see them on the far shore, wandering along the beaches, and we knew that the mainland was still lost, still dominated by the infection that had destroyed everything. The radio occasionally picked up broadcasts from other survivor groups scattered across the globe, all of them telling similar stories of loss and struggle and desperate fights for survival. And then, on a cold morning in what I thought was probably October, though, we'd lost track of exact dates. We saw something on the horizon that made my blood run cold. It was a mushroom cloud, massive and terrible, rising from somewhere to the south. Another nuclear strike, either Operation Firebreak still continuing, or some new development in the endless war against the infected. The fallout started arriving 2 days later, the same gray ash we'd experienced before, and we knew that the radiation would eventually reach us even here on our isolated island. We tried to seal our shelters and minimize exposure, but it was impossible to completely avoid it, and soon people started getting sick again, showing the same symptoms of radiation poisoning we'd seen before. I'm writing this now in one of those sealed shelters, watching as our little community slowly dies around me. The children went first, their small bodies unable to withstand the radiation, and then the elderly and sick. I can feel it in myself too. The exhaustion and nausea, and the sense that my body is breaking down from the inside. The infected won in the end. The world is theirs now, a planet of the walking dead, punctuated by tiny pockets of dying survivors. The virus continues to spread and evolve, creating new horrors, and the bombs that were supposed to stop it just added nuclear devastation to the biological apocalypse. There's no cure, no salvation, no hope of recovery. I think about my brother Jake sometimes, about his optimism and his belief that we could survive if we just held on. He was wrong, but I don't blame him for hoping. Hope was all we had, and even though it was false, it gave us reason to keep fighting, to keep moving forward, even when everything was falling apart around us. The last radio broadcast we received was from a group in Australia, reporting that the infection had reached every continent, every major population center, that humanity was on the brink of complete extinction. They estimated maybe a few 100,000 survivors left worldwide, scattered and isolated, and all slowly dying from radiation or starvation or infection. The broadcast ended with a simple message. This is the end. We did our best. May whoever comes after us learn from our mistakes. I'm one of the last people still conscious in our shelter. The others have either died or fallen into comas they won't wake from. I can feel death coming for me too, a cold weight settling in my chest, and I'm not fighting it anymore. I'm tired of fighting, tired of surviving, tired of watching everyone I care about die while I keep going. In a few hours or days I'll be gone too, and this record will be all that's left of our struggle. I hope someone finds it someday. Maybe explorers from another world, or maybe descendants of survivors from some corner of the planet that managed to escape the worst of it. I hope they read this and understand what happened here, how the world ended. Not with divine judgment or cosmic catastrophe, but with human arrogance and cruelty, with people who thought they could play with forces beyond their control, and who destroyed everything in their hubris. The infected are still out there, still shambling through the ruins of civilization, and they'll probably outlast every last human survivor. Maybe that's fitting. Maybe we deserve to be replaced by the monsters we created. Or maybe there's no justice in it at all. Maybe it's just the random cruelty of a universe that doesn't care whether humans survive or not. I can hear them sometimes, even here on the island, carried across the water by the wind, that terrible moaning that has become the soundtrack of the end of the world. I used to fear that sound, but now it's almost comforting, a reminder that I won't die alone, that there's something else still moving and existing, even if it's not truly alive. My vision is getting blurry, and my hands are shaking too much to write clearly. This will probably be my last entry. To whoever reads this, if anyone ever does, I want you to know that we tried. We fought and struggled and refused to give up even when everything was hopeless. We loved and grieved and held on to our humanity as long as we could. It wasn't enough to save us, but maybe it means something that we tried. The ash is still falling outside, covering everything in gray. The world is ending not with fire, but with this slow suffocation, this gradual death of every living thing. And when the last human takes their final breath, when the last survivor closes their eyes for the last time, the infected will still be there, wandering through the ruins we left behind, victorious in their mindless, eternal hunt. I'm sorry we failed you, whoever you are. I'm sorry we couldn't be better, couldn't save ourselves, or each other, or the world we inherited. All I can offer is this record, this testimony of what happened when humanity's worst impulses combined with our greatest scientific achievements to create the perfect apocalypse. My name is Cody Barrett. I was 24 years old when the world ended. I was a ranch hand from Montana who watched his brother die, who lost everyone he ever cared about, who survived longer than he had any right to expect. And now, I'm just another victim of the infection, another casualty in a war we could never win, another name that will be forgotten when there's no one left to remember. The zombies won. The world is theirs now and forever. And I hope to God there's nothing after this, no consciousness or awareness, because I don't want to spend eternity knowing what we lost.